Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, and crypto link in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Neil, 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Brian's Logic, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome one and all.
One and all, welcome.
Hello. Hey, good
Don't
morning.
forget Eli.
Did I miss Eli? Where's Eli?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in the Discord server.
No, I'm in the Discord.
Yeah, he's just one of the many people in Discord. Till he joins the panel. No, it's good.
Eli was the main guy to help me figure out how to get on G+.
Are you a mod
Thank
in
you,
there?
Eli.
Are you a mod in there, Eli?
I am, yeah.
Then you should be hustling people off mute, so I'm not being moaned at.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'm only joking.
Who needs to be off mute?
No, I get complacent because normally Righteous Force is hanging around, and I didn't. Once he's there, I'm like, oh, right, I don't have to pay attention to who's on and off mute in Discord. Just let it fly, and everything works out. And then occasionally, I won't pay too much attention. It'll get to 10 minutes before the end of the show, and I'll just look down the list to see if he's unmuted, and half the people in there are still on server mute. Anyway, this is not the way to start a live show. We're talking about shop. My bad to all of you live audience members tuning in on this most exciting show. We're the pinnacle of flat earth debate argumentation, and we want to share that with you. So we're going to do a bit of a thing called housekeeping, and that is where we go through the most important details to date on this discussion, starting with any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline.
No, I mean, I actually think that the question is kind of ridiculous. It's like, you can never do that. It's impossible.
Yeah,
If you could just
go, John, go.
If you could just ignore that we get our measurements from a flat plane, I can then describe to you how it's a sphere.
But we do in fact gain the measurements from a flat plane. Earth is actually observably, measurably, navigatably flat. And the elevation angle measurement proves that.
No.
Hello?
There's no bright red.
Prilty? How do you say that? People's names are weird. The guy with the TM, the trademark at the end of your name. Did you want to add something, or are you just hot micing?
Sorry, I was hot micing. Ignore me.
What are you doing, Eli?
Flatty, Nathan. Flatty.
Can't get the help these days. So, elevation angle measurement proves Earth is flat. Anyone got anything to add? If not, we'll move on to Earth curve, as it's claimed to be the proof of Earth being a sphere.
I kind of have. It is relevant. Like the fact that we're dealing with people who are unwilling to accept that. There's an interview. It's only a couple of minutes long. It was like from 1984, and there's the ex-KGB guy. He claimed to be ex-KGB, who defected to the West supposedly. So he was in the US. He was on television in America giving his interview, talking about how long it takes to, let's just say, to give people a paradigm. And he was saying that you could literally, once you give someone a paradigm, you can bring them and show them how they're wrong, bring them to reality, show them to it in a different country, how this is not the case and what they were told is totally untrue, And you can show them there and then that they were wrong, and they still won't believe you, he said, because they have a paradigm. He said, and regardless of how ridiculous it is, they'll come up with something to keep the paradigm alive.
Right.
And he's ex-KGB.
Do you know what? Nick Phuket Word told me the reverse story. So he moved over to Phuket, and I don't know how he met his wife. I don't know that portion of the story to tell it. But on his first bits of romance, going out to the cinema and such, courting, if you will, his now wife, who he's got loads of kids with, he discussed this with her. Well, you know, the Earth's a sphere, right? This is pre-flat Earth, bearing in mind. This is a long time ago. And her positioning to him was, well, why would you think that? And she detailed how she experienced the world as flat. And this crazy notion of being on a sphere was slightly alien to her. So it's the reverse of what you've just described. You know, now, I don't know if Nick went into great detail to try and convince her that she was on a sphere at the time, but the point being that her paradigm was set as, you know, you walk out towards the horizon across a flat plane. And, you know, this guy's crazy notions of being on a sphere Earth were like, oh, really? Is that what you think? Sort of that way round. But yeah, I mean, if you're a subscriber of Nick at Phuket, Phuket Word, then maybe ask him in the comments and he'll let you know. Maybe he'll detail it in one of his vlogs. He certainly talked about it in the interview I did with him anyway, just to plug my interview from back in the day on Flat Earth UK with Nick from Phuket Word.
I do remember something about that, and I do remember something about that story. I think what the difference is that we presume in this, let's say, in Europe and the US, that everywhere else in the world believed in the moon landings. We just presumed that everyone always believed. Like that happened, just like we believed. But everyone didn't. We just have this idea. You know, they all believe it as well. Have you asked them? Because obviously, Nick's partner, current partner at the time, girlfriend, like, obviously had no belief in it because
that's why
she didn't even think it as a sphere.
Well, one of the reasons I don't know if anybody's noticed this, maybe nobody cares, but I often will say and preface the disclaimer about how many people or who believes the world's a sphere, and I'll say the Western world. Now, my phraseology is well, the reason I say it is this is partly because of it, but I like that to be subliminally cemented in the audience for a couple of different reasons. So, although we've never had it come up naturally, I'll bring it up now. When they describe finding new places, new land, right? What did they describe it as back in the day when they were finding these places? They described them as the new world. So they've gone out, travelled towards the horizon and found new land. The new world. Because, presumably, when it was being detailed in those ways, not everyone had the idea of worlds being the lights in the sky. The new worlds were out towards the horizon on a sailing ship. And when you found one, you found a new world, because that's essentially what it was. Now, you expand out, I know we were discussing this in the pre-show in terms of where people's minds go, because Neil asked, why a sphere? I was like, well, because it wraps around itself and it makes any expansion of the land that you might encounter completely pointless, because you'll wrap yourself around yourself when you try and do that. And then they have the navigation where you're travelling in an eastward direction round in circles on a flat map. Well, that deception means that you're never going to want to look towards the horizon and find a new world. Now, land is very important. I think Math Powerland, as his namesake suggests, got it right in this regard. What's it about? Well, it's about math. It's not about physics. We're talking about physics when we talk about the world we live in, but the heliocentric world's not about that. It's about maths. And it's about power. It's about control. When anybody asks why, well, it's about control. It's about keeping you under control. That's what it's about. Power. And land. That's what math, power, land's name suggests. And I completely agree. I think he's got it completely right. Back when they were finding new worlds, that's very lucrative until you realise that the land itself has a value. And then it's suddenly bad news because the value of the land goes down the more you have. Well, back when I was an estate agent, one of my very first jobs, they explained it in no uncertain terms. It's the one thing they're not making any more of. You're not going to get any more land, are you? So what's going to happen to the value? And then they showed me on a graph, it goes up and up and up. And if it goes down, it goes up and up and up and up. And they showed me the trend. You're like, yeah, you look back on any land, the value's going up and up and up. What do you think happens if everybody goes out and looks for new worlds? And suddenly there's a whole bunch of new worlds that nobody's got a price ticket on at all. That's bad news, isn't it? Got a lot less buyers then, haven't you? Anyway.
Well, technically, the price of land doesn't go up. The value of money goes down.
Either way, it's bad news for those of you who are in control of both, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
Yes.
the thing about it is that if I was to tell someone that there was documentaries years ago, back in the 50s and whatever, that talked about people supposedly exploring Antarctica and coming across a warm, nice place that wasn't icy, that was green and sandy and warm and whatever else, with flowers and I don't know, whatever else. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Most people would consider that to be, a conspiracy. So I wouldn't say it. I'd never say that because people would just consider it a conspiracy. I'd have to go find the thing and go through all the nonsense, and then they might believe me or they might not, even if I show them, because I can't prove it to them.
No, but you don't need to. That's why I say I focus on the new worlds that they have found and are documented that way and haven't made their way down the memory hole. They're part of the current history for whatever reason. But that's a fact. We know that people have found new lands. And what do you know? They had a different type of human living on them in most instances. Now you can progress forward through the horrors, if you want to describe them as that, of just taking people who are existing on the new worlds and just replacing them with whoever you feel is necessary. But that process could have just continued on indefinitely for all we know. Who knows? And irony of ironies, when you've got people that are coming from different lands, let's not call them new worlds, and they come into your country with your imaginary border around it, what do they get called?
Migrants?
Aliens.
Aliens.
Oh, aliens from the new world. Out towards the horizon. That's right. Now, this verbiage is subtly there for a reason, maybe, I don't know. What I do know is what they actually detail things as currently and where they have found new worlds. And I don't have to go against any rhetoric to describe it in that way. Now, 10 years, 100 years, 200 years from now, they might stick all that down the memory hole for all I know. But as it stands, without having to have any challenge from any fundies that might come on the panel, here's your history. Now, do I accept that that's how it's come to pass? No. Do I accept that there are worlds, let's put them in quotation marks, beyond what we know already? Well, yeah, I can get on a plane and experience them. So I know that's the case, and how it's been described is the ones that we know about were expanded out. We've got stories of empires being expanded out into new worlds. So I know that, and I can detail that. Why did it stop? Well, because the map stopped at the sphericity level that we'd go back on ourselves, coincidentally including and encompassing all of the ones we'd found already. And only a bit of ocean left that could be, hiding a bit of stuff. But beyond that, there's nothing, and you just go back on yourself. Again, speaking to Neil's question earlier.
Sounds more like stupidity than malice.
Screw you, I thought it was a great explanation.
No, it's a good explanation. It just sounds more like stupidity than malice.
It's like the Truman Show when they tell the kid there's nothing left to explore. Everything's already discovered. Go home now.
Exactly.
I saw a thing there very recently that it was about NASA and the forming of NASA. That I don't know how true it is, but supposedly NASA originally were interested in the discovery of what was in the oceans, and suddenly they just stopped doing that. Supposedly. All of a sudden.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds
I don't know
about
what
right.
that means, but yeah.
Well, we were talking yesterday about how NASA are the masters and experts in everything. And I'm sure in oceanic research, I'm sure they were, according to you, until recently for some reason, on the cutting edge, right? But now they're not. That's your point.
Yeah, they suddenly just stopped exploring the oceans. All of a sudden, just it finished. Stopped. Don't know why.
Okay. Well, I don't know either. I mean, I'm still subscribed to NASA. I rarely look at all their stuff, but I've still got their feeds coming into me. Just force of habit. I want to see the headlines that they're putting out, maybe. I don't know. Like I say, I never read the articles anymore. But maybe I've mentioned this in the past. It used to be something that I'd go to sleep looking at. So just before nodding off, I'd go to my email, look at what NASA had published most recently. This is many years ago. And look at what they got to offer. And I'd look at their most recent photographs, which were all disclaimed. You know, it's not like they were lying. In many ways, that was the thing that sort of tipped me off. You know, when someone was like, no, they're never pictures, they're always artists' renditions. But they'd disclaim it. So you'd be looking at these feeds and it'd be like, here's an artist's rendition of what this launch will look like, this piece of equipment going into space will look like. So you're like, okay, I'm prepared for it being not a real photo, because if you had a photo of something out in space, you're like, what's taking the photo? So you accepted it on that ground. But at the end of reading the article or whatever, you didn't get anything actually real out of it. And that was very, you know, I was aware of that at the end of reading each article. It left me with this sort of hollow, empty feeling. But they still managed to make me want to look at the next article each time. You know, you might get one every 2 or 3 days from, I've forgotten what it's called, Science at NASA, I think, something like that. Anyway, that's what I'd get through. And like I said, I detailed it in the past, the empty feeling that you get when you go through any NASA stuff.
It helps you go to sleep because you're spacing out.
It didn't. It actually made me ponder the, you know, that, like I say, I used to be a fanboy. Maybe I haven't mentioned this recently, but yeah, I used to be well into all of the space stuff. I was a big fan of everything that normies were a fan of. You know, all the Star Trek and the Star Wars and the Red Dwarf and all of that stuff.
Well, I heard Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo. They used to watch them together, but it seems like Eddie Bravo, once he realized that they were fake, they CGI, and it was no real pictures, he moved away from it and started doing a little research. And Joe Rogan, he did not. He doubled down.
Speaking of CGI and pictures, once we're done with housekeeping, I got some slides.
Okay, shout out to Mike808 for hitting the super chat. Thank you very much indeed for the support, Mike. Really do appreciate it. Okay.
You know what I listen to often that puts me asleep is things about Bigfoot and stuff like that. It puts me asleep. I go into this happy place, Bigfoot, werewolves, that and that. Go into this happy. I don't listen to really dark stuff, but anything like that, anything that is, you know, like that, cryptid stuff, or any stories about Loch Ness monsters, that kind of stuff, but not really so much. Mostly Bigfoot and werewolves and stuff. That puts me asleep. I can't listen to it during the day. If I listen to it during the day, if I listen to it during the day, I feel like going to sleep.
Well, yeah, because it gives your soul rest.
Very good. 100 people watching. How long have we been live? 20 minutes. That's about normal. Please share the show. The reason there's 100 people watching is because somebody somewhere, or a couple of you in the live stream right now, have shared this show, because it's certainly not getting promoted any other way. Thank you very much to you who have shared, but if you haven't, smash the share button, and then we'll get into this presentation from 10th Man.
Right. What about the rest of the housekeeping? Are we going to just go into the presentation?
20 minutes in after one question. I might bring back, if we completely dial our arse.
It was a fantastic question.
Yeah, well, that was always the case when it was asking for physical geometric sphere edges, back when we debunked them with the black swan. You know, we had a solid 2 years where that was the first housekeeping question. Now we've transitioned to asking for an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. That's what the focus tends to be. And if you get 20 minutes, or if I, as a show host, get 20 minutes of discussion out of it, I'm like, yeah, we might segue back into housekeeping questions. But we might not. You know, we're on to a presentation. I am in no doubt that it's in regards to elevation angle acquisition, just looking at this first slide. So, yeah, man, I'm happy to hang with the first housekeeping question. I will always go through and we'll try to throughout the week. Right, I got your first slide.
I might bust your chops. I don't mind. It's none of my business.
I'd rather you kept us on my toes in that regard. I do want the housekeeping questions read, and as the name suggests, they should be sort of done and dusted within the first 5-10 minutes of the show. And when they're not, that's when I have to make a sort of decision. Do we carry on with this? Oh, I've gone to the. How many slides are there? There's quite a few.
Don't
Okay,
worry
right, I'm back
about
up.
it.
Well, the thing about it is that if you go through them in 5 minutes, it kind of, all you're really saying is there any evidence for this? Everyone goes no. Any evidence for this? Everyone goes no. And it just becomes kind of repetitive. But it's better when you actually talk about it. So you're better off only going through one or two of them through the whole hour, because then you actually speak about the thing, rather than just, because I find it just like everyone just goes no, no, no for all the questions, and we never speak about it. So someone new would kind of go, I don't know what they're saying no for. There must be some evidence, you know. So
Yeah,
I think
great
maybe
mind.
it's a good
That's
thing.
exactly, Brian, what I've been thinking in the last couple of days. I've been thinking, we go through the housekeeping questions, and back a year ago, 18 months ago, we got to a point where, about the same sort of stage, when we're like, no, we can't just keep going through them and just saying no, 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 no. We need to go through each housekeeping question and expand on how it's come to pass, how it defeats their argument, how it supports our argument, and then potentially move on if there's been enough time. But in this case, it's the first argument where I've felt confident to say, I will stand by this as a flat earth proof. Now, prior to now, I said this a couple of times recently, there's been other arguments that other people will stand by and put their rubber stamp on. And I'm not decrying any of them. They're all great arguments, and I would argue them. I'd use them in argument. But it's not like, I like that. I like that a lot. It's tidy. It's neat. It's not going to end in a massive discussion that takes 25 minutes from a fundy. None of them have sort of fulfilled a few criteria that I've been considering. And the main one is how quick it takes. How efficient is this argument? And when it comes to the elevation argument, as far as I'm concerned, it's the most efficient flat earth proof argument to date. And if someone says, no, the surface to air missile thing, that's definitely going to be, or surface to surface, that's going to be yielding as just a swifter destruction of the globe and proof of a flat earth. I'd be like, okay, well, let's see how they pad out in terms of how quick we get the fundy to say, yeah, we're going to need a flat earth. Because to my knowledge, none of them get the fundies to say that. This is the only one where they've got to say they need a flat earth quite frequently along the road of the argument.
Well, that says to the epistemological power of a positive claim, doesn't it? Because this is the first positive claim I've heard that's not being, you can't refute it, That's just, that's what it is,
Yeah, it's undebunkable when you've got them telling you how flat they've got to make it, or how flat it needs to be to measure the angle, or they define an elevation angle, or they go through the 3 questions that QE laid out in terms of what you're doing when you're measuring an angle with a relationship to the ground for celestial navigation, and whether or not you're measuring an elevation angle, and whether or not you can do that off a curved baseline. When you get to that point with a fundy, no is what you get, because no, you can't do it with a curved baseline. You need it to be flat. It is flat when you're using this methodology. The crazy notions that you have to correct it for sphericity aren't used, and when they are, it's described as being laborious and unnecessary to do conversions that ultimately start with a flat earth angle measurement.
Right, but there's a difference between saying it's flat now, or you believe it's a sphere.
Yeah.
But
Go on, Brian.
I was just going to say that this argument, the elevation angle argument, that is the greatest argument against seasoned anti-flat earthers. There is no greater argument, I don't think, against seasoned anti-flat earthers. For the general public, the airplane argument, I think, is better. But against the people we're against, there is no better than this.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah,
as an overriding subject, you can pull all sorts of elements and aspects of flight and air travel to argue almost any point that debunks the globe. So I would totally agree. With a normie, that's probably the best place to start. And I think you've mentioned this several times, Brian. You think that's when it started to fall apart, about 100 years ago, maybe more. But, as soon as you get people off the ground, suddenly we're not spinning, and you're not going to be accounting for the ground falling away, because if you think it is, you're going to crash into the ground when it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the most famous flat earthers in the past 30, 40 years was a very sought after airline, large scale airline mechanic and engineer. Now they hide the man's portfolio and who he was, but the point is that it was how the airplanes flew was how he knew that it can't be a globe. He knew it couldn't be because how airplanes flew. It's just airplanes are handy for the average person, the everyday person. They will be on an airplane. They know someone has been on an airplane. They can research about an airplane. Whereas a sextant is going to boggle their mind and they won't want to deal with it. But the anti-flat earthers, they'll know when we say, how do you have a curved adjacent? They know they got nowhere to go. They have to come up with everything and every argument possible surrounding the sextant that doesn't deal with the surface.
Yeah.
And that's what they've been doing.
Right. And looking stupid in the process. Denying celestial navigation makes them look stupid. Because it's not a claim us flatties are making. It's something we're utilising, and the process is set in stone and well and truly utilised by both sides in the same manner. And if there are any disclaimers about being a sphere, they either don't work with the maths that's actually being used, or have long disclaimers about how this could work, but would take such a long time to convert these flat earth angles that nobody's doing this. We just do the basic trick. And here's how it's done with a flat straight line for your baseline, because it couldn't not be. If it was curved, you're not getting an angle. And if it's curving away in terms of the ground's actual physicality, then the line that you measure for the GP for the radius to the GP doesn't match the ground anymore. It's going to throw you off by a massive amount. And if they try and disclaim on the anti-flat earth side that they've got a geometric horizon to be calculating it from when they dip, then we've got a black swan argument that they've been telling us for 2 straight years how they haven't got a geometric horizon now. That line isn't straight and is always bent. It's not no Atmo day after all. So they're screwed every single way, which way. And that's why it's my favourite argument, because I know who comes here. And yeah, we might get the occasional person who comes in with, a crappy argument from 2015 because they're a newbie. But we tend to point out where they're using fallacy when that happens. In other words, we don't necessarily get into the complex arguments that are necessary to make an anti-flat earth and tell you how flat the earth is. Because that's what we have to take it to. I mean, it's gone to pretty far extremes after 7 years that I've been doing this. To have an argument that forces your opponent, who's not really your globe opponent, he's your fallen down the hill of finding out the Earth's flat, denied it at the bottom, realised he's in hell, and then trying to scramble back up to the top, fighting everything with limbs hanging off and near death, and denying the whole time that anything's wrong at all, in a serious amount of pain. You've got to fight those zombies while you're just trying to make your way down the valley along the river. And as you encounter these zombies, you need something to pepper spray them off with. And the elevation angle argument is that argument. As you say, for normies, most of them will get here and go, well, I've got pictures from space, you stupid flat earther. You go, really? Well, I managed to explain a couple of days ago, actually today, but when this is live, we're live still, aren't we? Yeah. Today, I explained to my daughter while she was watching a SciShow Kids video about gas expanding into areas of volume, in this case a balloon, and how that expands out into the available volume should there be no balloon. I managed to explain to her in no uncertain terms how that debunks the idea of space, and she completely comprehended it without any difficulty whatsoever. So if my 5-year-old can understand how gas fills space, in line with the SciShow example that she's been given, and therefore space is fake, I would expect any normie to understand the same when they tell you that they've got pictures from that area. I've got a picture of Earth from space as a ball. Why would you think it's flat? Well, because the picture you think is a picture isn't a picture, because pictures can't come from Narnia, and space is Narnia. It's an area that doesn't exist in physical reality. It's an area that if it did exist, we'd all be dead, because the gas we're breathing would fill that space, in line with entropic law. Gas fills space. We've got gas. It's not filling that area of space. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, and we're just going to say quickly, worse again, is the reason that it's not filling it is because you can't even have a vacuum without a container. And what's stopping it from equalizing and creating a very low pressure, a very low grade vacuum up high is temperature. Another thing you can't have without a container. So it's a 3-way destruction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with you guys about the normie thing.
Okay. What, go on. What's your take?
Anybody, not necessarily, because normies is one thing, but anybody that has a competent philosophical understanding and can comprehend what words mean.
Not normies.
We'll know what
so that's not normies.
Right, but that's in intellectual circles, and that's really what's going to matter in the end. Knows what an angle is. Now, when you introduce the sextant as an argument, there's a little bit of we smashed up the wiggle room pretty much with the no geometric horizon. But as far as just using like the Eratosthenes method, you don't have to invoke a geometric horizon for that. I mean, it's just simple, measuring an angle. I think some of the stuff we talk about is because of the anti-flat earthers, and we're reacting to them instead of simplifying the message so that people can get the concept.
Indeed, and this has a great overlap. So I still agree with Brian, but I do think that if you're right and the intellectuals are the ones who are paying attention, as opposed to nobody other than the anti-flat earthers and people that they promote us to, you've got a limited audience. So therefore, you end up exactly as it's probably been positioned, where this corner of the internet is not flat Earth versus globe Earth. It's flat Earth versus anti-flat Earth. And both of those groups need to be kept well away from the normies. So while this might be an exceptional argument for an above-average normie, let's call it, an intellectual normie, to understand that you're going to need an angle, and that's two straight lines, not one line that's curved, because that doesn't work to give you angles. Well, that's fairly straightforward. I mean, like you say, I'd expect somebody with a reasonable degree of intelligence to understand how that relates to this argument if they've listened at all to the argument. But this is the point I should say, share the show when we've got 140-odd people watching, right? Because that's the only way you reach those people you're describing with this argument or any argument that we put forward. And whether I'm happy or not with the gateway people to the subject, in other words, your Mark Sargents, I wouldn't call Dave Weiss an entry-level person anymore, having listened to him recently. He's getting closer and closer to the tip of this spear. Anybody listened to Dave Weiss recently?
No, but hey, Phil Bill, join the show, Phil B.
I'll just do a quick shout out and then I'll say hello to Sleeping Warrior. Shout out to Ben White, who's become a member for 7 months. I didn't know you could put messages when you joined as a member, but there we go, he has. Phil B in the chat disagrees with gravity being a conceptual medium. Take it up with Einstein. Yeah, 4D pseudo-Ramonian 4 space-time bending would be your gravity. Maybe you didn't preface it in the right way, Ben. I don't know. I wasn't paying that close attention to the chat, although I have added it up with my half an eye on it. Thank you very much for joining as a member, though. Really appreciate the support. Hello, Sleeping Warrior.
Hello, boys and girls. I just thought I'd like to extend the invitation out to Phil B in chat. He says, quote, "You have no idea what a model means, and I guarantee you have not read Einstein's paper on general relativity or any of his follow-up work. I teach the model. I know it backwards. Phil B, please join us. I'd like to question and challenge your claimed knowledge on Einstein's theory of general relativity. I'd like to see exactly what you claim you know to be true. So, mic up. We'll have a good conversation."
You're asking me to moderate a discussion between you and Phil Bell. Wonderful. That sounds like fun.
I'm just letting people be aware that Phil Bell thinks he knows everything about Einstein's paper, and I'm just challenging him publicly so we could cook. I mean, I've joined literally for you, Phil, so I expect you to join and be courteous.
I don't tell him what you expect. If you want to join,
yes.
I don't care what you expect. Right. If you do want to join Phil, you have to join the live stream queue, and we'll move you into the live stream and unmute you. There is absolutely no obligation to do so if you don't want to. Don't care either way, as the host of the show. But if you do, it'll be you versus Anthony. I don't care about this. This isn't my subject, so I don't care.
And in the meantime, I'll just mic up, waiting patiently for Phil not to join.
Well,
he's under no obligation.
Nathan.
Stop! I don't want to fall to their level. Just stop 1 second. Last comment from Anthony just has to get addressed. Right, I don't want anybody calling Phil a coward or any kind of crap like that, or listening to him if he says, no, I've got this, that, and the other on, or I haven't got a mic, or whatever he comes up with. I don't care. That doesn't mean he's anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's not relevant. If he does join and he puts forward a good argument, he might rip Anthony a new one based on his understanding of a non-scientific pseudo-Ramonian force-based model. I don't know. Maybe he will. I don't know. Who cares? But don't tell him what you expect. That doesn't matter. And if he doesn't join, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean he's anything. Okay? Let's just not ad hom Phil for what he does or doesn't do.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
Did they
Well, let him join.
Did they tell Phil the debate's over? We need a flat Earth to get angle measurements, or
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
he
for
might not
another
be up
day.
for
If
it.
it does,
Well,
he's
that's a
if he
different
comes,
day.
he comes for gravity. Let's not expend out the subjects. I know you're all baying for blood. Shout out to
Well, it's very,
Godzilla.
very.
No, that's not it, Nathan.
Well, it's
He's
very
in the chat
simple.
talking to people,
Yeah.
calling
yeah.
people cute. Oh, you've been deceived. How cute. You now believe in flat Earth. He's a real tough guy in the show. Just come on. I'll go on mute and leave him alone with Anthony.
Okay, well, as much as Neil's now being that tough guy, he's projecting onto Phil. Very grateful to have you here, Phil. Smash the share button. Really appreciate your support. Thanks for watching. Please keep chatting away in my show. Phil is extremely courteous. If anything, I am vile to Phil. Like, beyond vile to Phil. And even though I'm vile to him, he manages to remain courteous in the chat. He never... Yeah, typically he'll sink to ad homs on the flat Earth versus globe Earth level. But that's typical. In other words, he's not some lower standard than normal anti-flat earthers. Is about average. Yeah? That's not societally average. Much, much, much lower than that. He's an anti-flat earther. But, you know, I don't want Phil getting crap for no reasonable reason. At Sleeping Warrior, Mucktoon. No. He's calling you out here because he wants you to come here, Phil. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Mucktoon, who will be heavily promoted by YouTube and do quite nicely in terms of the financial gains of having Anthony on his show, should pay Anthony to get him on. Given that what we had back in 2015 and 2016 as promotion has been directly passed over to anti-flat earthers as deemed by necessary by Congress. So we are now categorised as fringe, as flat earthers. You and Mucktoon are not. You will receive as much mainstream promotion that the algorithm and YouTube can offer. And more. Even though your tags and titles are the same as mine, I am fringe, Mucktoon is not. So he's going to profit nicely. If he wants to offer up a sum of money to Anthony, then that would be reasonable. In this respect, if you want to talk to Anthony, which would be your choice, Phil, then you can if you want to. The offer is there, the door is open. As for, no, come and play on my playground. Yeah, you want to drag him behind your bike shed, which will be highly profitable for Mucktoon, I'm sure.
Well, now they've rumpused my presentation. Can we get on with it? I'm falling asleep here.
My bad.
Hang on, I have something to say. Hang on.
I've got it queued. Just let 10th Man know that I definitely haven't forgotten. But 40 minutes into the show, still plenty of leeway for about, I guesstimate, a 10-minute, so thereabouts presentation. I haven't forgotten you, 10th, I promise.
Okay, I'm going to go get a drink then. I've been waiting all this time thinking you're going to call me. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted, like, there's a lot of talk about Phil coming on and talking to Anthony here, and then him wanting Anthony to go to McTown's and all this. Never mind all that. It's very, very simple. It's not an agree and disagree situation. Einstein's relativity involves a made-up medium that doesn't exist. So, Phil, if you believe that gravity has anything to do with the size of what you call a mass, then you don't know what general relativity is. Because the size of the mass has nothing to do with what general relativity states. That would be a force of gravity, which is something superseded by general relativity. So if you think that the size of what you call a mass has any influence over what you think gravity is, then you don't know what gravity is claimed to be.
Well, Nathan did explain that they're going to be arguing over a made-up thing. Make believe.
And he's right.
Well, either way, it seems that he's only willing to debate Anthony in his safe space over on McToon's with a moderator that's on his side. Obviously, you'd need that being in the majority with the entirety of the Western world behind you in your religious belief in a sphere Earth. You need all the help you can get.
Yeah,
I
that's
would like-
true. It's like 10 against 1, and you want the 11th guy.
Yeah, we're the minority, right? So you're like, all right, little minority. Well, we want to drag you around in our own environment. So what we'll do is we'll call your minority tucked away in the corner of the internet platform an echo chamber and biased. Yeah, we're the minority opinion. What, you expect us to have the entirety of the Western world behind us? No, they're behind you. But what's that you say? Because we're the minority tucked away in the corner, we should come to you to be berated and controlled. Because what? What's the incentive again? Because we're the minority and you're in the majority, therefore we should be on your home soil. No, that seems unreasonable. Given that we're the underdog minority, shouldn't it be the case that you come to our home soil? Yeah? It's Atkinson Stanley versus Manchester United. And Manchester United saying, you pathetic underdogs, you can come and listen to our 100,000 supporters cheer at you and tell you how stupid you are. And Atkinson Stanley going, you know what, I'd rather just play you on our field with our 150 supporters watching and see how we actually work out without you having 100,000 people behind you, which is essentially what this metaphor works out to be. The massive Premiership football team demanding that the underdog, who's not even league rated, come to their stadium to be humiliated. It's like, well, if you're chasing after that non-rated, lower league, whatever you want to call it, team, if you want them, as opposed to the other way around, you should go to them. Not the other way around. Not demand they come to you because you want to humiliate them with 100,000 screaming voices behind you. But that's essentially the scenario we have. All right, as the underdog, we should kowtow to you and your massive amount of support with the Western world behind you. You need every advantage, do you? All right, I see. That's what Phil needs. He needs not only the entirety of the Western world behind him, he needs a biased moderator behind him as well to put his argument to us. How pathetic, Phil.
Well, I would like to hear him assert a center of mass on a flat plane now. That'll be interesting to hear.
Yeah.
How would that pad out in terms of you angling such, without him just begging the question immediately that the Earth is a sphere?
Well,
I don't.
You can't go to the center of mass if we're measuring a flat plane. You have to get past the flat plane before you start asserting how it works on a sphere. You know, that's what gravity is how it works on a sphere in their minds. So that's how they can keep hopping and dodging and duct taping and everything. But if it's not a sphere, it's just a big red herring fallacy anyway.
Well, how would Einstein's equivalence principle work on a sphere? You know what I mean? Fantasy and all it is. Come on. Do you know what I mean? It's Phil is a long, long way away from what you're talking about. Phil is so entrenched in the heliocentric model. It could be any length of time before Phil gets around to it, actually the stark light of day, where everything is measured on a flat plane. And that's why every single measurement for the globe has to have a tangent plane, regardless of how big it has to be.
Agreed, Brian. He's
One
way
sec,
far.
Neil. Just speaking of tangent planes, is 10th man back with us now? He's gone to get a drink if he's not.
I'm glad we've had our fill of Phil.
Perfect. Right, I've got your first slide up, which starts with Zenith and at the top.
Yes, this is going to be a series of pictures, since the ballers can only understand pictures, because when we go to the methodology, it's a flat plane that the sextant needs. So let's go with pictures. This is obviously showing a rational horizon. Now, where would that be? Where could that be? We're going to find out as we see this series of pictures. But basically, be thinking about the celestial sphere, and where would this green disk plane B in relationship to the celestial sphere? And why would they have red arrows saying at the bottom, show zenith distance of 90 degrees? 90 degrees on a ball, not from the surface, but if you slice it in half, maybe. Next slide. So you got the celestial meridian, the zenith. Oh, there's that green sliced off plane. It's called the observer's horizon. And there's your altitude angle, using a flat plane. Pretty interesting pictures, ballers. Next slide. Oh boy. Look at this, baby. NCP, North Celestial Pole, SCP, South Celestial Pole, identical to the North Pole and the South Pole of a presupposed ball, and yet they can't help themselves but put that plane in the middle. Interesting. Next slide. Here it is again. The plane of the horizon. Where is the angle measurement to the body, the luminary? It needs a flat plane. You got to get a 90. Look where they got their 90. Where's Earth in this? Next. Okay, let's break it down. Well, we're on top of this presupposed ball of theirs, depicted as a circle here, by the way. And they've got several horizons. Well, we only know there's only one horizon when you look out, but they've got to have several because of the game they're playing. Where do they got the 90-degree box at? Why is it not on the surface? Why is it at the center? No one's at the center with a sextant of the circle. So now if you look out top, those are parallel lines. The celestial horizon matches the geoidal horizon, matches the sensible horizon. Oh, so you're going to get the same reading, I guess, because you're matching it from the plane that's at the center when it's really not at the center, because your sextant measurement's being done on top. And it can't work with a curve, because you can't get an elevation angle with a curved baseline. Next slide. Oh boy, it's getting busier. Altitude and zenith distance. Look at this. The wafer now, that plane at the center is on a sideways angle. You got prime vertical, vertical circle. Oh, it's called the rational horizon here. And then you got the co-altitude. You see a 90-degree. This is very interesting and very confusing if you live on a ball. Next slide. Okay, where I guess someone is at the center taking the sextant measurement, because that's the way they're showing it. The observer's position is on top, and it's got a matching parallel level horizontal line, so you could transpose it one way to the other. This is very interesting. That rational horizon is now called the celestial horizon. And then there's the geodal horizon. I wonder if that name changes later. Okay, keep going. I think this is the same slide twice. Wow. Look at this celestial sphere, the angles from the center again, prime meridian. Very confusing. Oh, there's the equator. That's the celestial equator, which matches with the Earth's equator if you think you live on a sphere. Next slide. Okay. Sensible horizon, visible horizon, geographical horizon. Was that same as the geoidal, I guess? I don't know. I mean, they got so many names. It's very confusing if you're a baller, especially when you can't get an angle from this picture. You have to go to the center to get it according to your model, but no one's at the center getting it. Next picture. Another confusing azimuth similar to the last one with a plane, equatorial plane matching the center of the ball Earth equatorial plane right there. But again, you see a 90, you need a flat surface. Next slide. Okay, maybe this will help. Observer's horizon, geoidal horizon. picture of a submarine. Figure 2.7, the Nautical Almanac and the site reduction tables assume that the sites are taken at sea level. For instance, from the periscope of a submarine barely emerging above the water. Figure 2.8, below. The height of the observer eye above sea level determines dip. This angle must be removed from the altitude of the celestial body above the horizon that is measured with a sextant. Where is it measured?
One sec. In this picture, it's describing it as observer's horizon. And according to this, you've got an eyeball with a straight line to a tangent point on a sphere. So it's claiming in this description that the observer's horizon is a geometric horizon. Well, no, what is it? No Atmo Day? We've debunked this.
Yeah, and rational horizon is on top now instead of at the center, as we saw earlier. So these are changing horizons as they wish.
And don't forget the geoidal horizon.
Yeah. Well, here's the point. Go to the next slide. See what they got to do? They got to do all this to confuse them with pictures when they clearly show an equatorial plane and angles having to work only from a plane. But where did they get that? They got that from the real surface of Earth, transposed it to the center, and played around with pictures. But in their methodology, if the ballers could ever read.
Hold on a second. This contradicts the last image. So if you take observer's eye and draw a line along what is marked as the visible horizon, yeah? Can you see that?
Yeah.
That's a straight line that you're acquiring these angles from. All of the dip and angle lines come down to this line, right? So that's the line we're using, the visible horizon. Now, if you look, they've got the geometrical horizon marked. That's the one that dips down to a tangent point on the surface of the sphere, right? And it's even, it's got terrestrial refraction marked as the account for the dip. But they're saying in this diagram that the observer's eye and the visible horizon is not the geometric horizon. It's saying that what you see, visible, is not geometric. Now, if I go back one diagram, they've got observer's horizon marked as the geometric horizon. The point where your eye meets a tangent point of the sphere, that's claimed to be the observer's horizon. That would be the horizon you're observing. In this one, the horizon that you're observing, the visible horizon, is not the geometric horizon. So you've got a massive contradiction in terms of what they're describing. This one very much utilises a flat plane and calls it the visible horizon, based on this flat line, meeting at a 90 degree to what they're defining as the celestial equator line, right? Well, observer's eye with a flat plane along the top isn't a dipping tangent point or tangent line meeting at a point of the geometric sphere edge horizon. They've got them labelled completely differently. Not only that, what, terrestrial refraction needs to be accounted for? Why? If this is the visible horizon, terrestrial refraction is the account for what? A non-visible horizon? We were being told that this account was because what you see is refracted, but yet what we're actually seeing isn't refracted and is being used with the angle measurements. So in other words, what's this geometric horizon and terrestrial refraction doing down here when the visible horizon's got nothing to do with it? We can already see it, it's already a horizon, and it's got sod all to do with the tangent point. Definitely not being marked as visible in here, so we're not seeing a tangent point. Hey, Roofy! In your maths, you seem to be back calculating dip from a geometric horizon you think's visible, suddenly, even though we debunked it 2 years ago. But yet in this one, we've got a marked as visible horizon that's got sod all to do with Earth curve. Check it out, visible horizon. It's got nothing to do with this point. But it is where you're going to be measuring the angles to, according to this diagram. So they've got a complete cluster screw, 10th man. You're absolutely right. That nonsense 12-step process you just took us through was the convolution from acquisition of a angle measurement from a flat line, and that's what we've absolutely got, to this complete horse crap, presumably brought to you by fundies on a sphere Earth. Got your
And
last
don't
diagram.
forget,
Figure B.
yeah, yeah. Don't forget, they already told us the nautical almanac and the tables are pre-calculated from the center where they have an equatorial plane. So it's never coming off of that round curved surface on top.
Yeah, the angle measurements come from a flat Earth at the centre of your presupposed spherical Earth. So the only place that you can match up actual angle measurements with where they would work on a sphere is if you cut the sphere in half and stood in the middle of the core. Now, obviously, you're not going to cut the sphere in half and stand in the middle of the core. You are going to stand on the surface and use these angle measurements without any conversion required because you've already got a flat straight line. Absolutely would require plenty of conversion to be done, not used as is, two straight lines making an angle, as is on a flat Earth. Not as is if the ground's curving away from you. You've got to do a lot of things to get that to work. And it doesn't. And the process that we've been shown starts with the flat Earth angle measurement and then converts it to sphericity in a laborious way that takes a long time and nobody uses. So you're going to have to take this equatorial plane, flat plane you're measuring the angle from, and you might be able to infer that the angle along the tool is actually the surface of Earth, but really you're just measuring a flat Earth along this line and a star on this line. Now, you might want to think that you're standing in the middle of a sphere when you get this angle, but really you're just standing on the surface. So what does this celestial sphere and equatorial horizon and plane in the middle of it all actually mean? Well, it means that you would have to be the person stood in this point. So you don't have to think
Like
of
the
all this
last-
being solid ground then. You're just standing on this plane.
My last slide will show that. Go to the next slide. So what they have is alt-as, altitude azimuth horizontal coordinate system, where the truth comes out. This is what's happening. And you can take a protractor and overlay it on this and it'll be perfect. You get angles, everything works. It's just that bottom half has to go away because that's where they're lying to you. So
You know what
here's
you
that
can do?
person stood in the middle.
Well, in this diagram, what you can do is I can superimpose, instead of a woman standing here, pointing at what she's going to be measuring with her sextant, you can just put a globe Earth, half a globe Earth, or a full globe Earth in the middle of this diagram and say, oh yeah, well actually in the centre of the presupposed spherical Earth that I've just drawn on this diagram, that's where the angle's measured from, and we're standing out here on the surface of it. Because the angle that we're measuring, we can project it. In fact, I'll draw the sphere along where it says 60 degrees. I'll make that into a sphere Earth. Because the curve of the tool we're using is actually the ground we're standing on. Yeah, the angle only then works from the centre of that globe that I'm drawing around this woman right now. But that's how they've done it. Because the measurement is being done this way on a flat plane. And the diagrams prove it. Yeah, they tilt that plane when you've got this azimuth and zenith angle diagram. You've got zenith angle, and then you've got this rational horizon. Why is it tilted at a strange angle? Well, just to confuse you, because this is what it actually represents. But you could draw a globe in the middle of this, but you'll still be taking the angle from a flat plane to call the globe around the globe, because you're going to be hijacking this flat Earth angle measurement that's drawn in this last diagram. Excellent presentation, by the way, 10th man.
One last slide to round it off the show. Remember this slide early in 2021?
Yes.
There it is. Just put that woman right in that middle.
Would that be an elevation angle?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about when we say an elevation angle proves that the Earth is flat. This is what this woman is pointing at. This is an elevation angle measurement, and it requires a flat baseline. Anybody else got anything to add?
I've got a question. I've got a question.
Go on.
10th. Apparently, when this topic comes up, a common retort that I see from the anti-flat earthers is that we don't know the difference between a circle and a disc, because they don't like to reference the circle of equal altitude as being everything that's in the middle. They want it to be just the outer edge, the outer, you've got it as brown or dark green on there, but not the coloured bit in the middle, because that's not a circle, that's a disc. What's your response?
I don't mind calling it a disc of equal altitude.
No, it can't be a disc. A disc would mean that you segmented the ball to create. A disc is still flat.
Yeah, but they're saying
Convex
it's not the
disc.
disc. They're saying
but
it's
that-
not the disc. It's only the outside edge.
That's a
But
hoop.
that still creates a
You can't have a
segment,
hoop
doesn't
of
it?
equal altitude.
That-
With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, smashed the PayPal link and crypto link and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on a Premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Circles around an orange depicting a globe. Problem is, Brian's logic came in and said, okay, well, if you're going to do that, then you're not doing it on the surface. You're going to have a chord. And Prototat agreed with that. And so that's not the way it happens. That's not celestial navigation. So the mix-up is they're so lost, this argument, that they have to do that, but then it falls apart when you go to the methodology.
Yeah, they're scrambling. They're scrambling.
That's why they don't want to say circle anymore, because that
Yep.
it doesn't just imply it's, well, I guess it is implicit that a circle has a straight line for its radius.
Well, number one, all circles of equal latitudes are based on 90 degrees. So what's a 90 degree? Perpendicular, two straight lines. Put the box there, 90. What's the baseline of that 90? Is it curved or is it flat? It's all
Horizontal, baby,
that's
flat.
Oh yeah, that's it, Tenth. That argument is just a red herring to get away from what Tenth just said. That's all that is. Even the answer, it's a waste of time. You're right.
Are you there, Brian?
Oh, sorry.
Call him Brian. Call him Brian.
You there?
I'll wait till he comes back. When he comes back, Nath, I've got a little announcement.
I'm back, lad. Sorry about that. Hey, Adam.
All right.
Adam, you there?
Brian,
Hold on
I
one
love
sec.
you.
You there? You there, Adam?
Yeah, can you hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, you there?
So,
You there?
yeah,
Brian's back.
good. Brian,
Yes.
enjoy it, my friend. I did think it was necessary to pair it with a nice little Prosecco, but following on from yesterday's conversation, Nath, I've used Uber to deliver a nice pie. I'm very humble, Nathan. Right,
A pie?
Yeah, you got a fish pie and a glass of Prosecco to have for his tea tonight from.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well, I have to say thank you to Adam for this gesture, but there was no way I'm eating fish pie.
Brian, you
I
gotta
drank the
try it,
Prosecco,
Brian.
but
Hold on,
I
you
will not
gotta
eat
try
fish
it.
on anything.
Brian, you gotta try it.
Not on
I
it, it's
did
in
try
it.
it.
Well, if you won't eat fish on anything, well, then you're sorted because it's in the pie, not on the pie.
Oh my God! No way! I'm allergic to anything to do with fish.
Hey,
that's
Brian,
different then.
Brian, Blackie will eat
You're
it.
allergic to nets.
I'm allergic to scales and bones and the smell of fish and all this. I just won't have anything to do with it. So even though I'm very happy that Adam sent me that, I would have much preferred that he sent me pancakes instead. But I will absolutely enjoy the Prosecco. So thank you very much, Adam.
Pleasure, mate.
Adam, did you get a surprise for the post recently, or what?
Yes.
What was
Not
the
for this
surprise?
show, though.
Oh,
Can't. Can I? I'll do it after the after show.
Okay.
But it's not FE, is it? So can't. But I will tell you later because
I sent you a surprise as well, Adam. Did you get my surprise?
No.
That's what I'm referring to.
Oh, right.
Oh. I thought it was on about the solicitors.
No, I wonder about Nathan's.
No, I've got nothing.
Oh, I'll tell my wife that. I sent you a bottle of wine.
Hold on.
Bottle of,
So
it wasn't
that
a
was
bottle of,
that lovely Rioja.
Yes, that was me.
Grand Reserve. It didn't say from Nathan. The bastards claimed it themselves. Amazon said, "Thank you for being a lovely customer. Look forward to your next order."
Really?
It said. So we've put it down. Me and Musie's like, well, what's going off there then? That's really nice of Amazon. It's a bit odd, but Nathan, thank you very much. Yeah, beautiful wine.
What was the name of the bottle?
That's what.
What was the name? Let me just double check it is that.
It was a Grand Reserve Rioja.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. One sec.
That was what I was asking about, Adam.
So, well, Amazon claimed credit for it, mate, because we're reading it. Where's this come from? I'll tell Marie in a minute. That's class.
So you thought Amazon just sent you a bottle of wine, huh, Adam?
I've got the ticket, and it's from. It doesn't say, from Nathan or anything. We read it. We're saying, "Where's this come from?" And all it could say is, "Thank you for your custom. Look forward to your next order from Amazon." Is the only thing that was in there. So like, oh, that's nice of him, isn't it? They didn't pick a cheap bottle either. It's a really good quality one. You don't see them in the supermarkets. This is like 5 or 6 years older than their standard issue, mainstream bottle. It's a really nice wine.
So you didn't get an Echo Falls then? It was something a bit better.
Campo Rio Rocco. Yeah.
Grand Reserve. Yeah.
Bastards.
Really...
So yeah, I asked her. She said, "Yeah, I asked them to put a note in to make it explicitly clear it was from us." And Amazon put a note in saying, "Thank you for your custom."
Yes. we were scratching our head, Nathan, thinking, well, fair enough, but thanks.
See how they change. See how they change history.
Bastards, total bastards.
Of
course, if we moan,
when I walk the dog.
If we moan, what are we going to moan about? You stole our sentiment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pass.
Well,
that is cool.
I'm glad you liked it.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Hold on 1 second, Adam. Go on, what? Did he get it? Yeah, he got it, but courtesy of Amazon with a card from Amazon.
Oh, I put a note in.
What did the note that you put in say?
It just said thank you for Clover's presents.
Thank you for the present, or something like that, was what we put on our note. Obviously, that wasn't what you got.
Oh, it was definitely, because we're reading it thinking, because that's all we could attribute to. Thank you for your custom. And it said, we look forward to your next order as well. So, I'll faithfully still got it. It was weird.
Right.
If you want to give me your address later on, Nathan, I'd send you a lovely fish pie. It might be defrosted when you get it in a few days, but it'll still be all right.
That was fresh on a bike from Iceland.
1 second. I'll take it. Thank you. Have you got my address? Excellent. We're all sorted.
Yeah, you're going to love this. Very warm fish pie. And that's before it goes into the oven.
Hopefully this won't. Go on, Adam.
I rang a woman down the road, actually, from me. I was looking yesterday at places. There's a nice place that does food delivery, I thought, but it only delivers to pie shops. But I was telling her what I was doing. She thought it was quite fun. I asked her, do you actually do a humble pie first off? But She thought it was grand, Brian. Grand, she said. Yeah. Thank goodness for Uber.
I didn't know it was an Uber till I heard you say it. I thought I didn't know what was going on. I just thought this guy must be friends with Adam, and he happens to live here. And I went out talking to him about Adam. He said, "I don't know who Adam is."
Tell Clifford I know who he is. I was watching him on his bike. That's.
I think I just found something totally killer. It's a whole nother argument. Well, it's a different. It kind of has to do with. No, it doesn't have to do with navigation at all. But it does have to do with 90.
Do tell.
I will after the show.
What?
What the heck?
Don't be silly.
I just sat here as you guys were talking, and I'm just sitting here, and I'm like, okay, saving one image, saving two images, and then I just stumbled upon this wealth of information, and I'm like, wait, I can't even blurt this out. I have to wait till after the show.
No, you don't. Just tell us.
But
don't be silly. This isn't going to get published for another 4 days.
I have to wait. I'm sorry, Nathan. I'm still looking into it.
Oh, you don't have it together yet? Okay.
Don't tell him too much. He'll end the show early.
Sorry to leave you guys hanging, but with a little bit of luck, I mean, I might be able to do like these presentation. Sorry. Be right back.
Neil,
He's
would
such
you have
a
any?
beast.
Neil, would you have any interest in buying a fish pie off me?
What is a fish pie anyway? Explain it to me.
Well, it's got it's like salmon and stuff inside, and there's potatoes and.
So it's like a chicken pot pie, but fish.
I never had one. I don't know. I'm making it up.
So Adam, it's like a chicken pot pie, but with fish. Similar.
Yeah. Fish, white sauce. Sometimes you have egg in it. I love it with a nice boiled egg.
Sounds lovely.
Covered in mashed potato, and then either crispy crumb or cheese on the top.
Sounds lovely. I don't know why you. Well, Brian, you're allergic to fish. That's a different story.
I'm not allergic to it. I just hate it. Sorry.
Then there's no excuse for that.
Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste, though. It's like mushrooms. Ugh.
Hey, Sleeping Warrior, what was the name of that stinky fish that can thing that you put out that one time?
Oh,
what was the name of that stuff?
That stinky herring from Finland. I'll find it for you. Hang on.
Oh God,
That's when I went on deafened. That's when I went on deafened.
Sistroming, it's called.
Sistroming,
yeah.
It's funny. My son knew exactly what it was. Kid's very smart. He just won't accept the fact that Earth is flat.
Well, Anthony put out a red herring. What do you expect?
You can take a child to water, but you can't make him swim.
Well, the thing is with that, he can't understand that. He has to understand that he's using angle measurements. Does he know what an angle is?
Yeah.
So you're just arguing with delusion. You'll never win. You can't win against delusion.
Yeah, he just keeps going to that 2 points in the sky nonsense and can't be explained. So, what are you going to do?
2 points in the sky. Ask him to do a test, right? Tell him to get a map, any map he wants, and can basically point south, taking into account declination, and he won't be able. He'll realize that they're not pointing in the same direction They're all pointing in different directions, and even with declination, they're still pointing in different directions, and that is not possible on a ball. That was one of the main arguments that I came away from the ball Earth argument from, because of they've got to line up, they've got to be pointing due south. It doesn't work.
Yeah, Neil. Sydney and Johannesburg are actually, when you do magnetic declination, there's over 2,000 extra miles between them.
Wow.
Get him to do it, 10th. Tell him to pick any atlas or any map of his choice, and then line up where the South Pole is from each of the 3 continents, and then basically you've got to adjust for declination. But if you don't tell him about declination to start with, let him work it out, then you'll realize that they don't actually line up south, because they haven't got an accurate way of determining north, even if they could get south. But they can't work out what south is, so it's assumed that the southern rotation point is the axis of the Earth's axis. It's not actually true, though. That's one of the killer flat Earth proofs, that, for me.
But he is assuming a sphere, and he just won't even accept that.
But Neil, leave it. Sorry, Adam or Anthony, you want to say something?
He can't. At the end of the day, if he's assuming sphere and he doesn't recognize that he's assuming sphere, he's just not ready to be intellectually honest yet, is he? He's still in that point where he's fighting.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Well, if he says to you, hey, Owen, if he says to you, Neil, how do you explain that on your flat model, right? Besides the fact of, you could say, oh, you're going to go probably to, we don't have a model and blah, blah, blah. But that's not the important part of what he says, is how do you explain that? All he has is an explanation. I can explain how things work, like in the sky above me, over a flat plane, but that doesn't mean that that's how it happens. Do you know what I mean? If all he has is an explanation, then it's an empty claim, because it's just an explanation, you know?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the celestial sphere as a model. That's a flat plane model. So I don't know how he's going to invoke models now. I mean, that's kind of a booby trap if you think about it. If we do it the right way, they'll say, well, how does that work on a flat Earth model? You could just show them a celestial sphere and say, it works like this then.
That's right.
That. Yeah. Say, oh yeah, by the way, this what you think is reality is it's a flat Earth model, just so you know.
Right. It all started flat anyway.
I saw...
Any ballers get in?
No.
They don't come here no more.
I saw the...
Go, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. I saw the Flat Earth Society's explanation for the sky, and strangely enough, it was kind of good, right? Now, I don't know where he got this out of, but it made somewhat sense. Is that there's a cog, like 2 gear cogs, one is in the center, with the center point of that being Polaris, and the other one is on the outside of that, and it moves about around the outside of it.
Yeah, but then you'd have 2 different skies turning backwards. One would be spinning one way, and then the other would be spinning the other.
No, they both go the same way, I think. They both be going the same way.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Well, I don't know. How does it work?
Does anybody know what happened to Brandon?
Hold on, I just want to identify that like with all Flat Earth Society rhetorics, it keeps in place some aspect of their argument, right or wrong. So when they've got antipodal star rotation, you anti-flat earthers are asserting a misapprehension about what happens when you turn around and look at stuff. Well, in the Flat Earth Society rhetoric, you're saying that they've got literally 2 wheels that are joined together with teeth. One turning one way, one turning the other way. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
Does anybody know what the latest is on Brandon? I've not heard his name mentioned for a long time.
Let's go, Brandon.
The last I heard, he had a new job and he was working. I'd say he just got bored of doing the show. That's what I reckon. I'd say he just couldn't be bothered. He wasn't making any money off it, putting a lot of time into his kids. That's what I reckon. I don't know though.
But using that cogs description, like if you're just going to use it as a description and assert that it's not reality, you would still have all the stars rising in the east and setting in the west if you applied perspective to it.
Yeah.
Definitely not saying that's how it happens. Definitely not saying how that's how it happens. But
Yeah, I think they were just kind of making up for the everything coming from the east going to the west. I don't know. I mean, it would obviously take a bit more thought than I gave it.
I was listening to parts of the rebroadcast yesterday, Nathan, when show 1600, I believe it was, when virus came on at the end, and he cited that source, and we went to it, and it went against him. But at one point of that source, he agreed with what it said, but it's not reality. That was such a poignant moment of his deception or his inability to investigate a matter without bias. He said a straight line is not reality because he needs that curve. It was he flipped it. Instead of saying, yeah, reality is it's a straight line, he said, no, reality is it's curved, after his citation showed it straight. Unbelievable. How do you help someone like that?
You can't.
Can't. Exactly.
You have to just accept that they're here to lie, push the narrative at all costs, and they will happily take ridicule to do so long as other people think that a curved line can be straight and a straight line can be curved. You can't compete. You can't compete against that. It's just stupid.
I don't know if I would call it a lie as much as just cognitive dissonance expressing itself.
No, I'd call it a lie. I don't believe he honestly thinks a straight line can be a curved. And I don't credit him for not having the dishonesty either.
Well, in his mind, how do we know that he doesn't believe it's a sphere now?
In his mind, how do we?
Hang on. Right. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Something's wrong because in his mind, he gave a flat Earth citation to a round curved line that it debunks. So whatever he's doing, he's hurting his own position. So the cog dis is there for sure.
Yeah, if he was actually lying, he wouldn't have given that citation. He would have started talking about circles and something else. He'd have got away from the actual point that we're discussing.
Hey, Brian, that wine bottle looks awfully horizontal.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. That'll get drank, all right.
So no ballers in Discord, huh?
Virus is in Discord. He was listening to that whole conversation. He just didn't say anything.
Yeah, I honestly think that they put themselves on mute so they don't even hear the conversation.
I'm right here.
Woo! So, Virus, you got us to say just what you wanted us to say, huh?
Yeah, just about. Y'all did what I wanted y'all. Y'all did exactly what I wanted, which is completely fine with me.
Explain.
We are your puppets, Akumu. You are the mind controller.
Oh no, I'm not controlling minds. I mean, being predictable don't mean I'm controlling minds.
Explain how you come to that conclusion.
Hang on. Being particular doesn't mean you're controlling minds. It does, because when you're being particular, you will be very particular when it suits your narrative. But when it suits our narrative, we're being semantic. Do you see how the difference in the dialect is there? When you're being specific with your language, that's okay. But when we're being specific with like gravity's not a force, that's us being semantic. That is brainwashing.
No, you misheard me. I said predictable.
That's describing you. You're predictable. What are you talking about?
Oh, who cares?
It doesn't matter. You can think that if you want to. That's fine.
Why would you give a citation that shows a triangle and kill your own argument with it?
Because it doesn't. Y'all just didn't make it through the whole thing.
Well,
Which is fine with me. You come to your
Have you listened to the show?
your own conclusion.
Think of it as a triangle, but of a shape with 3 sides, right? Everything is all right.
Okay, that's if you want to.
You said a straight line in the triangle is not reality. What is it then?
In that way that they showed it, that's the assumption. That's completely fine to have that assumption.
What's the assumption? That straight is straight or straight is curved in your mind?
Neither one of those is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that you put it on a flat earth or whatever first, and you make it look flat and planar and stuff like that.
We're talking about the triangle that you said is not reality because it's curved. How can that be when it shows a triangle with 3 straight lines, as Arvin just said?
I'm sorry, you got to repeat that. I'm trying to multitask, kind of.
You showed a citation showing a 3-sided triangle with straight lines. All 3 sides are straight lines, 180. I mean, that's triangle. But then you said that's not reality because in reality it's really curved. Who's
the one
doing
they want for
assumptions?
reality is later in the citation.
No, who's doing assumptions of a triangle is not the reality?
No, the one that he was talking about in the introduction was the assumption. The one that that's talking about in reality is further down in the citation.
So you can get an angle measurement and an elevation. Hang on, Virus. So you can get an elevation angle with a curved baseline. Is that what you're saying?
That's easy. That's simple, basic geometry.
That's not what they did. Hold on.
Oh,
Just 1 second.
God.
Just 1
Really?
second.
Demonstrated.
Virus, guys. Hello. You realise that further down in the citation, you say further down in the citation, we looked at it. It took the flat Earth elevation angle measurement and converted it to a sphere.
No, they actually didn't.
Okay, do you want to show me where they got a elevation angle from a curved surface, please, in that citation? Where does it say that?
It's in the assumption.
Sorry,
that measurement is the same on
in the
either one.
introduction.
Any
Sorry, in the what you've now reassigned as the assumption. In the introduction, they detail measuring an angle.
That's fine.
Yeah, you've recategorized it as some assumption. Because what? The 2 straight lines don't comport with your sphere belief, therefore this description of a measurement is somehow an assumption of 2 straight lines being measured. No, your recategorization of the introduction of your own reference as somehow being assumptive, but yet the calculation that does use a flat earth angle measurement in the conversion, you're not citing that as showing me how, no, I'm wrong in that, and actually they used a curved baseline in that conversion in your citation. You're just wrong.
No, I'm not even saying that. You're misrepresenting what I'm basically saying. It's completely right to make that assumption if you want to. There's nothing wrong with that.
What, that we can measure 2 straight lines off a flat baseline? Welcome to flat Earth. That's not an assumption, that's a measurement. Second time's a charm. What you're redefining as the introduction being an assumption is the description of a measurement. A flat Earth angle measurement, my friend. It's later used in the conversion you described, right at the bottom, where it describes how convoluted and complicated and long-winded it will be to convert the flat Earth angle measurement to a sphere.
Just adding words.
Or just adding words?
Please show me where it says that.
We went through it. We had it up on the show. What you've described as the intro. What you've described as the intro. Triggered. Don't talk straight through me. You've challenged me to do something and then immediately started talking through me. Are you scared of me? What's going on?
I was talking and you decided to interrupt me. That's not my problem.
Well, my bad. Oh, it seems you were done, fuckwit. So, fuckwit, you were actually done after all. Yet your citation we went through with you. While you were here, we went through it with you. You understand that? We read it while you were here.
Obvious.
Do you forget?
That's obvious. It's obvious.
Yeah, now you've reassigned the introduction describing a measurement off a flat plane as being an assumption of a flat plane when he details a measurement.
I didn't. It always said...
Yeah, you did. You said it was an assumption. You've said it twice. You've reasserted it when I've qualified that your description of the conversion was based on the flat Earth angle measurement in the introduction. You've reassigned it as an assumption. No, it's a measurement. Third time's the charm.
You don't make the measurement first. You can make the assumption of...
Sorry, he described the measurement in the introduction in your reference. That's what he described.
Okay, you can stick...
Okay! Yeah, that's right, bitch. Flat Earth required. Okay, not an assumption, a measurement he described in the intro. You'll need that flat Earth measurement, okay, to make your conversion. Okay, from flat Earth to sphere. Okay!
I didn't say all that. You're adding...
Yeah, it did. It was in your citation in the table where it converted the angle taken from a plane in the intro to a sphere. Fourth time's a charm.
They don't. You're just...
They don't. Just a hand-wave dismissal of the citation we went through while you were here.
We can go through it again if you want.
We can, and in the introduction it describes a flat Earth angle measurement.
No, it actually...
Yes! It absolutely unequivocally does, you lying bitch.
Because you would have...
Sorry, because... No! Or because, yeah, it does absolutely describe a flat Earth angle measurement, elevation angle measurement, in the introduction.
You would have showed me when I asked...
Sorry, that's what it shows. You said no. You're going to back your hand wave?
I didn't say that.
You said no. When I said in the introduction, he proves a flat Earth with an angle measurement description of an elevation angle measurement that he describes as taking in the introduction that he later converts to a sphere later on in the reference. You've said no. Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth angle. It's described in his intro. Say no again.
A flat Earth.
You don't need a flat Earth. Why did he describe it in his introduction then?
He didn't.
Oh, so that triangle that you say is an assumption of a flat baseline actually has a curved line on it, even though it's not on it.
Yeah, because it's so...
Yeah? No, fuckwit. Definitely not a curved line on that triangle. Not yet, actually curving, fuckwit. Are you blind?
Oh my God, you didn't...
Oh my God, are you blind? The triangle didn't have a curved bottom to it, fuckwit.
Okay.
Okay, that's where you lose. Because you need it to have a curved bottom, fuckwit. You told us that it wasn't reality because it wasn't curved. In the introduction where he described measuring a flat Earth. And then later converts it to a sphere. You've denied that and hand-waved that, and that is what it described.
Okay, somebody's...
Okay, so you've lost, bitch.
I didn't lose anything.
Yeah, you did, because he didn't have a curved baseline in that triangle in the introduction used in the conversion to a sphere. So converting to a sphere, long and laborious and not used when doing celestial navigation, started the process with a flat Earth angle measurement. Definitely not a curve to that triangle in his intro, my friend. Okay. Yeah, you sit your ass down, bitch.
Well, I was actually answering the phone, but it's okay.
Oh, of course, got better things to do. Saved by the bell when I'm teabagging you with that flat Earth angle measurement in your intro that was later converted to a sphere after it was taken from a flat plane, as detailed in the intro in your reference. Yeah, that was a flat Earth angle measurement. It didn't have a curve on the bottom of that triangle. Okay. Need another bell
That's
to save
because you didn't make it down into that part yet.
Oh, it didn't make it to the introduction where we went through it and I've gone through it 5 times now? Yeah, we definitely got to that part.
No, you didn't. You're stuck.
Yeah, we did. We went through it. It showed a flat Earth angle measurement. Didn't have a curve to the bottom of the triangle. You told us that that triangle detailed in the intro wasn't reality because your reality's got a curve to it. It's just how it's done doesn't.
You're stuck on the intro and I just posted.
Stuck on the intro where he measures a flat Earth angle? Yeah, I'm stuck on that because it teabags your globe faith and needs a flat Earth to be performed. To later convert to a sphere, right at the bottom of your citation? Yeah, it'll need a flat Earth angle measurement. Maybe I'm getting hung up on it too much.
You're just stuck on the introduction. That's fine.
What, the introduction being the description of a flat Earth angle measurement? Yeah, because it proves Earth is flat. And I'm going to stay here indefinitely. Tell me how predictable I am for proving Earth's flat with the introduction you gave us, where it measured a flat Earth in the first instance, in the opener, in the intro. Prove the flat Earth right at game 1. Point 1. Introduction. Prove a flat Earth. Measure an angle that's not got a curve to the baseline. Yeah, I'll stay here indefinitely, Virus.
Ignoring the intro, Virus.
Why are you ignoring his intro? Why are you going straight to the bit where he curves the line he measured in the intro? Why don't you want to pay attention to that? Why aren't you getting hung up on the intro? Intro, measure flat Earth. I don't want to focus on that.
I don't have a problem with any of that.
Well then, welcome to Flat Earth. Introduction to celestial navigation. Step 1, measure elevation angle from flat baseline.
Need to have a flat baseline.
Yeah, we do. Earth is obviously, observably, and in this instance, measurably and navigatably flat. The line on the bottom isn't curving a baseline straight.
I think your focus is too much on how you use the sextant.
What? For celestial navigation and measuring the Earth that we're walking and ground-based? No, I don't think so, mate. I think I'm focused on exactly the right thing, given that the angle measurement proves we're on a flat plane. I think you should focus on that.
That elevation angle works the same on both models.
Sorry, you can't measure an angle from a curve.
I can. Yes, you
No, you cannot, fuckwit. You can't get an angle if the line along the bottom's curved. That's not an angle. 2 straight lines, you shit for brains retard.
Any mathematician can.
Sorry, shit for brains retard. Are you denying that an angle's 2 straight lines? You think one's curved?
No, I'm not.
No, well, you've just told me you can get an angle from a curved baseline.
You can.
No, you cannot. Fuckwit retard doesn't know what an angle is. 2 straight lines, shit for brains. Are you fucking retarded? Are you fucking retarded? It's 2 straight lines, you spastic.
Basic geometry, Nate.
Sorry, it's 2 straight lines, you absolute spastic.
It's still basic geometry.
Sorry, it's 2 straight lines, you spastic. Not one curved.
Okay, third time.
So you can't get an angle from a curved baseline then?
Angles.
How do my fucking balls taste, Virus? 2 straight lines, you spastic, not one curved baseline.
No, you...
Yeah. How do my balls taste? Earth is flat. You can't get an angle measurement from a curved Earth. The baseline must be flat. You're going to chant through me, bitch. Chant for me, bitch. Chant straight through the middle of me, bitch. While I point out that your angle needs 2 straight lines. The baseline is flat. Can't be an angle unless it's flat. It's not a curved line, fuckwit. You can't get an angle from the curved line meeting a straight line.
Are you stuck on circles? I'm saying
stuck on flat Earth being an angle measurement from an elevation plane. Yeah, that's what you've got to do to get an angle. You're saying you can get it from a curve. No, you cannot.
It works on both models.
Sorry, it works on both models, one being a curved baseline. No, it doesn't.
It does.
Sorry, how'd you get an angle from a curved baseline?
Easy, tangential angles.
Sorry, that's a tangent to a physical geometric sphere edge horizon we debunked with the black swan. You don't have a tangent point anymore.
That's true.
Sorry, you're going to chant through me as I rip your argument in you asshole. You don't have a fucking Yeah, he's going to chant through me. You're scared of me. You're scared of me, you little bitch. You don't have a fucking tangent anymore, you absolute coward, chanting through me. Your tangent was debunked with the black swan. Tell me you've got a straight line tangent when everything's refracted, fuckwit, dickhead. No, you fucking haven't got a tangent. We debunked that straight line, you complete moron. Tell me you got a straight line again, bitch. Tell me how you got a straight line tangent, motherfucker. Say tangent one more time, motherfucker.
It's called your line of
sight. Say tangent one more time, motherfucker.
Are you on repeat?
Yeah. I'm saying we debunked your fuckwit tangent point. You haven't got a straight line anymore. Shit for brains, retard. Your straight line's all bent. You don't have a tangent.
How do you debunk?
So why are you asking me something? Is it salty? Are those balls salty? You need to ask me something. You said you got a tangent. You haven't.
Debunk line of sight?
You're going to chant through me. You haven't got a tangent.
How do you bunk? How
Say
do you
tangent
debunk line
one
of
more
sight?
time, motherfucker.
Why are you cutting me off?
Say tangent one more time, motherfucker. Tell me you got a straight line to a physical geometric sphere edge horizon called Earth curve, when all lines are. Say it with me, ladies and gentlemen. Refracted. You haven't got a tangent.
What does that have to do with line?
Because you haven't got a straight line anymore. You haven't got a tangent.
Your line.
So you haven't got a straight line for a tangent anymore because it's all refracted. So the lines aren't straight. They're bent according to you and your Muppets telling us they're bent. So no tangent. So your response when I ask you where you get an angle from a curved baseline, your response was tangent. No, motherfucker, taste my salt. You haven't got a fucking tangent. Are you deaf, chanting bitch? You don't have a tangent, chanting bitch. Hey, Roofy. Yeah, would this be you, like Virus? Telling me that you have got a tangent because you need a straight line right about now? Hey, Roofy. I'd be teabagging your pathetic ass with this exact same argument now, wouldn't I, Roofy? Just like I'm teabagging Virus when he tells me he's got a straight line, called a tangent. What, would that be a straight line to a physical tangent edge? No, spastic. 10th time's a charm. You haven't got a tangent, it's refracted, you fuckwit.
Your line of sight is not...
Sorry, your line of sight's bent, according to you fuckwits. Not a tangent.
No, it's not.
So you're going to address the fact that your last response was to tell me you got a tangent. Say tangent one more time, motherfucker.
Nope.
Say tangent one more time, bitch. You haven't got a fucking tangent, you stupid retard. Mumble for me, bitch. You haven't got a tangent. Black Swan.
The black swan has nothing...
Yeah, it's got everything to do with your response being refracted, no longer got a tangent.
It has nothing to do with...
No, wait, well, your claim of a tangent? Got nothing to do with anything to do with your last response being tangent? Yeah, you haven't got one, Black Swan. You haven't got a tangent.
It has nothing to do with...
Got nothing to do with the fact my last response I heard was tangent.
No, your last...
Yeah, your last response when you're telling me how you're going to get an angle from a curved baseline was to say tangent. And then I called you a motherfucker about 10 times and asked you how my balls tasted, bitch. And then I involved Ruhif, motherfucker. Hey, Roofy, you'd be tasting my flat earth balls too because you haven't got a fucking tangent.
But you're ignoring me now.
Ignoring the tangent you claimed you got. I heard your response and then I teabagged your bitch ass with the black swan.
You're ignoring my...
So you're going to ignore me telling you I haven't got a tangent?
Nobody said you didn't have a tangent. What are you...
Sorry, you said you had got a tangent when I asked you how you got an elevation angle from a curved baseline. You said tangent. Then I ripped your ass through your throat so fucking far that it went all the way to Oz and involved Ruhif's ass. That's how far I ripped your ass out your own mouth. It involved an Oz. You hear me, bitch? You haven't got a tangent. Your last response, when asked how you get an elevation angle, was tangent. No, moron.
I responded to what you said already.
I heard what you said. You said tangent. Say tangent one more time, motherfucker.
Already.
Say tangent one more time.
I've already moved on.
You've moved on from your absolute annihilation of your claim that you're going to get an elevation angle from a tangent.
I've responded and you ignore it.
Sorry, oh, of course I heard the devastating rebuttal, didn't I? For this tangent you haven't got, bitch!
Because you're still stuck.
Stuck on the tangent you haven't got? No, it's not a response. I'll just make my point after I teabag you ad nausea for the tangent you claimed you got in response to a question of where you get an angle from a curved baseline. Something you cannot do and don't have a tangent to get around it with. Hey, Roofy, neither do you, bitch. You haven't got a tangent either to a geometric edge called Earth curve. We debunked it. How do my balls taste?
I don't need a geometric horizon for
Well, what are you drawing a tangent to?
the visible horizon.
That would be a tangent point, geometric horizon then. No, you seem confused. If you're drawing a straight line to a point on a sphere, that's a tangent you haven't got. Black swan, all refracted. Are you regretting us having that rebuttal now? I.e. you telling us how bent that line you need now is? Do you regret telling us that line's bent, now you need it to be a tangent?
I never told you it was bent.
You didn't say refraction! I think you did, bitch.
I've never said it.
Oh, really? You don't think I can trim out about 20 times you've said it's refracted?
Go for it.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a challenge.
Yeah, go for me saying that.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what you've said. You've said you've got a tangent and I've said you haven't because it's refracted.
I never said line of sight was...
You said tangent. Yeah, bitch, that's that silence I need, motherfucker. You definitely said tangent, though, didn't you, bitch? And you fucking haven't got one. So that would be where your argument dies. Because you haven't got an elevation angle from a tangent, you haven't got one. We debunked it with the black swan. Refracted, we're told, not no Atmo Day virus. Yeah? So in case you didn't know, it's not no Atmo Day, Dumbo. Now, I don't want to have to re-stress the black swan argument to you shit for brains. Now you're denying that the response is refraction. Meanwhile, you haven't got that tangent you need to get an elevation angle in your claimed rebuttal to my question of where you get an angle if you've got a curved baseline. Answer, you don't. You're gonna need a flat earth for that angle measurement, as detailed in the introduction in your reference you gave us.
The introduction didn't even say that.
It got a triangle with a flat baseline describing a measurement of it.
It sure doesn't say you need a flat earth.
Sorry, it showed a triangle with a straight line. You're telling me it didn't say that triangle had a straight line because in imaginary world it's not right, it's just an assumption according to you? No, because your assumption led you to a tangent. Wrong. Definitely no tangent for your inference that somehow the introduction was wrong. Not a tangent, retard.
The black swan does not...
Sorry, retard. Don't talk to me about the black swan when you've claimed a tangent and the black swan is debunking that tangent point horizon called Earth curve. You don't have that anymore. We know you don't have it. We know it's not no Atmo Day, Dumbo. Did you think it was no Atmo Day, virus? Did you think it was no Atmo Day? Did you think it was no Atmo Day for your tangent? Is it no Atmo Day, virus? No Atmo Day, right, virus, for that tangent?
Yeah.
Is it no Atmo Day, Dumbo? Is it no Atmo Day, Dumbo, for your Dumbo tangent?
Brian.
You having a stroke?
I'm asking you if it's no Atmo Day, you fuckwit, shit for brains, retard, globe-believing idiot. It's not no Atmo Day, fuckwit. So no tangent. Not no Atmo Day, fuckwit.
Non sequitur.
Sorry, no Atmo Day is what you need for that straight line you haven't got. Tangent, straight line.
No.
It's not no Atmo Day, Dumbo. No straight line for you, Dumbo. What are you going to do, suck out all the atmosphere-shaped air to get a straight line? Sorry, you're going to mutter through every fucking word I say, you abject coward. You take my fucking balls on your face, bitch. Not no Atmo Day mumbling, stumbling fuckwit. Is this coming through on FM as you mutter through me? Not no Atmo Day for your tangent line, motherfucker.
Non sequitur.
Non sequitur when you're claiming a straight line tangent? I think not. I think you're claiming a straight line with that word tangent there, and you don't have it. It's not no Atmo Day, Dumbo. Are you hearing me? Not no Atmo Day, no straight line tangent.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur.
Non sequitur, your claim of a tangent. Yeah, your claim of a tangent's definitely non sequitur to my claim that you can't measure an angle off a sphere. You can't have a curved baseline, and saying tangent when we've debunked that horseshit 2 years ago is definitely non sequitur. So don't throw this tangent non sequitur at us again, Virus. Thank you for pointing out your own fallacy of non sequitur.
Yes, what you're saying is a non sequitur to what...
What I'm saying, when I point out that you haven't got a tangent, the thing you claimed, that's non sequitur. Oh, no, that's right on point. You said tangent, I point out I haven't got one, not no atmo day, Dumbo.
Okay.
Okay, so you can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline, Virus.
You can.
Can you? Do you want to say tangent again, motherfucker? Say tangent, motherfucker.
How did you...
Say tangent, motherfucker.
Straight.
Say tangent one more time, motherfucker.
How did you...
Why are you asking me something when it's really easy to get an elevation angle from a curved baseline? You think that needs a question from me? Just tell me how you do it. Say tangent one more time, motherfucker. Say tangent.
Barely even said it before.
So mutter tangent for me. Mutter tangent for me, you little bitch. Mutter tangent.
I think you're scared.
Mutter tangent for me.
Are you scared to answer my question?
Well, you're not telling me how you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent.
I already told you.
Oh, did you? Oh, wow, I'm glad it's so clear. It wasn't me calling you a motherfucker, telling you I'm teabagging you, ripping your own asshole through your throat, so much so that the entrails have reached Australia to splatter an Australian fuckwit with blood. Yeah, because you told us how you got an elevation angle, didn't you? You complete fucking retard.
I did.
Oh, really? Maybe you can enlighten us again.
You heard me. Use your line of sight. That's a straight line.
No, your straight line was debunked in 2020. No Atmo Day then, Virus. No Atmo Day.
He's in
You
denial.
never debunked line of sight.
Sorry, no
How did
Atmo
you
Day.
debunk line of sight?
No Atmo Day then.
How did you debunk...
Sorry, no Atmo Day. You seem to be ignoring me, you abject coward bitch. No Atmo Day then. Yeah, that'll be the taste of a flat earther's nuts, motherfucker. It's not no Atmo Day for that straight line. Hello? Not no Atmo Day.
Must not cover
Not no Atmo Day. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Yeah, it's not no Atmo Day. You haven't got a straight line to a geometric point called the horizon to get a tangent straight line from. It's not no Atmo Day, dumb shit.
Being straight.
Sorry, you don't have a straight line. It's not no Atmo Day.
Man,
how did you debunk line of sight being straight?
Bro. With the mouse. It's like watching a cat play with the mouse.
Yeah, it's not no Atmo Day. You don't have a straight line, you complete abject retard fuckwit with a globe face. You don't have a straight line. It is not no
Otherwise
Atmo Day.
The point.
Shut up, G+. It's not no Atmo Day.
What?
You haven't got a straight line, Virus.
That has nothing to do with this, man.
What, your straight line that you need when you said tangent? It's got everything to do with the straight line you need when you said tangent. A straight line is something you don't have on a sphere. It's not no Atmo Day.
It has nothing to do with the atmosphere, man.
Oh, really? So suddenly we're not dealing with the real world and the air we breathe in your fuckwit fantasy? Oh, I definitely experience air. It's not sphere-shaped. But I definitely experience Atmo. That would be air. You think that's got nothing to do with your fuckwit religion in claiming geometry? Yeah, we know. When we take air and things like that into account, it doesn't have any linearity with a fuckwit sphere belief. We know that you can't use air in your stupid nonsense. Yeah, we know it's got to be no Atmo Day for this claim. That's why I told you about 10 times. It's not no Atmo Day. But according to you, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the Atmo. When you make your fundy fuckwit sphere belief, suddenly the air we fucking breathe isn't important anymore.
What does that have to do with your line of sight?
Oh, because according to you fuckwits, we have bent lines in the air that we look at them through. And if we're using a sextant, we're looking at stuff. So according to your religion of a sphere Earth, all lines are always bent and you haven't got a straight line for that tangent you claimed. I've told you about 20 times. You are a spastic retard that doesn't understand that if all lines are always bent in atmosphere, you've never got a straight line. So you're never going to be measuring angles, and you're definitely never going to be acquiring an elevation angle, and you're especially never going to get one if the surface baseline is curved, because that's impossible. Meanwhile, you've responded to that by saying tangent. And when I point out that it's not no Atmo day, you tell me how it's not irrelevant. About how it doesn't matter about the fucking air that we're breathing being taken into consideration anymore. Because it doesn't comport with your fuckwit sphere belief. Suddenly we can ignore the air. Hey, Roofy, maybe we can ignore the air for your geometry. Doesn't matter whether it's Atmo day or no Atmo day, right, Roofy? Who cares about reality in the air we breathe? It doesn't matter when you're claiming geometry, right, Virus? You're claiming geometry, so reality doesn't have to come into it. You're claiming geometry of a sphere Earth, so reality doesn't matter.
You're reading the wrong script, Nathan.
Script? Elevation angle proves Earth's flat. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline.
Wrong script, Nathan.
Sorry, that's your response. Wrong script. Fact. You cannot measure an elevation angle if the Earth was a sphere. End statement.
It's not hard. It's pretty easy, basic geometry.
Where'd you get the elevation angle if you've got a curved baseline?
Easy, line of sight.
Your line of sight on a sphere is bent. It's not no Atmo day, dumb fuck interrupter. Does it scare you when I point out that you haven't got a line of sight that's straight? Does that scare you?
How did you...
You interrupted me and now you're starting to ask me a question. You seem to be interrupting and not listening. Does it scare you? I'm asking a different... Are you scared?
How do you...
You scared? You're asking me a new question because you're terrified of this. So he's scared? You scared?
No, this is related.
Do you want to listen to it then? Try and listen to one rendition of me pointing out how you, the dumb shit globe-believing idiot, is claiming straight lines when a globe doesn't have any. Not no Atmo day. Don't seem to want to listen to it. You don't ever have a straight line on a sphere. It's always refracted in atmosphere at a rate of r, without exception. And yet you still scared. You scared of this? You scared? You scared? You need to chant through it. Scared, right? Terrified of this, aren't you?
Responding.
You don't seem to be listening. You seem to be chanting through it. You scared?
I'm responding.
You don't need to respond before the end. I mean, it's easy to respond before the entire devastating statements come your way. That would make you a coward. Jumping the gun. You want to jump the gun, do you, coward, before the entire delivery of the devastating facts of your sphere Earth failure when you can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface? That's not possible.
Is that it?
No, you claimed you've got a straight line of sight and you haven't on a sphere. It's not no Atmo day.
Okay, is that it? Are you done now?
Sorry, asking me if I'm done when it's the same thing you've talked through 27 times isn't a rebuttal to the fact that you're claiming you can get a straight line on a sphere Earth, and I've told you in no uncertain terms that you cannot. It's not no Atmo day. You're going to ask me if I'm done again? What, done teabagging your ass? Done ripping your ass through your throat? Done proving a flat Earth? Done pointing out how your straight line is always bent, it's not no Atmo day? Done winning? No, I could do this all day, Virus. I'm definitely not done here. What? You asked me if I was done. No, I'm not done teabagging your dumb fuck ass and proving Earth's flat. Definitely not done. Evergreen subject. There'll always be another retard like you to chant through me as I demonstrate unequivocally how we can only have a flat plane beneath our feet. You couldn't acquire an elevation angle if the surface was curved. And I'll get fuckwit chanting assholes like you chanting through the middle of me that the line of sight they've got on their sphere is straight, in spite of the fact we're told that we definitely don't have any straight lines. It's not no Atmo day.
Could I ask him a question, Nathan?
I mean, are you done? Can I speak now?
So that was your response. Are you done? No, I told you in the answer. No, I'm not done teabagging you, you fuckwit. Earth must be flat, Virus. You couldn't get the elevation angle. You attempted to claim tangent and straight line. Something you definitely don't have on a sphere, but you're too fucking retarded to understand and comprehend what I've said to you about 20 times. Now you're asking me if I'm done. given that I've laid out how big a fuckwit you are on multiple occasions. I'm not done, dumb fuck retard. You are. You didn't prove straight line tangency. It's all bent, all refracted. It's not no Atmo day. I will do this indefinitely. Ask me if I'm done again, so I can tell you how big a fuckwit you are for the 30th time. I really enjoy proving Earth's flat while you tell me you've got a tangent and a straight line when you haven't, because it's all refracted. I relish it, Virus. This is me polishing my bollocks on your fucking head.
Can I ask you a question? Or...
No, you can enjoy my fucking salty balls on your globe Earth defeat. You can't get a tangent, you haven't got a straight line. Mumble for me, you fuckwit teabag lying dying. You haven't got that straight line tangent, you lost.
So you're just going to talk over me?
Told you that you lost, not talk over you, tell you you've lost. You haven't got a straight line, you haven't got a tangent. That's what you've claimed. You lost.
Let me say nothing.
No, I'm not just mumbled through that I'm not letting you speak. You said straight line, line of sight. You said was straight. Wrong. You haven't got that on a globe, fuckwit.
So what proves line of sight?
So you're going to ask me something. You haven't got the very thing you've claimed. Line of sight being straight, you haven't got that on a sphere.
So what
ask me something, you fucking coward.
What disproves it?
Sorry, you're asking me what disproves the line of sight being bent according to you and your rhetoric of atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, light always bending. That is the globe Earth rhetoric.
That is not a claim from us.
Oh, is it not?
Are you serious?
So, this
Without being
fucking
serious.
asshole is now going to pretend that we don't have claims of atmosphere. Lying bastard, son of a bitch, kick him the fuck out. So you're going to lie about the globe Earth claim of atmosphere now, lying bastard, pig piece of shit?
Are you putting words in my mouth?
It's not putting words in your fucking mouth, you dumb shit. The only thing in your mouth is my balls. The globe claims that atmosphere, sphere-shaped air is something we encounter. Therefore, all light always bending at a rate of r. That's the globe Earth rhetoric. If you want to fucking deny what we're arguing about, the globe Earth and its claims, you can just fuck right off, because I don't give a shit what fucking Virus thinks it is. The globe claims refraction. You're going to fucking deny it, you can get out.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm denying the fact that they tell you that line of sight is bent.
That's refraction, you dumb shit. 7/6r in standard form. As standard, bent at a rate of r, 7/6 of it. Standard. Do you hear me, you stupid shit? You've just denied the claim of standard refraction on a globe. Yeah, you have standard refraction. That means all lines are bent, which means you cannot measure an elevation angle. We can, because we use the Earth as flat. That's our baseline. We can measure an elevation angle because Earth must be and is measured as flat. An elevation angle proves it. You've got sphere-shaped air and 7/6r standard refraction. That means it's always in occurrence. It's standard.
Non sequitur.
Non sequitur when you need a straight line to point out that you don't have one on a globe. You think that because you need a straight line and I point out you haven't got one with your own rhetoric of standard refraction, that makes it non sequitur? No. A rebuttal to me pointing out how you can't get a straight line to measure an angle, that would be an elevation angle, on a sphere, by way of claiming you can get a straight line, that would be a tangent, which you have, is non sequitur, because you can't. In your paradigm, all light always refracted as standard at a rate of r, 7/6r terrestrial refraction. Absolutely on point to annihilate your claim. Definitely not a non sequitur if you're claiming my rebuttal is non sequitur. It isn't, it's right on point. You haven't got a straight line. Light's always refracted on a sphere. It's standard.
You're screwed.
It's a non sequitur because...
Yeah, fuck you. Suck my balls. I'm going to polish them on your forehead, you dumb fuck, stupid idiots. You have not got a straight line, always standard refraction. Tell me it's non sequitur again so I can teabag you for a third time with the fact the globe claims light's always refracted. So much so that Craig, the dumb shit fat twat, has told Mitchell from Australia that in reality his hand isn't where he thinks it is in front of his own fucking face because of standard refraction. Now, you might not understand that globers, believe that they've got always in account refraction, so Craig would disclaim that his hand's not really where he thinks it is. That's just because you're a bunch of retards and are believing in a standard that is based on the globe faith. That would be standard always bent air, always bent light, never a straight line virus. Now, maybe you'd like to deny it as a non sequitur when I point out the standard globe rhetoric that proves you can't get an elevation angle. Go right ahead and deny it and call it non sequitur again.
Do you even know why it's a non sequitur?
Maybe you need to ask me a question about whether or not I understand that you claiming non sequitur when you say you've got a straight line, I point out you haven't on a globe because of refraction. No, you asking me why, and I pointed it out in my explanation of how your non sequitur claim was complete bullshit. And I'm right on point when I say you haven't got a straight line to get an elevation angle. The elevation angle must have a flat plane beneath it. I prove Earth is flat. I don't need to detail whether or not I understand your claim of non sequitur when you didn't back it up with anything. You just barked out non sequitur without backing it with a damn thing. Then I ripped out a new one by pointing out that it's not non sequitur to say that a globe has bent lines always. It's standard. You need a straight line for this argument. You haven't got one. You can't get one. Earth must be flat to get an elevation angle. The globe can't have one. Your baseline's bent.
You're done with everything. Just
is an
because of the fact
admission that you can't use the surface of a sphere for celestial navigation.
That I showed you
realize
show you that it's not a plane triangle, and it's actually a spherical
do
triangle.
you realize that
in
you're
the
admitting?
citation.
Do you realize
Virus,
that
are
you're
you
admitting?
listening?
No, he's not. Do you realize, Virus, that by trying to claim a tangent plane, you're admitting that you cannot use the surface of a sphere for celestial navigation? That is an admittance. Besides the fact you can't get it, the tangent plane, because of refraction.
I'm actually not.
The
This
fact
is
that
just
you're
your
trying to claim it.
misunderstanding of it.
But no, I don't have any misunderstanding of it. The fact that you need a tangent plane means that you cannot use a curved surface. Because if you could use a curved surface, you wouldn't need a tangent plane. You're killing your own argument because you're actually admitting that you can't do it on the globe.
Yeah, he's snatching multiple wigs
Yeah,
off at the
he
same
can't
time.
do celestial navigation off a curved surface. He's claiming a tangent. All right, so you're claiming you're going to require a baseline that's flat for the surface to represent the surface of tangent. Well, your globe came tangent, debunked by the Black Swan. But meanwhile, he's admitting that he needs a flat, straight baseline. That would be his tangent that he hasn't got on a sphere. But he needs that flat, straight line that he's claiming. Yeah, that's a flat Earth. That straight baseline you're calling a tangent. Not possible to acquire on a sphere, though, my friend. All lines to the horizon are bent. Black Swan. No straight lines. Standard refraction.
Tangent plane.
Tangent plane.
You
haven't got a tangent anymore, though, have you? Hello? The
Got
geometric
plane.
horizon was the one that you said's moved beyond the oil platforms. Yeah, that's the tangent point. That's the geometric horizon. You understand that, right? You need to slow down. No, don't seem to be chanting through me anymore. Your tangent point was the horizon that would have been at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in the Black Swan image. But it's not. It's beyond that, isn't it? The horizon's beyond the geometric tangent point, isn't it, Virus? In the Black Swan. You understand that, don't you? I've asked you 3 times. You don't seem to be interrupting me anymore. Shall I make polishing sounds of my testicles on your fucking forehead? The Black Swan would have a horizon tangent point at 1.2 miles, Virus. You deaf?
You don't need a tangent plane, and you don't need the geometric.
So why did you tell us that you need a tangent point and a tangent? You told us you needed that. So you don't need that. You're conceding you don't need what you've claimed you do need. You don't need that now.
A tangent point.
Sorry, the one you said you just don't need. You just told us you don't need it. Why are you launching into talking about a tangent point? 30 seconds ago, you told us you don't need it.
I just said you don't need a tangent plane.
Why did you say that you need a tangent at all?
You need a tangent point, not a tangent.
We haven't got one. The tangent point. Sorry, Virus. Shut up.
Sphere only has a tangent plane, retard.
Numpty
No,
Noah,
you have a
shush.
tangent point.
Numpty Noah, shush.
Retard.
Numpty Noah,
You don't
shut
need to
up.
make a plane from it.
Virus. That tangent point would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. You're going to chant, you scared? You scared? That's the sound of my balls polishing on your fucking forehead. Chant through me again while I try and say it one more time. That tangent point would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Virus. It's the geometric horizon. It's not, though. It's be. Do you need to make a load of noise again through me? Just rustle your mic, you fucking terrified little bitch. Third attempt. What a fucking coward. The geometric horizon tangent point you just described, Virus. Yes, Nathan. Yeah, that would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's the geometric horizon, Virus. And in the Black Swan, is that where it is? It's at the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet geometry point.
It's not there in what I'm talking about.
It's not there? That fucking tangent you're claiming you now need to use isn't there?
I didn't say that.
You just said it's not there. We know it's not there. It's beyond the oil rigs, you dumb fuck.
It's not at your measurement or where
it's not at your measurement. So when you're saying we acquire a straight line measurement with a sextant, it's not the tangent point that you're detailing then. Not that.
Tangent.
Not that tangent. Well, you said you had got a tangent. You said we need a tangent point. You said that the air doesn't matter to get it. Hello? You told me it didn't matter about the air when you were getting that tangent point. It would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it would put the horizon before the oil rig, so wouldn't it? It's not. It's beyond that, isn't it? Tell me how that's okay because it's refracted. Non-geometric, non-tangent based. The Black Swan virus. You understand that the tangent point, I've said it 5 times, would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Virus? You understand that, right?
It's not.
No, it's not, is it, Virus? So you haven't got a tangent point. It's beyond the oil rigs. That's right. It's not a tangent point then, Virus. So where are you getting this tangent point then if it's not at the geometric location that it's supposed to be? Where is it? Are you using it for a straight line then? Sorry, Virus, how are you using it for a straight line then?
You make it at the visual horizon.
Sorry, the visual horizon beyond the oil rigs?
It even says it in the...
Sorry, the visual horizon beyond the geometric horizon. Sorry, that's not a tangent point. The visual horizon's beyond the oil rigs at 1.2. That's where the tangent point would be. We're going to use the visual horizon, not the geometric Earth curve one. Correct?
It even says it in the diagrams.
So we're going to use the visual horizon, which is not Earth curve horizon then. Correct?
It's not geometric horizon.
Welcome to Flat Earth. The horizon in your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator is a tangent point. It's the same one you were claiming to get around this angle measurement you can't get. It's the same tangent point. We haven't got that and can't see it and can't measure it, right, Virus? Beyond the oil rigs. You're just going to chant through me, scared of this. It's the sound of my balls on your forehead, Virus. You scared of this?
You asked the
scared? You're going to summarise what I'm telling you and asking you. It's the sound of my balls on your fucking head. So, Virus, that tangent point, the one that's not at 1.2 times the square root, we're not using that. We can't see it, and it's not acquiring a straight line then. You're all clear now that your fuckwit claim of tangent point isn't there to use anymore. Black Swan. You keeping up?
I'd like to know why he even...
I'd like to know if Virus is keeping up. He said tangent point, 1.2 times square root horizon, distance in feet.
I'm keeping up with your fallacy, yes.
It's the sound of my balls.
I'm keeping up with your fallacy, yes. I'm listening to you.
That's the sound of my fucking balls. Teabagging you as you decide that you're going to interrupt me. The tangent point, you said tangent. That's a straight line that you need for the angle. Yeah? That's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Like it is in the Black Swan image, right? No. So you haven't got the tangent point you claim, Virus. Just need you to say, yeah, Earth's flat. Haven't got my tangent point I claimed. Yeah, that's right. I'm getting teabagged. That's what I need you to tell me.
I can't tell you that because I don't agree with you, Nathan.
Oh, really? Well, you said you got a tangent point.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, you haven't. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet would be where that tangent point would be. Are you fucking slow?
Really going to go over this again?
You slow bitch. It would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it's not. No, Black Swan. So, hello? Is the hello? Hello? You scared? Third time you've interrupted, you fucking coward.
I've never claimed that.
So the tangent point you claimed, you've never claimed because it's no longer where it's supposed to be, as demonstrated. That yeah, you are scared of me. That's the sound of a flat earther's balls polishing this fuckwit's head. You want to interrupt me again, bitch? That's right. His tangent, he claimed, the tangent line that he needs for an angle that is made explicitly clear he's going to need, that would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height on a sphere. That is the tangent point. It's the geometric horizon. But you haven't got one, have you, Virus? It's beyond those limitations as shown in the image. Black Swan.
Black Swan has nothing to do with this.
Well, you're saying tangent point. And it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we've debunked the tangent point, but suddenly maybe you could claim it's a non sequitur when you claim tangent point and I show that you haven't got that in physical reality. Maybe
Why
it's
are you saying that's what it is?
Yeah, you're saying you've got a tangent point and I'm debunking it with the Black Swan.
Is.
So you're chanting through me again.
Why?
That's the sound of a flat earther's testicles polishing this fuckwit's head again. Because every time I point out where he loses because he needs a tangent point that he's claimed, and the Black Swan tangent point's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, but that is not where the horizon tangent point is. He says it's non sequitur. Maybe you can tell me how that's non sequitur.
Because that literally has nothing to do with just your line of sight. That this with light actually bending, not the direction you're looking in.
So light bending, not a straight line then?
Yeah, that's...
Well, then you can't get an angle from it. So I've won. But if it's not a straight line, then that's not going to give you an angle, is it? Not giving you an angle if it's bent.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God! Yeah? That's the best you've got, you fucking bitch! No, not oh, my God. You've just told us line's bent. Finally conceded. Not no Atmo day, as you understand now. The line's bent. What's refracted got to do with the fact that it's refracted? Means you can't measure an angle.
Just constantly double speaking now.
Can measure an angle from it.
Really, with a bent line? Oh, pray tell. You think an angle is comprised of a bent line and a straight line? Well, you are a spastic then. You are a spastic. If you think you can get an angle from one bent line, that would be the refracted line you just mentioned a moment ago. The bent line that's always in effect as standard on a sphere, that won't give you a straight line, it's bent. And an angle is two straight lines. So therefore, Earth must be, and is, flat. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. And every pathetic attempt that this stupid idiot attempts to justify how he's got a straight line ends up in him explaining how it's bent. Because of the Black Swan, right? You haven't got a tangent point? Well, if it's all refracted, so not a straight line to get a measurement from then, Virus. You've lost.
If you want to deny basic geometry, I'm fine.
Basic geometry wouldn't involve a bent line. You said it was refracted, you stupid bitch.
That's all you want.
You stupid bitch, muttering because he's scared. You said refracted. What's the refracted got to do with it in the Black Swan? Well, everything if you're trying to measure an angle with a straight line. Maybe tell me it's non sequitur.
Oh, it's not. No, it doesn't. That deals with light, not your line of sight in the direction.
Line of sight is fucking light, you stupid spastic.
Has nothing to do with the direction you're looking in.
And is that
Stop
a
bringing
straight
this in
line?
circles.
And wait, which way are you looking at when you're measuring a straight line from a curved baseline? So you're getting an angle from a curved baseline. It's where we began. You said tangent like the fucking bitch you are.
not.
You interrupt me constantly like you're doing now because of the bitch loser that you are. Now I want to know how the fuck you acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. Go.
Why are you taking us?
So it's a question for me, is it, motherfucker? You cannot acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. The Earth is flat. Not question time for me, you dumb shit. You said tangent. I ripped that through your gob, didn't I?
No, not really.
Yeah, you said tangent and then I proved I ain't got one. Concluding and you tell me it don't matter about refraction in the Black Swan. Yeah, so what refraction? So what, you haven't got a straight line then, you dumb fuck?
You're going in circles.
No, I'm going in straight lines. Earth must be flat to acquire them. Your lines are all bent, always. The elevation angle can't be measured if you've got a bent baseline. And according to you, all lines to everything always are always subject to a standard refraction. And that's the rebuttal to the Black Swan. So you haven't got a tangent point, you haven't got your geometry. You've had on me and told me I don't understand basic geometry. Yes, I do. Yours is bent. And you're going to need straight lines for this geometry. Celestial navigation's going to require a flat baseline. You haven't got one on your sphere. Celestial navigation requires it.
If you say so.
No, that's celestial navigation. Look it up. It was in the introduction of your own reference.
If you say so, Nathan.
No, if your reference says so, and it did.
You're ignoring the intro.
Did you want to just not get hung up on the intro of how you do this with straight lines, measuring angles? Because suddenly yours are bent and refracted in standard terrestrial refraction. Suddenly we want to be getting hung up on the fact you can't get this straight line angle. No, it's the thing that proves Earth's flat. It's the point you lose. Not getting hung up on it, proving you lose and Earth's flat.
No, you're stuck on one point. And you...
What, that you can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved Earth? Yeah, we're stuck on that point because it proves Earth's flat. It's the only point we need. You can't get one. You claimed a tangent. And yet, Black Swan, it's all refracted.
The denial of basic geometry.
Sorry, what basic geometry? You can't get that basic geometry. All your lines are bent. You can't get two straight lines. So what basic geometry am I denying when you can't measure two straight lines, meeting? One of them's bent.
So you say. That's what...
So you say. You told me refracted. I presented the Black Swan, and your response was refraction. What's it got to do with it? Yeah, so what? Yeah, so what if that point's not there and we can't measure the tangent? Well, you haven't got a straight line then, have you, you stupid shit?
I do. And
no, you don't. All lines are always bent. So where'd you get the straight line then?
Line of sight.
Well, the line of sight isn't the geometric tangent point horizon. It's not straight on your globe. It's not no Atmo day.
Stop bringing us in circles.
Sorry, when I point out how he loses, he says, stop bringing us in circles. No, you've said the line of sight is straight, and I've said, no, it's not no Atmo day. You're going to respond to that?
Light is bent.
So light's not going to give you a straight line for an angle measurement, then? You're looking in a sextant, measuring a straight line with what you see. That's light that you see with your fucking eyeball. But according to you and your last statement, that's bent. Yeah, we know a standard rate on a sphere. Well, an angle's two straight lines, you stupid shit.
The direction you're looking in is not bent.
Oh, really? So it's no Atmo day?
What direction do you look at so that you don't
sorry,
have
nothing to
refraction?
do with it. My response that it's no Atmo day to get a straight line's got nothing to do with it. Because it defeats your argument, it's got nothing to do with it. No, mate, it's got everything to do with the annihilation of your claim that you've got a straight line, it's the line of sight. When the line of sight, straight line tangent point, doesn't exist, we can show that in the Black Swan. You haven't got a straight line of sight. We showed that with the Black Swan. No, you don't have a straight line of sight, Black Swan. Are you fucking thick?
And I keep telling you my response to that, but you're not actually listening.
Oh, I'm not listening when you could be repeating it verbatim like I've done 25 times. When I say you haven't got a straight line for an angle, when you've got refraction and the line along the ground for the base is curving, you don't have the capabilities on a sphere of measuring an elevation angle. I don't tell you how you're not getting a chance to talk. I tell you how you die.
Look, just because you want to chat through me don't mean...
Yeah, I'm not chanting. I'm annihilating the globe. You can't measure a flat Earth angle. You need one to do this celestial navigation method.
You're chanting.
Chanting that Earth is flat with proof by way of celestial navigation and the flat Earth angle measurement known as an elevation angle measurement that must be done to do celestial navigation. Yeah, I'll chant that all day long. It's a fact and you've got nothing but to claim you can get a straight line when you can't.
Yeah, chant away.
That's it. Is that your response, telling me I'm chanting? You haven't got a straight line. You've said you've got one. It's the line of sight, according to you. Black Swan, the line of sight is not straight on your globe. You're wrong. Tell me I'm chanting again, motherfucker.
You're chanting. You're chanting.
That's not chanting.
Speaking funny.
It's chanting because he keeps doing it through everything that I'm saying.
You're essentially retarded. What is refraction in your globe Earth fairy tale?
The bending of light through a medium.
The bending of light in your fairy tale. Okay, and you said your argument to Nathan was that, no, it's my line of sight. What do you see?
Things in your vision? In your line of sight?
Light! So if the light's bending...
Into your line of sight, you see
So
it.
your line of sight is bending because the light's bending, you fucking
no, the line
moron.
of sight is not bending.
You fucking moron.
Oh, it's not bending now?
Oh my God.
Sorry,
No,
is it
it's
no
not
atmo day?
bending virus.
So it's no atmo day. The line of sight isn't bending at a standard rate of terrestrial refraction as in line with the globe claim of standard refraction. So that's not happening according to you, Virus.
Light bends into your line of sight.
So you haven't got a
now
straight
it does
line then.
bend.
So therefore no straight line. So you can't measure an elevation angle then.
Yes, you can. With your line.
Well, you haven't got a straight line to measure it with. You've just told us that they're bent.
It was called your line
You've
of
just
sight.
told. Sorry, was it me chanting through you? Did you say? Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Sound of a flat Earth bollocks again. That'll be you chanting through me, bitch. Yeah, that's you chanting through me. You told us that the lines are bent. That's what you just said.
Squeaky, squeaky?
Yeah, that's the sound of my balls. Yeah, that's right. Squeaky, squeaky. You don't have a straight line then.
You're done.
Virus, were you not present when you guys were telling us for 2 years that you can't get a straight line because we have an atmosphere?
I never said
Were you
that.
not?
Yeah, he's going to be that bitch again. I never said that. Like we give two fucks what you say, you stupid spastic. The globe claims refraction, all lines always bend, always standard. Like we give two shits what a retard like you says. You understand me, shit for brains? You are not the arbiter of globe Earth. Meanwhile, globe Earth doesn't have any straight lines. Therefore, elevation angles can only be done on a flat Earth, proving Earth is flat, as that is exactly what's done in celestial navigation. What do you say? Oh, why not? Just draw a tangent. Black Swan, you haven't got a tangent.
That's one, don't fool. No tangent. Okay.
Mumble, mumble.
Hey, whatever you want to believe.
No, not a belief. People measure flat Earth elevation angles. That's how it's done. It's not a belief, that's a fact. If you want to believe they're not doing celestial navigation because you're a retard, you can go away and believe that, you fuckwit clown. Meanwhile, celestial navigation definitely gets done and it uses a flat plane and cannot use a sphere. And I've proven that to you. Every single attempt to get around that fact has failed. So you can believe you're on a sphere, spastic. We're not. Celestial navigation proves it. Flat Earth required. Now piss off and believe you're on a sphere, you stupid dick.
You've yet to prove it to me.
Piss off,
I'd like to know.
believer in a sphere. Go away and believe in a sphere that doesn't work, and we've proved that to you elsewhere. We know it's flat. We measure it flat. Elevation angle proves it's flat. No belief required. You, on the other hand, believe you've got straight lines with bent lines from light that's bending that's not bending. To get around a tangent you have got when you haven't got in the Black Swan. That's your position, you fuckwit retard. Now piss off.
It's not
Virus,
my belief,
I'd like
but
to
okay.
know. Virus, I'd like to know how you get an elevation angle without a tangent plane on your model.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
How do you get an elevation angle without a tangent plane on the globe Earth?
With a tangent point. You don't need an actual plane for it.
What's the point for? What's the tangent point for?
The point is where you
What was
actually
on-
get the angles from.
And where'd you get that from? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is that tangent point? What are we looking at to get that?
Your position.
No, we're looking at something. We're not looking at our fucking balls. We're not standing and looking at our flies with the sextant, you stupid retard. What are we looking at with the sextant, fuckwit? Are we looking at our balls? Or are we looking at a fucking horizon? Your horizon being geometric if it's Earth curve. But we've debunked that, haven't we? Sorry, you want to mumble through me, you fucking coward? What tangent point to measure?
I want to know how he does it without this tangent point. That's what I want.
He said he measures a tangent point. He's just told you tangent point. No, you stupid spastic. We debunked your tangent point with the Black Swan. What part of this aren't you getting?
Because I'm telling you that you didn't.
Oh, didn't we? So the geometric limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that's the tangent point, horizon, in your maths. That's where it's supposed to be in the black swan, is it? You're measuring to that tangent point horizon in the black swan, right?
Well, that's where you're going wrong, because no, I'm not.
No, I'm going wrong. You haven't defined what we're looking at. You've said we're looking out at what to get this tangent point. What do we look at to get the tangent point?
Told you that answer.
Well, tell me again. What do we look at to measure this tangent you're claiming?
The visual horizon.
Wrong, motherfucker. Black swan. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the geometric horizon limit in feet. No, square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your geometric horizon. That's where it's located based on your maths. That's your tangent point. And the horizon in the black swan is beyond the limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. It's beyond the oil rigs, not before them. So you don't have a tangent point, black swan.
Okay, according to the globe.
Okay. Not okay. You haven't got a tangent point. You're saying you look out to get a tangent point. Yeah, we know it used to be Earth curve horizon that you looked at, but it's not anymore, is it? Black swan.
Claim the horizon can be further than that.
Well, then it's not a tangent point anymore.
It is still a tangent point.
No, the geometric limitations of that tangent point are 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is where the tangent point can be no further than. Black swan.
Show me that. Show me that claim.
Black swan.
No, that is a...
Yeah, black swan. If we had a geometric tangent point horizon, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is before the oil rigs, and it isn't, it's beyond. Done.
Show me the...
It's done. I've just fucking done it.
Can be
done.
Further than that.
It's just going to fucking chant straight through the middle of me. You asked me to show you, I show you. If we had a geometric tangent point, it'd be before the... You got epilepsy?
No, you didn't.
You having a stroke?
Show me the
Oh, it's the sound of a flat earther's balls again while he chants through me. Yeah, that's right, Virus. The geometric limitation would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You asked me to show you where that's the case. You're still chanting through me as I tell you that that point would be before the oil rigs and it's after. So no tangent point then, Virus. You can't get a straight line. Earth must be flat. Sorry, you're still chanting through the conclusion. Devastatingly difficult to listen to me pointing out that it's got to be flat when we debunk your tangent point you needed to claim. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky.
It's not hard to listen to you, Nathan. It's quite easy. You're tripping.
Well, that's fascinating. Meanwhile, Earth must be flat because you can't get your tangent point to claim a straight line. Black swan.
Yeah, that's a false statement.
Speaking of false statements, hold on one second. Speaking of false statements, 2 minutes ago, I had to step out for a second. 2 minutes ago, you were asked if an elevation angle needed a horizontal plane. You said no. Is that correct?
I don't remember answering that question.
Yeah, you did. You said that elevation angles do not require horizontal planes. I heard you.
No, I probably said a tangential plane.
You said you don't need a horizontal plane. I heard you.
Can you cut that out for me, please?
Yeah, I'm sure Nathan will. So, at 33 minutes after the hour in Discord main chat from radartutorial.eu, elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight.
Where does it say tangent in that? Where does it say tangent in that?
Nope.
Virus, you said tangent. Doesn't say tangent in that citation. Elevation angle requires a flat plane. That's what it did say in that citation. Talking about radar. Quite important.
Oops.
Needs a flat plane. That citation proved Earth's flat. Didn't mention anything about getting a tangent to a sphere Earth. You couldn't anyway. It's debunked by the black swan. You don't have a tangent anymore. But that citation didn't mention anything about a sphere Earth. It mentioned a flat plane. You need one to get an elevation angle, Virus. We've just proved Earth's flat.
I remember Akumu said that you didn't need a tangent plane for an elevation angle, only a tangent point. Like that didn't make any sense to me at all.
Oh, they don't have one anymore. We debunked it with the black
Well,
swan.
that was the thing I really wanted to know. How did they do this without their tangent point? Why did they need a tangent point? What is the reason for the point?
They don't.
Why can they not just use the curved surface? But that's the point.
Maybe you can get a
They're
citation.
admitting
We've just given him a citation
When
that
they-
proves it needs a plane. Maybe you can get a citation that says it needs a tangent.
Well, I don't know. I just know that when they are asserting a tangent point, that is a tangent plane touching a circular sphere at one point. That means they are asserting a horizontal flat surface. So they're relinquishing their claim of a sphere. They're admitting that they cannot do it with a curved surface. And they can't get the tangent point or tangent plane because of their refractive claim.
Yeah, that's a game over. That's game, set, and match. Earth must be flat.
Yeah, because they can't get the thing they need to do the job that needs to be done. And the thing they need is an admittance that their sphere is no good for this job.
Yep, and he denies everything. He's denying a 1.22. So what are you going to do with that?
No, he needs that. He claimed a tangent point. That would be the geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We debunked that with the black swan.
Right.
I keep telling him.
Yeah, but he denies it. Show me
but
where it says that. Same
when
thing
we
my
do
son
look out,
says.
but we're establishing a plane. This is Brian's point. He's saying, well, we're establishing a tangent plane. Okay. Well, we know that according to him it's a plane, and we know that we've debunked the tangent. So what are you left with? A plane.
Yeah, and according to Ruhif and all the rest of them that answered my question video, the tangent plane can be infinite in size. That means it can be any size they need it to be.
So, according to Ruhif, we can have an infinitely large, flat plane. He hasn't got a tangent anymore. Black Swan. Adam's been telling him. I've been joking about it on live shows. Yet you haven't got a tangent anymore. Same problem that Virus had. So, in conclusion, Virus can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface. A sphere Earth won't give you an elevation angle in any way, shape or form. And when you try and get one, you will automatically infer a geometric tangent point horizon formerly known as Earth curve. We ask daily whether you can show us a geometric tangent point horizon called Earth curve. You can't. We know you can't. We can show how you can't by showing that tangent point, the one that you claimed you need to look at to measure, you haven't got it anymore. It's beyond the limitations of a sphere Earth. So it's not the tangent plane that can be infinite, Ruhi. Just the plane that can be infinite, because you haven't got a tangent anymore.
Well said.
You got anything to add to that,
Next.
Adam? Adam's been back and forth with Ruhi. That's the only reason I'm mentioning it. I wouldn't care, but for the fact that Adam had been telling me. Clearly not. He's disappeared.
Roofy, the numpty from down under.
That's the one.
Is that the one? Guess what he asked me to do yesterday?
I think you sent it in one of the Skype chats. Define a triangle.
Something.
Define a triangle.
What?
Define something,
Not
yes.
Wolfie.
No, not Wolfie, Roofy. Roofy asked me to define something.
Triangle.
Yeah, well, he can't ask me to define anything because what did he say about definitions?
Fucking meaningless.
Words have no meaning.
Fucking definitions are meaningless.
Yes, sir.
They are when you
that's
lose.
Where we're at.
Who cares how a tangent point's defined? I haven't got one anymore, so words are meaningless.
Complete solipsistic reversal.
Define a square to me.
I really enjoyed teabagging your dumb ass, by the way, Virus. You dumb fuck.
You mean mother?
Funny.
Yeah, I found it extremely amusing, you dumb shit.
I do too.
Double speaking funny, Kumu, like constantly back and forth. One opinion, it's countered. Suddenly, out of nowhere, you have the opposite opinion. That's countered. You then like forget everything again, revert back to the original point. It's like, are you experiencing actual amnesia when this happens?
You having a stroke?
Not only that,
What's going on?
Alvin, he goes the next
Can't
day
you remember
and
your
says he
position from
won.
5 minutes ago? You can't remember that you
I
had
honestly
Face-
wondered the same thing about y'all. So the feeling's mutual.
Oh, you feel like you got to teabag me repeatedly? No, that's delusional. You lost really badly and double spoke like a fundy idiot constantly, as Arwen just said. Taking one
You could
position,
think
then
that
reverting to a different one immediately
well, too.
afterwards.
It's
Double
fine.
speaking fundy.
And he'll be in the chat claiming victory tomorrow.
It's
Or
because
even
it's
tonight.
delusional. I'm asking if he's on his way to a stroke. Mental breakdown, perhaps, because he thinks he's won. Well, he's a complete retard if he thinks he won. You got annihilated.
I never said anything about winning.
You said your feeling was mutual.
Yes, the feeling is mutual about what Arwen said.
Well, you're a double-speaking
You
fundy.
think that about yourself? Interesting.
Oh my God, y'all was not. See, this is my problem. Y'all don't
We're
listen.
double speaking.
Yeah, if you would have listened, you would have known exactly what I said and what I was talking about. To.
Moron.
Repeat what you said, Alwyn.
Do you know what double speaking means? It effectively means you have one position in an argument, then, after a very short period, you suddenly have the exact opposite opinion without the memory of what preceded that. That you actually held the opposite point right before that. You forget that. That's double speaking. How are we doing that?
And I'm saying that y'all also do the same thing, and the feeling is mutual. That's what I was clearly responding to.
And he asked you for an example.
Point.
He asked you for an example.
What?
Exampled by?
Exampled by what?
Okay, let's take, for instance, the black swan and the diffraction limit.
Diffraction limit?
What?
Are you retarded?
What?
You asked
Where's
for an
the
example.
fraction
Sorry,
limit?
there's no
Where'd
diffraction
the
limit.
fraction limit come from?
Well, there's no diffraction
You
limit
asked
in the
for an
modus
example.
solens
I was
argument. What are you
giving you an
talking about?
example.
Sorry, there's no double speak when it's not even in the argument. There's no mention of diffraction limit.
Because you asked for an example, and I was giving you an example.
Of how we double speak. Go on then. Carry on.
It was done.
You done? You haven't given us a fucking example, you retard!
Already.
So, meanwhile, you double-speaking fuckwit fundy, you've told us how you've got a straight line of sight to the horizon. Tangent point, tangent line, straight. Then when I ask you about the black swan, and if that's the horizon you're looking at to have a straight line to it, is it refracted?
I said no.
So we haven't got a straight line as demonstrated by the black swan then? No straight line then?
No, it's not the same thing, is what I'm telling you.
Is the line to the horizon in the... Listen to me. Listen. Is the line to the horizon in the black swan straight, as required by your claim right now, or bent? Which one is it? Straight or bent to the horizon, the thing we're using? As a tangent point, according to you, we're looking at the horizon. Is it in the black swan straight or bent? You tell me.
Which line?
To the horizon, the one we're using as your tangent point, as you explained. Now I've reiterated what you have clarified. Is that a straight line to the horizon or a bent one? Simple question.
If you're talking about using line of sight, no. The light is, but not the direction you're looking in.
Wow. Do you even know what you're saying?
Sorry, okay, I'll take the second half of the statement. Not the direction you are looking in. So you're saying the line of sight between me and the horizon, that would be the direction I am looking in, is not straight. Am I correct in
I'm saying it's straight. It's straight.
Is straight? No. Because it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if there was a straight line to a geometric tangent point. You think the horizon's before the oil rigs? Are you fucking deaf? Oh, it's just talking straight through me. Do I need to squeak my balls again? Need to squeak my balls again? I'll try again, Virus. See if you chant straight through it.
I,
Sorry, Virus.
I said
no,
nothing about
he does
geometric.
straight through the middle of the beginning. Second time's a charm. Let's see if he chants the third time. Squeaky, 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 squeaky. So, Virus, no, if there was a straight line to the horizon, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what the straight line to the geometric tangent point horizon would place the horizon at. The horizon's not before the oil rigs. Oh, he's squeaky, squeaky. Didn't quite get to the end there, you coward bitch. You see, this is because Owen said you're a double-speaking fuckwit Fundy. You've said we are, likewise, you said, and then failed to give an example. Now I'm getting you to the point where no straight line to the Black Swan horizon, Virus. It's not before the oil rigs. Do you want to tell us what's going on there? Refraction.
Light bends, not the...
So not a straight line, then! So, you double-speaking spastic. You said straight line. Now it's not straight, then. You fucking double-speaking clown. So, do you understand how you have lost here? How you're not going to go into the comments declaring victory? Or how it's a likewise feeling when we point out how you're a double-speaking clown? Given that you've just told us that it's a bent line, and you're claiming it's straight at the same time. You stupid idiot.
This was all predicted.
Oh, it's just somehow it's now about how you predicted this to happen. What, do you double-speak your way around a straight line needed for an angle, only to then claim, as per the demonstration of the Black Swan, oh, well, it's all bent. So not straight, then?
No, light.
No, so not straight then, so you can't get an angle.
You can.
No, you can't. You've just told us it's bent lines. Maybe you need to double-speak again. Flip-flap back to you having straight lines again, you double-speaking shithead.
I don't mind if you're misunderstanding me.
Oh, I'm misunderstanding how the line to the horizon, if straight, would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per the geometric maths of a straight line tangent point. But in the Black Swan it isn't, and you've just told us it's because the light is bending. So not straight then, you double-speaking clown.
But I say somebody gonna...
Stop. Do you want to stutter your way around it again, you stupid shithead? So not straight then. You are launching into telling us how Black Swan shows how it's all bent. No angle claim. Can't get an angle then. Can't get an angle. Your response to the Black Swan was that it's bent. Angle. Your response was... Sorry, do I need to squeak my balls again? He seems to be talking through every time I start talking. Your response to the Black Swan was that the lines are actually bent then. What we're looking at is actually bent lines. Right, Virus? That's what you just told us. Maybe you could tell me that I need to trim it out for you to actually accept that you said it.
Yeah, if you were actually...
Yeah, maybe I should trim out that you actually told us that, yeah, to get around the Black Swan, the lines are bent. Yeah, you definitely said that.
Because you wasn't listening.
I wasn't listening to you explaining that no straight line actually bending. No, I definitely listened. That's just an ad hominem attack. You fucking spastic piece of shit. Don't ad hom me. I did listen.
No, you didn't. But...
Yeah, I fucking did. You abject retard. Don't ad hom me. I understood and can paraphrase back precisely your argument, even when you throw out a fallacy without any justification. Yeah? Oh, well, that's just a straw man. Oh, well, that's just a non sequitur. Yeah, I do listen to you. I do understand. You have just told us the lines are all bent.
Then repeat it.
You said that so we got a straight line to the geometric horizon in the Black Swan, have we?
Have we? What, you asking me a question now?
Yeah. The same question that got you to admit that it's a bent line. Yeah, same question.
I didn't ask you a question. Repeat.
I asked you one. So the line to the geometric straight tangent point horizon in the Black Swan, that's before the oil rigs, isn't it, Virus?
So you can't repeat what I said. Okay.
It's the same question that led you to tell us that the lines are actually bent, that you can explain the line to the geometric horizon before the oil rigs not being there because the lines are bent. That's right. That's what you just told me. But of course, when that proves you to be a double-speaking fuckwit asshole, suddenly I don't understand what you're saying anymore, right? No, I do understand that you're a double-speaking fuckwit clown who's claiming bent lines when you've got to get around the Black Swan, but you need straight ones for an angle. You double speak about having straight ones and bent ones simultaneously, exactly as Arwin laid down. But when I point that out, I don't understand, do I, Virus? You ad hom me. Tell me I've not listened.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Can't repeat it.
Yeah, you told me that you got straight lines. That was your justification. Tried to get you to repeat it again by asking you that the straight line to the horizon in the Black Swan, that's before the oil rigs, isn't it? Right? Straight line to the horizon before the oil rigs, right, Virus? Geometric, tangent point.
No, what are you talking about?
No, not a straight line.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
The Black Swan, the one that I'm talking about. What am I talking about? It's a straight line to a geometric tangent point in the Black Swan. Right, Virus?
Why are you making a...
Why am I asking? Because it's not, it's bent. But you seem to be hesitant to tell us for a second time that which somehow I don't understand.
Why are you making a straight line to the geometric horizon and the...
I'm not. We haven't got one. You need one for your claim of tangent point. You haven't got one, as demonstrated in the Black Swan.
Why are you asking...
Why do you keep asking me something when I make declarative statements about how you haven't got a tangent point horizon to draw anything to, as demonstrated in the Black Swan? Why does that result in a question for me, I wonder?
Because you don't need a geometric horizon.
Well, why did you draw a tangent to it then?
I didn't.
Well, you said you got a tangent point. That's a geometric horizon, you fuckwit.
No, it's...
Yeah? Don't you understand your own stupid claim? Yeah, geometric horizon's a tangent point, you stupid spastic. Do you want to deny it and maybe tell me that you haven't claimed it? That you're not claiming the tangent points, the geometric horizon? Maybe try that, old chestnut, you stupid twat.
Yeah, because you're not...
Yeah. No, the globe claims the tangent points, the geometric horizon, you stupid fuckwit.
You're not...
Are you fucking dumb? Are you fucking dumb?
This.
Are you fucking dumb? Yeah, the globe claims a geometric tangent point horizon. You fucking dumb spastic. Yeah. It's just not where it is in the Black Swan, right, dumb fuck?
You're not using the geometric...
I'm not using a geometric horizon, you are, for a tangent point.
No.
You tried that second attempt. I'm not, you are.
I am not.
Yeah, you are, it's a tangent point. You're just denying your own claim. Now you're double speaking about the tangent point you need. Yeah, everything you do is double speak.
I'm telling you, I'm not realizing this, Cyrus?
You're double speaking fucking liar. At this point, you're just fucking delusional or a complete liar.
You don't use that for celestial navigation.
No, you don't. You use a flat plane. That's right. You don't use a tangent point geometric horizon for celestial navigation. That's correct. You use a flat plane elevation angle. Welcome to flat Earth. That's right.
I ain't either.
That's right. You don't use a tangent point for celestial navigation. That's correct.
He said it. You don't use a flat... shut the fuck up. You just said it. You don't use a flat plane. Correct? We just went over the definition for elevation angle. What did it say?
Read it out, Virus.
Use a horizontal plane.
Yep.
You're screwed.
You do use a horizontal plane for celestial navigation. Virus.
Yeah.
You do use a horizontal plane for celestial navigation. You do not use a tangent point. Sorry, do I need to make the squeaky sound again? Squeaky sound. Squeaky, squeaky. Flat Earthers balls on your forehead.
That's fine. That's the only way you could do it, you moron.
You need a flat plane to do celestial navigation.
You could use a horizontal plane from that point on the surface of a sphere.
The tangent point? You don't have it.
Oh, my God.
You don't have a tangent point. You stupid shit. You don't have a tangent point, you stupid shit. What part of this aren't you getting, you stupid shit? Beyond the geometric limitations, Black Swan, you stupid shit.
You can literally use the horizontal plane from your position. That is completely okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why you can make that assumption.
What assumption?
Make what assumption?
What assumption? What assumption are we needing?
The Earth is flat.
So we're assuming Earth's flat? No, we're measuring it flat. No assumption. That's what we're measuring. Because you can't measure it any other way. So even Virus at the end of this discussion has admitted that even he has to assume Earth is flat.
I don't have to.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline.
You can. It's
How'd you do it? Do it.
It's called a tangential angle.
Do it.
Oh, it's called a tangent? So the tangent point straight line horizon is at the point before the oil rigs then, Virus, right?
It's called a tangential angle. I'm not saying that you're
to
using
what?
literal.
Yeah, to what? Yeah, we
you
established this. And when we said what are we measuring that tangential angle to, you said the horizon.
Yes, the visible.
Yes, the visible horizon. So the visible in the Black Swan horizon is before the oil rigs.
That's fine.
It's before the oil rigs.
Fine.
It's you see, there's my squeaky balls on his head because he's chanting it's fine. Because the geometric tangent point horizon in the Black Swan's before the oil rigs, isn't it?
No, you can.
No. What do you mean no? The geometric tangent point is at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Virus. Therefore, it must be before the oil rigs. What do you mean, no?
You can literally use the one behind the oil rigs if you.
So the one behind the oil rigs, has that got a straight line to it?
Yes, your line of.
Sorry, straight line? You think there's a straight line to the horizon behind the oil rigs?
The horizon.
Sorry, the straight line to the horizon behind the oil rigs? No, that's refracted according to your globe belief. Didn't you know, Virus? Did you believe it was a straight line to the horizon behind the oil rigs?
You can use that if you.
Sorry, the straight line that we will use if Earth is flat. Yeah, we will be using that. But I'm asking you if you think that's a straight line on a sphere. Do you think the line to the horizon in the Black Swan is a straight line?
Oil rigs. Yes, beyond the oil rigs. You can.
It's a straight line. Welcome to Flat Earth. The Earth is obviously, observably, and admittedly flat by Virus.
What? Now you.
Straight line to the horizon beyond the oil rigs. Yeah. Earth obviously, observably, measurably, navigatably flat. That's right. Yeah, it's a straight line. Straight, flat line. Not falling away from us. No 8 inches per mile squared. No curve. Just a straight line out to the horizon, Virus. That's correct.
Beautiful.
You can use that on both models. It works.
Sorry, on both models? No, you couldn't acquire an elevation angle. You wouldn't have a straight line on the globe model. We made that explicitly clear to you. The globe model doesn't have any straight lines, you fucking retard.
Literally can.
Sorry, the globe model doesn't have any straight lines, you fucking retard. What part of that don't you get?
Why would you have a flat baseline on a sphere?
Yep.
Why would that make no difference?
No, because you're doing this before you have and all of the corrections and stuff that you need. You're basically just going off in an elevation angle when you're using a sextant, and then you make corrections after that.
What's an elevation angle?
Everything you
What's
do
an elevation
after
angle?
that.
What's an elevation angle?
Elevation angle. What do you need for an elevation angle?
Let's see, a straight line for your horizon, and then a straight line to the object that you want to get an elevation angle for.
So a horizontal plane and the object, right?
Yes, that is completely fine from your point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. So we need a horizontal plane between us and the object. That's right, Virus. You need a horizontal plane to measure this angle on a globe or otherwise, because it's going to require a flat Earth to get to a globe. That's right.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
He's bullshitting ye. He's bullshitting ye. When he says a straight line to the visible horizon and another line to the star, what he means is that that's where the straight line stops. That's what he's trying to claim. Right? When he said corrections there, I'd like to know what corrections he's talking about. And will you please define them and the purpose of these corrections?
Is it a correction for dip basis the geometric horizon that you're dipping from in a globe Earth? Is that the dip correction?
No, that's your height from the surface. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
So your height from the surface, which is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's what you're using at that moment.
So what correction are you talking about then?
You can completely use the horizontal plane while you're on the surface of a sphere. That's completely fine.
On the surface of a sphere,
There are no horizontal planes on the surface of a sphere, Virus. What part of that don't you understand?
You can definitely do that.
Do you want me to say that statement again, Virus?
Geometry.
Did you not listen? Do you want to respond? Maybe acknowledge the statement. I'll say it again.
I just responded.
Squeaky, 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 squeaky. I'll try again. I'll try one more time. Squeaky, 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 squeaky. Let's try one more time. My balls slapping against your forehead. Too much for you, I can tell. There are no flat planes whatsoever on a sphere, Virus. None. Zero.
I already responded to that.
What's your response?
I don't know. Was I muted when I responded?
Yeah, you sure were, huh? You fucking
Yeah, I guess
clown.
you muted me, yeah.
You clown.
But maybe we
So
should make
this-
this a discussion about whether or not Virus was muted. That would be a nice little segue for his defeat. He's claimed a plane, and it's okay to use a flat plane on a sphere. And I've pointed out that there are no flat planes on a sphere whatsoever. Now, what Virus has
Yeah, what
done in
you're
the
doing-
interim is presumably chanted through that, right, Virus?
Yep.
I heard what you.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe while you were chanting through me, that was when you were giving us the devastating rebuttal.
Go ahead.
So, show us a horizontal plane on a sphere in main chat right now.
By the way, you haven't got a tangent. We debunked the tangent before you
want me
attempt to
go
use that.
find this now? And I don't feel like I'm not touching my phone right now.
Where'd you get a where'd you get
You're
where'd you get a
touching
horizontal
yourself.
plane on a sphere? That's the question. You've said you can perfectly easily do this. That's use of a horizontal plane as defined to get an elevation angle. You said you can do it on both models. No, you can't.
Yep.
You're wrong.
You can.
There are no horizontal planes on a sphere, and you haven't got a tangent anymore. Not that a tangent plane is on a sphere. There are no horizontal planes on a sphere. Simple.
You can make one from a tangent point.
You haven't got a tangent point. We've covered this about 20 times.
That works mathematically.
So you haven't got a tangent point in reality. Works mathematically. No, because first you'd have to acquire an elevation angle from a flat plane. So no, it does not work mathematically. Further to that, if you're claiming the elevation angle taken from a flat plane is being used on a sphere, it's being used in the centre of the solid rock. So it definitely does not work, as you put it, on a sphere. That's wrong. Inside a rock, you might be able to blag that your elevation angle took from a flat plane works inside the rock of a sphere, but not on it. You can't get a flat plane from a... You can't get a flat surface from a sphere. So it definitely doesn't work on a sphere, as you just stated.
He said the mathematics works for a horizontal plane on a sphere. Show that mathematics right now in main chat, and I'll send it to Skype for Nathan to show.
Yes.
Maybe it's a horizontal plane right through the center of
Show
Earth.
the mathematics that a horizontal plane works on a sphere right now. You just claimed it.
There's no point if I keep getting muted.
You just claimed it. Go ahead, but you're not muted. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
So,
No,
again,
you muted me when I was
show the mathematics for a horizontal plane working on a sphere right now.
Chop chop.
I mean, you would think that this would be quick and easy lemon squeezy. But why can't you pull it up real quick?
He's trying to get muted, so he has an excuse to exit because he's completely without grid now.
He's not trying to, he's already...
I was already muted at one point in time, so that's what I was referring to. I mean, talking about.
But maybe we should discuss whether or not you're getting muted.
The mathematics of a horizontal plane on a sphere for the third, fourth time now? Just show it. Simple. Show
Let's go,
the paradox.
mathematician. Let's
Come on,
go.
Virus. All
Show
in
the
day's work, right?
paradox
This
in
all works on a
mathematics. Let's see
sphere.
it.
Everyone thinks we're on a sphere. This should be but the work of a moment.
Yep.
I tell you what, I'll start reading out definitions of elevation angles while you go and get that, right, Virus? How about that? What's wrong? Are you muted? Muted, right? Oh no, check it out, he's not muted.
Who mutes him anyway?
Who else would mute anyone? QE, obviously.
Do you know?
So, Virus was getting muted. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Brian. Akamvirus was getting muted, Brian.
Okay, I didn't
so
know that.
people in Discord can hear the discourse. However, when Nathan stopped, I would unmute him. Any further discussion?
No, the only reason I was asking is because there was a long time before you were in here, and he wasn't getting muted, and he wasn't answering questions then either.
Thanks.
So being muted
Now-
has nothing to do with it.
Exactly. Now, we're still waiting.
Angle of elevation. The angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal line and the line of sight, which is above the horizontal. It is formed when an observer looks upwards. Suppose you are standing at a terrace of a building looking upwards at the sky or at the sun or moon. The angle is thus formed between your height from the ground level and the line of sight called the angle of elevation. End quote. Angle of elevation definition. The angle of elevation is an upward angle formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight. If the line of sight is upwards from the horizontal line, then the angle formed is an angle of elevation.
Nathan.
Yes.
I am posting a series of images in Skype right now from Acom virus. Each one of these is from him.
In where? Master B? Ballbusters?
In Master B.
Master B, okay.
This is what he posted. The third one's coming.
Okay.
There they are. That's his response.
Our question was, how do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline? This would be how
No,
you
the
get
math for no, it wasn't. He had to show the math for a horizontal plane on a sphere. That's what it was.
This is a diagram showing a flat plane with a sphere underneath it.
Yes.
What about the next one? I don't know what that is. This is another horizontal plane with the sphere underneath it. What gives? So when we said accurately there are no horizontal planes on a sphere, this shows you the problem that you're facing then. So you've accurately shown how right we are.
Terrible.
Do you see how this square / diamond isn't on the sphere? It's a completely different shape that doesn't fit on the sphere. Why aren't I getting a response from Virus? What's going on?
I want y'all to brainstorm over and see what y'all get from it.
Our statement stands true then. There are no flat planes on a sphere.
Is that what you really get from that?
Yeah, this admirably shows how the shapes are different.
You really think this is reality, bro?
All right, cool. Keep brainstorming on it. I wanna hear this.
Okay, when we do celestial navigation, Virus, I've got your diagram that's got 3 different axes on it. It's a blue dotted flat plane with a sphere underneath it. Yeah. When we do celestial navigation, which bit are we measuring and moving along? Are we moving along the curved sphere surface or on the flat plane? Which one are we doing?
What do you mean
when we
moving
measure?
along? What do you mean moving along?
I mean, if I want to move to a star that sits where your, I don't know, W-axis crosses the dotted line of the plane. Let's say that is the GP of a star, where the W-axis crosses the flat plane that's dotted, that's blue.
Okay.
So if I want to measure the GP from my position on this flat plane, it's got to be to get this angle to the star. Which surface am I going to be moving along? Am I going to be moving along this flat plane, or am I going to be moving back behind the sphere in this diagram?
You're gonna be moving along the sphere, not the horizontal plane, not the tangential space. You're moving on the surface of the sphere.
So if I'm plotting a position to where W crosses where it's got a dotted line with the flat plane, yeah, that's my baseline for an angle to a star. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be what the y-axis when I maybe no, that's that beta. I don't know what the
What part of
beta.
W didn't you understand?
Yeah, that would be the one pointing straight up into the sky.
It's not pointing up into the sky. This is the base. The square would be the base.
The y would be the zenith, and like the V will most likely be you looking out into the horizon.
This is the V is us looking out towards the horizon.
The W would be straight up above you.
Okay, you just said the V is looking out towards the horizon, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how.
Okay, that's not a tangent point.
No, the tangent point is the point.
We know. Your horizon that you described ad nausea earlier on was a tangent point you called the horizon.
No, this.
Yes. You double-speaking lying bastard. Don't fuck me around. You told me earlier the horizon was the tangent point. Now you're saying in this depiction the tangent point isn't what this line represents, it's the horizon at the edge of a flat plane. You'll need it to be to get an elevation angle.
Whoa, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, okay. So you can't negotiate the surface. You need straight lines to measure angles to stuff. If this V line is your line to the horizon, and W is your line up to a star you're measuring out of this position, then that is the angle that you are forming.
No, you're misincluding it. This will be from the GP of the star itself. Honestly, to tell you the truth, because from that point you can create a tangential plane, and also from the point of the observer you can make another tangential plane.
So you're saying theta's GP? Theta
Yeah, if the
omega.
W is going to be the zenith of a star, then it goes down into the GP.
Okay, and where on the sphere, below this plane, can you measure that GP from?
What do you mean measure that GP from? You talking about how you get the elevation angle to that GP from
Off the
an
sphere, yes.
observer?
Yes, off the sphere. How'd you get it?
He would not be a part of that plane if W.
So he can't get the elevation angle?
You can still get the.
Sorry, you're saying he's not part of that plane, so he can't get the elevation angle off the sphere surface, if that's considered the GP. You can't get it from the sphere.
Did you hear what I just said, Nathan?
You said you can't get it. He's not considered part of that plane. So if anybody on this sphere is trying to measure the GP of this star, they can't get it unless they're on that plane, correct?
Repeat what I just said, Nathan.
You said he can't get it, he's not on that plane.
What I say after that?
He said he's not on that plane. So if he was on the plane, he could get the GP.
What did I say?
You didn't answer me. If he was on the plane, he could get the GP.
What did I say after?
You're going to ignore me every single time I annihilate the fact that you've told me he's not on this plane, so he can't get the GP. If he's not on the plane, he's on the sphere, and he can't get the GP. So I'm now saying, okay, now I understand and repeated what you've said. He's not on this plane when asked if he can get the GP from the sphere. No, he cannot. According to you, third time I've repeated it, because he is not on the plane. Correct?
Can you repeat what?
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, fucking did. Do you want kicking out?
Okay, because you didn't.
Verbatim, bitch. He is not on that plane. End quote. Virus. 3 minutes ago.
What did I say after
What
that?
did he say after? What did you say after, Akumo?
Yeah, what did you say after?
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know. Please tell me what I said after that if you're going to respond to what I'm saying.
Obviously, nobody else did, so
I didn't
what did
either.
you say after?
You're right.
So if nobody heard me, why is he responding to me?
So why don't you fucking repeat it, you spastic?
No, I was about to.
Because he's got absolutely fucking nothing. He didn't say a damn thing.
Let's go on. And what did you say
Just
after
repeat
it?
it real quick, man.
Do it. Do it now.
The suspense.
Like I said, he's a lying fuckwit asshole bastard pig. You haven't got a fucking thing. You'd be slapping me around the face with it if you had a damn thing. You haven't. What you did say, and I did repeat, was he is not on that plane. Therefore, he cannot measure the GP. That's what you said.
Yeah, I said something after that.
Oh,
Well,
so the
say
three
it.
pauses and fact that unless he's on a plane, he can't get this GP position. Well, if he's on the sphere, he's not getting the GP position then, because he's not on the plane. So he's got to be on the plane to get the GP then, Virus. What did I just say, Virus? Did I just say something? What did I just say?
You clearly just said that.
What did I just say?
On the plane to get, the person on the plane has to. You have to be on the plane in order to get the GP.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I am going to trim that out and make it the intro to my live show. You have to be on the plane, that would be the Flat Earth, in order to get the GP. So this fucking sphere underneath is useless then.
That was brilliant, Nathan. That was brilliant.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, sphere underneath, not much use then. So the sphere underneath's not useful for getting GPs then?
I never said that.
You said you got to be on the plane to get the GP. So not on the sphere bit, on the flat Earth bit.
I just said I didn't agree with that.
Sorry, I don't care what you agreed with. You told me you had to be on the plane. You made it absolutely explicitly clear it's going to get trimmed back and played at nausea. You definitely need to be on the plane. It's the only way you can acquire a flat baseline to the GP of the star. You're not going to get that from the sphere underneath, Virus.
Yeah, that's because you're wrong about that assumption.
I'm wrong. Maybe tell me how, given that you've just told me you've got to be on the plane to get the GP. How is that statement I've just summarised from you, how's that wrong, the statement you just gave me? You've got to be on the plane to get the GP. That's what you said.
First of all.
Sorry, you seem to be chanting through me. I'm summarising what you just said. You've got to be on the plane to get the GP. Now you're saying I'm wrong. I'm summarising you verbatim.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you fucking did. It's going to get trimmed out, I absolutely assure you. But I'm glad you've denied saying it, because I'll also trim out your fucking lies. You lying bastard. I hope you fucking burn in hell. I hope Satan himself rips out your tongue and rams it up your own arsehole. You lying bastard sack of shit. Yeah, you fucking did say that, you lying bastard pig.
You asked...
You lying pig.
You asked...
You lying fucking pig. Yeah, you did say that. You'd have to be on the plane to get the GP. You did say that, you lying fuckwit pig.
Why you couldn't...
You lying bastard. I hope you burn in hell. If you hear me, you fucking scum, I hope Satan rips out your fucking tongue in hell, you lying piece of shit. Deny what you said again. Yeah, you've got to be on the plane to get that GP, haven't you, Virus?
No.
No, like you just stated. No. Why did you tell us you do then? Why are you lying about what you just told us?
How do you do it on the curved surface, Virus?
You don't. You can't get the GP from the curved surface.
Virus, if you don't need the horizontal plane, why did you put a horizontal plane on top of a sphere? If you can do it from the sphere, why do you have this plane on top of it?
Because that is your horizontal from that tangent point. That is your horizontal.
No, you made it clear earlier it was the GP of the star and not the tangent point. So you're lying and double speaking again about what you've stated this is. You made it explicitly clear that this wasn't the tangent point and was the GP representation below the star.
At that point.
So are you just going to fucking lie and talk through me when I point out you're lying for a second time? No, not a tangent plane. You said this represented the GP of the star. And then when I pointed out that anybody on this plane could acquire a GP, but nobody on the sphere could, you made it clear, yeah, you'd have to be on the plane to acquire the GP.
Gave you my answer.
Yeah, I know, and it proved the flat Earth. I'll be trimming it out.
No, it didn't. You did.
So why did you put this plane on top of a sphere exactly?
You didn't hear me because I was...
Why did you put this plane on top of a sphere was Chocolate's question.
Because that's the tangent point. Every single tangent...
You don't have a tangent point. We debunked it with the black swan, you fucking retard. You don't have a tangent point, you fucking retard.
A
You don't have a tangent
Joel,
point, you fucking retard. What part of this aren't you getting down? Get a pen, you stupid spastic. You don't have a fucking tangent point. Black Swan, dumb fuck.
You cannot.
Dumb fuck. Are you deaf? Get a pen. Write it down. Ruhif, if you're listening, you stupid spastic, write it down. No tangent point, stupid spastic. Write down, my name is Virus, I am a spastic, I don't have a fucking tangent point. You getting this down, retard?
No, I'm not, because...
Well, you should be, you fucking retard. No tangent, dick brain.
Write it down.
No tangent, dick brain.
If it...
Black Swan, you getting this down? Get a pen. You don't have a fucking tangent.
If it was true, I would write it down.
Well, it is. Refracted. No straight lines. Certainly no straight lines to make into planes. The only thing that'll give you the GP to the star, the only thing capable of giving you the measurement of the GP of the star, is this plane you've somehow slapped on top of a sphere and then said tangent. No tangent, dickhead. Black Swan, dumb motherfucker.
It is.
You dumb? Do I need to go through this again? Maybe tell me I'm having a stroke. Is it no Atmo Day, dumb shit? Is it no Atmo Day, dumb shit? Dumb shit?
It has nothing.
Dumb shit? Is it no Atmo Day, you dumb shit? No Atmo Day, right, dumb shit? Right, dumb shit? It's no Atmo Day, right? For a tangent, dumb shit. No
How did we come back to...
Is it no Atmo Day, you dumb shit? Because you said tangent, you dumb motherfucker. That's why we're here again, round in circles. That's why.
Tangent, I said tangential plane.
Yeah, that would need a tangent. Is it no Atmo Day?
Words?
Is it no Atmo Day? Is it no Atmo Day for a tangent? Hello?
It has nothing.
Hello, you thick fuck? Hello? Is it no... Are you deaf? Do you hear the question coming out? What did I just say, Virus? Did you hear what I just said?
I heard what you said.
Repeat back to me. Say it with me, you stupid spastic. Is it no Atmo Day?
What does that have to do with the argument?
Well, it would mean that all lines are always bent and you don't have a fucking tangent, you stupid spastic. That's what it's got to do with it. Comprende, motherfucker?
The Black Swan and refraction has nothing to do.
The Black Swan refraction? Did you say refraction?
That has nothing to do.
Sorry, did you say refraction? The Black Swan refraction, did you say?
No, I said...
You didn't. So we've got a straight line to the horizon that's before the oil rigs. Not refraction, right? Straight line to the horizon that's before the oil rigs, right? Not refraction.
No, it's not.
No? Not a straight line to the horizon before the oil rigs. What do you mean, no? Straight lines.
What do you mean?
Sorry, we've got straight lines, right? It's no Atmo Day. Yeah, straight lines, right? It's no Atmo Day.
We already covered this. Stop.
Oh, did we? So we should move on. Let's just summarise what we're moving on with. Have we got a straight line to a geometric tangent point, or is the horizon beyond the oil rigs? Which is it?
We don't need one.
We don't need your stuttering motherfucker.
No, I repeated.
What don't we need? A straight line? You do.
Wait, what
For a
don't we
tangent.
need again?
What don't we need? Do you even know what you don't need?
A tangent to the geometric horizon.
So when you say you don't need a tangent to the geometric horizon, when you said this flat plane you've arbitrarily slapped on top of a useless sphere, why the fuck did you call that a tangent then? We're finally at the point you understand.
A tangent point.
So you don't have that, you stupid dick.
Says who?
Says you.
So we don't need it.
Sorry, what? We don't need to worry about the refracted black swan? Do we not need to worry about that? What, now that it absolutely fucks up this argument that you've got with celestial navigation? Shall we forget about the refracted black swan? We don't need to worry about that, right?
The black swan is fine.
So you don't. It's fine. The black swan rebuttal's refracted, no straight line, no tangent. Should we just forget about that?
This is not.
Is that awkward?
This ain't related.
Sorry, should I make the slapping sound of my testicles on your fucking head again? You seem to be chanting through the fact that if refraction, not a tangent. Do you understand me, you thick fuck?
I don't know why you...
You don't? Well, then you're a fucking retard. If refracted, not a straight line. Black swan, according to you and your claim of a sphere Earth, always refracted its standard.
The light bending through
So Virus,
refracted.
light bending, that's refracted, so that's not giving you a tangent plane. Why have you put this flat plane on it? So far, you've justified it again with tangent, because you're dense. It doesn't seem to matter how many times we point out you haven't fucking got this tangent. You're still telling us that you've slapped a flat plane on a sphere, because you'll need that flat plane, because of a tangent you haven't got. That's not why you've slapped this flat plane on a sphere. You haven't got a tangent to justify it. Do you want to try again, Dumbo? Do you want to try again, Dumbo? You haven't got a tangent. That's been debunked. Refracted. Yeah, we know 2 years of listening to you tell us isn't going to change the fact that now you need a straight line and they're all refracted. You haven't got one anymore. So this isn't a tangent point. You haven't got a straight line. Sorry, do you want to chant through me?
How do you disprove a tangent?
Black Swan.
Black Swan doesn't...
Yeah, Black Swan. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles and every distance to horizon measurement, that would be the tangent point. Could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that would put the tangent point horizon before the oil rigs in the Black Swan. The horizon in the Black Swan's beyond the oil rigs. So it's definitely not a tangent point, and when we point that out to you fundy fuckwits on the globe side, you tell us it's a bent line. Refracted, you say. So, in answer to your question, how do I prove it's not a tangent point? Black Swan.
A tangent point does not mean horizon.
Your tangent point is a horizon called Earth curve. Do you want to deny the globe claim of a tangent point horizon? Do you need me to throw up a few diagrams with it marked with an X and labelled horizon in your begging the question maths?
It is not the geometric horizon.
We know it's not the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon for a sphere only exists in the maths. It's not giving you a tangent plane to justify the flat plane that will give you the GP at any point on the plane, because you can get an angle from it. But we're still yet to understand why you've slapped this flat plane onto a useless sphere underneath that you can't measure the GP from. You made that clear. You've said tangent. That's not why you've slapped this flat plane onto a sphere in order to do celestial navigation. Tangent's not the answer, Virus.
A tangent point does not...
It's not a tangent. We've gone through this. Please stop asserting it's a tangent. You haven't got one, Black Swan.
It has nothing to do with tangent. Somebody says tangent point, they do not...
Yeah, you. Somebody. You.
That does not mean geometric horizon.
Yeah, it does. That's what your tangent point is.
I'm telling you...
No, I don't care what you're telling me. I know what your globe Earth has, a tangent point called Earth curve. It's the horizon in your model, marked with an X, labelled horizon with a straight line tangent to it. Now you want to deny that? Maybe it's fuckwit world of virus spheres. No. Heliocentric sphere's got a tangent point, that's what you're claiming. When I debunk it, you say that's not what globe Earth claims. Anti-flat earther through and through.
Can I take your claim then on this? Because this is obviously just turned into your claim now.
How'd you get a tangent?
Every point on a sphere is a tangent point.
How'd you get it?
By being on a sphere.
How'd you get it? How'd you measure it?
What do you mean measure a tangent point?
Don't you understand what fucking measure and tangent means in those two words combined? Suddenly it becomes totally understandable for you. How the fuck do you measure your tangent point that you're claiming is on a sphere that you claim by begging the question of a sphere Earth beneath your feet? How the fuck do you measure the tangent?
What do you mean measure a tangent?
Kick him out. He's a fucking retard. Do you know what the word measure means?
Hey, you being stupid.
Do you know what measure means?
No, he doesn't.
Virus.
Do you know what measure
How do
means?
you measure a...
No, don't ask me the very thing I'm asking you with the same fucking word that you haven't clarified. You've said, I don't understand what measure tangent means. Yeah, that's the premise of your fucking claim here.
I've never heard of somebody measuring a tangent point.
Oh, right. Well,
what?
That's claimed to be Earth
how
curve.
would you know how far away the tangent is?
Nobody
No,
ever
we're talking about
measured a
tangent points.
point?
Yeah,
What?
how'd you measure that?
Yeah, how do you know where the hell it is?
Yeah, how'd you measure it?
No, it's
You
not.
don't measure a
Not at all.
tangent point.
You don't measure a tangent point.
What?
So what do you do with it then?
You don't measure a tangent
Oh, we heard that. So what do you do with it?
from a tangent
How'd you
point.
get it then?
You don't
How'd you
use
get
a
it if you're
tangent
not
point
measuring
to
it?
measure. You don't measure a tangent point.
Yeah, we heard that.
So why do you keep asking me how do you measure a
So
tangent
I'm
point?
saying what do you do with it then?
You establish a horizontal plane with the tangent.
Horizontal plane. Flat Earth.
Horizontal
You
plane.
establish a horizontal plane. Okay, got that.
Thank you.
But why do you need a horizontal plane if you could just do it from the sphere?
Yeah, why are you using a horizontal plane if you've got a curved surface?
That's how you do it.
That's how we do it.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you have to do it with a horizontal plane. So we
Plane.
could just disregard
That's
the
how
sphere
math
underneath,
works.
looking really silly.
You would
We could just disregard that.
To achieve this horizontal
Okay,
plane,
it's
what are
like-
you referencing, Virus?
You might want to repeat
to
that.
achieve your horizontal plane. What's your reference point to create horizontal?
The tangent point.
Yeah, I haven't got one. Sorry, when we said how do you establish it, that would be measure it. And you were saying with the tangent point that apparently we don't measure and is stupid and you don't understand. When we say measure, tangent point, you didn't understand. But then we say how do you acquire your horizontal plane, you say with the tangent point.
How would I
You didn't
define
answer
what this
Adam's
tangent
question.
point is? What is this tangent point? What am I going to look at to say that's my tangent point, Virus?
Your position.
Sorry, we're looking at our own balls. Looking at our own balls, aren't we?
You're not
looking at our
looking at your.
position.
Why would you look at your own balls? That don't.
Because you said looking at your
You
position.
said, Virus, do you know the words that you're saying, bro? You said look at your position. Why would you look
Your
at
position?
your own
Yeah.
position?
So we're
Moron.
asking where you get a tangent point from. Virus is saying you get that from your position.
Your position is
Yeah, that's stupid. You don't know what a tangent is then.
point on the surface of Earth is a
You
tangent.
said that 25 fucking times. Answer Adam's question. Adam, ask him again.
Yeah. So from my position, I'm looking through the sextant. What am I looking at to help me define the horizontal you said we needed?
Well, you're using horizon unless you're using.
Well, that's the end of your argument then, isn't it?
So we're looking at the horizon then.
Oh my God! Let me finish and answer his question.
Your horizon in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, Earth curve calculator is a geometric tangent point. That is not the horizon we see. We only have one horizon. Your horizon's geometric, black swan. The horizon we see is not. End of your argument. If we're looking at the horizon, that's not Earth curve. It's not a tangent point, black swan. So, your horizon was Earth curve. And you need it to get around the celestial argument that we currently have. You need it to be a geometric tangent point again, and you haven't got it anymore, Virus.
You would think the penny
you
dropped
looking-
by now.
Are you looking at yourself? You
No,
were
looking at the
touching
horizon.
yourself earlier. You're looking at yourself?
Come on, Virus. It's the end of the argument. You're looking at a horizon. You need a tangent point. You've told us you're looking at a tangent point. You're establishing the horizontal plane with that tangent point according to you. And what are we acquiring it with? The horizon? The one before the oil rigs, the geometric horizon? No, you don't have that anymore, Virus. That geometric horizon, geometric being the tangent point, the one that you didn't understand, too dumb. Didn't you understand that, you dumb fuck? The geometric horizon's the tangent point. You haven't got that anymore, Virus. You seem to misunderstand that. And deny it, maybe. Do you understand it now, that the geometric horizon, the one in the black swan, the one we debunked, is your tangent point? Do you get that now? I was on the phone. I was distracted for a minute. What did you say?
Maybe the
Got your
penny
tongue,
dropped.
Virus.
Nathan, could I ask you a question?
What?
Are you denying the existence of tangential planes?
Yes, that's exactly what we're denying.
Sorry,
They need to clear for that.
Hold on. Yes, me. What tangential plane?
No, just tangential planes in general.
What tangent plane? This show's called Flat Earth Debate. We're debating about the nature of the Earth. What tangential plane?
The tangential plane that you get from the Earth.
How'd you get that?
Or any spherical object.
Sorry, the tangential plane we get from Earth. How do we get that?
Or literally any spherical object.
No. You specifically said the tangential plane we get from Earth. That's what you said. Let's not do a little Virus and deny the words out your own bloody mouth. That's what you just said. Where'd you get it?
Nathan, I'm asking for any spherical object.
Yeah. Where'd you get the tangential plane? On Earth. Third time.
I mean, you do know what a tangential plane is, right?
Yes, it's on screen for my audience. We're looking at one right now on top of a sphere.
He asked where
Okay,
you get
so
it,
what is
man.
it?
Where do you
heard the
get
question.
that on Earth? Fourth time, newbie.
Okay, so a tangent is a mathematical thing, yeah? You know what a tangent is?
He
It's
asked you where you got the tangential plane. Answer him.
Okay.
Are you thick?
Get into that.
Sorry,
Okay.
are you retarded?
Answer it.
Reverence. Is it revenge? Revenge. Are you fundamentally retarded? Do you not understand the question?
Okay, so I was just asking a question of whether
I understood your question. Do I understand what a tangent plane is? Yes, I do. You said tangent plane on Earth. I understood what you said. Now I'm asking where you get that.
No, I was literally just asking the first bit. I don't.
Sorry, you claimed a tangent plane on Earth. I heard what you claimed.
No, I never claimed it. I just said.
Yeah, you fucking did, you lying piece of shit!
Nathan, you can watch the recording.
Yeah, I listened to the fucking recording. I'm in a perfectly acoustically treated studio. I heard what you said.
Can
I
I give a
don't think you
rendition
did.
of how
I'm
it
going to be
went,
honest.
Nathan, right? You asked Nathan, does he deny tangent planes? And Nathan asked you, what tangent planes? And Nathan said, this is a flat Earth, globe Earth debate show. So what tangent planes are you talking about? And you said, well, the tangent planes on Earth. And Nathan said, where do you get them? Where do you get these tangent planes? And you said, well, any tangent planes on any sphere. Nathan
Yeah,
asked
I
you, where do
specified
you get
any
the tangent planes
on
Earth?
any sphere.
Where do you get the tangent planes on Earth? That's what you were asked. And you've yet to answer that.
I don't really give a shit about the argument.
Then get the fuck off my show, you stupid spastic. You don't care? Then fuck off. Unbelievable retard.
He's retarded.
They don't understand the question.
They're all fucking retarded.
Yep.
Revenge, you are retarded.
I was just asking a question, man. Come.
Yeah, and I answered. Yes, I understand what a tangent plane is. Yes, there's one on screen. Now, we asked you what tangent plane. You responded, the one on Earth. Now we want to know where
Or
you got
literally
that.
any spherical object. I want to specify. Literally any spherical object.
Okay. We're only worried about... Okay. Any spherical object. Any. Okay. The sphere, Earth, fundamentalist, religious zealot model belief. Sphere. How'd you get a tangent plane on that?
It's a point where the plane only touches the sphere once.
Yeah, that's a tangent point. Where'd you get that on a sphere Earth? How do you acquire it? How do you measure it? How do you see it? What is it?
It's sort of a mathematical thing, to be honest.
So not on Earth, then? So we don't have one in physical reality, then?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, where do we get it in physical reality, then?
You basically just imagine it.
So not in physical reality. When I confirm that it's not in physical reality, you tell me that's not what you're saying. Well, a tangent point, my friend, in globe Earth rhetoric, is Earth curve.
No, it's heel curve of his shoe, the very bottom of his shoe where he stands. That's it.
So just in the imagination, then, Earth curve, tangent points, that's just not real, according to you.
You still haven't answered the question of, do you think we can get one or not?
No, of a sphere Earth, the thing you think you're stood on. No, we don't have tangent planes. We don't have a sphere Earth.
Okay, any spherical object then.
Sorry, who gives a shit about any spherical object when we're talking specifically about the Earth? This is what we did the last time, when we got you to confirm that it's on the Earth. Sorry, did you want to debate about fucking spheres, just in general? Piss off to a maths forum, you stupid spastic. Did you hear me? Did you hear me, you stupid fucking retard? If you want to argue the maths of spheres, fuck off to a maths forum. We debate the nature of Earth here. If you want to just debate about maths of spheres, fuck off to a maths forum, you stupid dweeb.
Come on, elevation angle is, Nathan.
Pardon?
I'm confused.
Ask him what an elevation angle is.
What's an elevation angle?
Unless you just came in here to ask if you think we can get a tangential plane. You still haven't asked.
What's an elevation angle?
I've said no. Not off the sphere Earth,
you
if that's
think
what
we
we're
can't?
talking about. No, we cannot. The sphere tangent point
Okay.
was Earth curve, edge horizon. Why are you coming off mute when I'm in the middle of answering you? Still peppering his fucking mute button. Open your ears, you stupid retard. No.
It's because I'm both being muted and also putting myself on mute.
No, we cannot
Who's
acquire...
muting you?
Jesus, Wet.
Probably you, QE.
Jesus,
Wet. I'm not muting you, you fucking retard.
Nobody's
Answer
muting
his
him.
question.
Nobody's muting you.
You're very, very
Yeah,
likely to be the
your
person
sister.
muting me.
That's not what your sister said.
That doesn't make sense as a joke.
Yeah, it does make sense if you know your sister. So, answer the question. Where are you getting a tangential plane on a sphere?
It's, again, just any point where the plane only touches
Tangential
your sphere.
plane is not a point. I will say again.
I didn't say that.
A tangential plane is not a point. Where'd you get the tangential plane?
Okay,
Not
QE,
the
do you want to
point.
listen this time?
Not the point. The plane. You said
Okay.
tangential plane. Where'd you get it?
A tangential plane is any is at any point.
Is any, you stuttering fuckwit.
QE, do you want to shut
You're
up?
a
Yeah?
stuttering
my
bitch.
name, bitch.
You haven't answered. You've had about 10 straight minutes to answer
Yeah.
this question. You've delayed and hesitated enough. You've stuttered and stammered enough. You don't know how to fucking answer. Just face it, you're a retard. You're out of your depth.
Nathan, do you want to let me...
You are out of your depth, retard. You don't know how to answer this question, or you would have done so.
Have you?
Have I? Stuttered like a bitch on a flat earth show? No, you have, though.
Okay, Nathan.
You have yet to show us where you can acquire a tangent plane on the Earth.
If the Earth is a sphere, then any point is a tangential plane.
So,
Any
Point
point,
a
is
plane.
a point a plane?
hang on.
Okay.
Bro.
Stop.
No.
Okay. He's giving us an answer. Hello. Can everyone calm down? Hello.
Hang on.
Hello. Everyone, calm down. Sorry. That's a begging the question fallacy.
Define a begging the question fallacy, Nathan.
Assuming your outcome. If the Earth is a sphere, that's the thing you're trying to prove, isn't it?
No, I haven't said that yet. You literally just asked if we can get a tangential plane on a spherical Earth.
No, we don't have a spherical
that.
Earth.
But
That wasn't at all to do with that. You just asked me a question.
I asked him a very specific question. Where do we see, or where do we acquire and see a tangent plane on the Earth? That was my question.
Okay, literally any point on the Earth can be a tangential plane.
A plane's not a point.
Hang on.
Yeah, I know.
How do I know?
Then answer his question again. Ask him again.
So you do understand?
There,
So
okay,
far-
you know what? I'll rephrase it. If you really are that upset, QE.
Never mind QE, I asked you the question.
Just get him out. Just kick him out.
No, because what's happened? No, hang on, 1 second. He gave an answer, right? I asked him, where do we acquire and observe a tangent plane on Earth? And he said, at any point on a sphere. I asked him on Earth. So are you assuming the Earth is a sphere?
Of course he is.
I mean,
Hang
for
on, I
there to
didn't
be
ask-
a tangential plane, there has to be a sphere, right?
That's begging the question.
Or any curve.
Where do we not observe? Where do we not observe a tangential plane? Where could I go
On
to not
anything
observe
that isn't curved.
So where do I go to observe this curved Earth you're talking about?
I don't know, probably asked, what's the name? Jeranism, there you go. He done that.
I'm asking you.
Fuck. What the fuck, dude?
He's just a troll, man.
No, we'll everyone leave him answer,
Dumb.
please. I'm asking you.
He's asking how
Again,
you
I didn't
observe-
come here for a debate. Ooh.
It's a fucking debate show, you stupid little twat.
Okay, Nathan.
Wow.
Do you want to stop talking over me? Come on.
Suck my
clown.
fucking balls, you pathetic little wank stain.
You have yet to show us where we observe this curved Earth. Where do we not
Well,
observe
my question.
tangent plane?
No. We're looking for a tangential plane.
Yeah, but you
already
just say
said,
that
just
to everyone.
imagine
Who
one.
has the absolute unbelievable urge to mute me constantly?
Where is the tangential plane on your sphere? Same thing we asked Virus, and that's why you jumped in. Where is the tangential plane on the sphere? Simple.
No, the only reason I jumped in is because me and Endless are having a
It's just trolling
Where
us, guys.
is the tangential plane on a sphere?
Oh, this is getting boring, guys. Come on.
Can I help him?
Us. Just mute him.
You know,
Kick him
hang on,
out.
stop leaving
He's
them
just
gaslit,
trolling.
G.
Okay,
Stop
hold
leaving
on.
them
Everyone
troll.
else,
Never
be quiet
mind
a
that
second.
nonsense.
Right, I think his time's done. He's not going to respond to you. Homer? Is that?
Hoimar.
Go ahead.
You're lucky you came in.
I see.
Nathan, I've been challenging him to stop chat skanking and come in, and now he's in. You saved yourself from chat skanking. The floor is yours, Nathan.
I don't want him. What do you want? Tell us how you get a tangential plane.
Yeah, so on Earth, any plane that's perpendicular to a vertical at your position, so a horizontal plane, will be a tangential plane.
So not
That's
the
everywhere,
surface.
though.
Hold on. So that's not the surface then?
Well, strictly speaking, only if it really touches the surface, it's tangential. But
No, the plane. The plane isn't the surface.
no, it's not. It's not the surface.
And why do we need this plane?
That's why it's tangential.
No, okay, we've established the tangential plane isn't the surface. Okay, why do we need this plane?
It depends on what we want to do.
Are we doing celestial navigation? Will we need it for that?
Okay. We will, yeah.
So
as a
the tangential
baseline,
plane. Okay,
basically.
Stop. Just clarifying where we're at. According to you, we will need a tangential plane to do celestial navigation. And according to you, the plane that we're navigating when we do celestial navigation isn't the surface. That's wrong. You're a
but
fuckwit.
hold on.
Stop!
All we need for
Shut your
celestial
fucking mouth!
navigation.
Shut up! I haven't fucking finished, you retard. No, when you do celestial navigation, you are navigating the surface. You're wrong.
I didn't say we need a tangential plane. I was saying we need a horizontal plane.
So we need a horizontal plane to do celestial navigation. So not a sphere surface then.
Well, on a sphere, a horizontal plane...
That's not what I said. Don't tell me what we do on a sphere. When we do celestial navigation, we use a horizontal plane. Correct?
That's correct.
So we don't navigate a sphere then?
Why not?
Because we're navigating a plane. You just told me. Are you retarded? You just told me we navigate a plane when we do celestial navigation. So we're not navigating a sphere then.
That doesn't logically follow.
What? If we're navigating a plane, then we're navigating a plane. Yeah, that definitely logically follows. If we're navigating a plane, we're not navigating a sphere. Yeah, that also logically follows.
I'm not saying we're navigating a plane.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing if we're doing celestial navigation according to you. We are navigating a plane. We are dealing with the surface. I've already corrected your error. You said when we were doing celestial navigation, it wasn't the surface. Wrong. That's exactly what you're doing when you're doing celestial navigation on a horizontal plane. It's just not a sphere. Simple.
That's not how it works. I'm sorry.
Oh, really? How do you acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
You don't have a curved baseline.
So you've got to have a straight, flat Earth in order to acquire an elevation angle, not a curved baseline. Yeah, we know. This can only work on a flat plane then.
If your baseline is perpendicular to the vertical... Then
Perpendicular to the vertical, that would be straight, not curving, flat, not bent. Correct?
You're breaking up, sorry. Can you repeat that?
So that would be perpendicular, meaning straight, horizontal, flat, level, not curving then.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Earth must be navigated on a flat horizontal plane, definitely not navigated spherical. Thank you very much.
No, it just
Stutter for me, you fucking bitch.
navigate.
Stutter for me. That's right, you fuckwit fundy. Navigated on a plane. That's what you're doing if you're doing celestial navigation.
Can you back that up in any?
Yeah, every single celestial navigation description ever, including your own. Perpendicular on a plane.
Not at all.
Not at all. So, if it's not on a horizontal plane, while I get rumpused, explain how you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. Second time.
You don't use a curved baseline.
So it's got to be straight and flat. Yep, that's right. You can't have a curved Earth. That's right. Welcome to flat Earth. That's right. Must be flat to do celestial navigation.
Step. You need to establish a horizontal plane.
Yes, that's right. You need to establish that Earth is flat to do celestial navigation. A horizontal plane. Plane, not curve.
Can I ask him, why would you not use a curved surface for this? Why do you have to put a horizontal plane on top of a sphere? Why do you do that?
How you put a tangent plane to a sphere?
No. Why are you using a flat surface?
It's not a flat surface. It's just a horizontal plane. It doesn't.
That would be a flat surface.
It doesn't
Yes. A horizontal plane is a flat surface.
reality.
Yeah. Sorry, are you stupid? You think a horizontal plane isn't flat? Are you fucking retarded?
I didn't say that.
Yes, that's exactly what you just said.
It doesn't logically follow that the surface is horizontal just because I established one single horizontal plane on that.
That you're going to use to navigate to the position of the GP below it on the plane.
No, that's just that doesn't mean I navigate along that plane to reach.
So when you navigate along that plane, it doesn't mean you're navigating along that plane.
No, we don't navigate that plane.
So when you navigate the plane, it doesn't mean you're navigating the plane. That's where you came in, and I corrected you.
We're not navigating the plane.
I corrected
we're not navigating
you.
a plane.
Sorry, are you going to chant through me? I already corrected you. No, that's incorrect. When you do this navigation, you are absolutely navigating the surface. And that would be a plane that you are measuring. That is what you are doing. Sorry, why are you chanting through me? What's wrong with you? Are you having a stroke? You seem to be silent now. I'm asking you why the fuck you keep interrupting me when I point out that you are wrong. No, when you navigate using a plane, because it's the only way you can acquire elevation angles, that is you navigating the surface. You said it wasn't. It wouldn't logically follow when that is precisely what you are doing, you fuckwit retard. Do you understand now that when you do this celestial navigation off a horizontal plane, you are navigating the surface, you fucking clown? You understand that you're wrong? Tell me it doesn't fucking logically follow when you navigate the plane horizontal. That's navigating the plane. Tell me it don't fucking logically follow again, you stupid retard. Go on.
Yeah, so all I was saying is that you need to, in order to measure an angle, that's what we agree on. In order to measure an angle, you need to have a straight baseline, right?
So not curved, not a sphere Earth, not a spherical curved surface. You need a flat baseline. That's what you're confirming and clarifying. That we need a flat baseline, you need a flat baseline, we all need flat baselines, correct?
No, he said straight baseline. No, it's not a straight baseline. It's a horizontal baseline. Follow.
Straight, horizontal, definitely not curved.
Correct. I agree.
We're all clear then. We're just so long as we're clear. Straight or horizontal. We're clear that's not curving.
Yeah, the baseline itself is definitely not curving.
And we're navigating to a GP on that baseline, correct?
No, your GP is on the surface of Earth, not on the surface of that baseline.
So when you measure the
That's
distance
incorrect.
to the GP, you're saying it's wrong because it's not on the surface.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
So it's right. When you measure the distance to the GP, it is right on the flat baseline.
It's not on the flat baseline.
So it's a curved baseline. Hello? So it's a curved baseline then, you stupid spastic globe-believing retard? Curved baseline then, yeah? How do my fucking balls taste, you globe-believing spastic? A curved baseline then? You just said not a straight baseline.
No, that's a false dichotomy. It's not...
Not a false dichotomy. You navigate using celestial navigation on a horizontal plane. And you do get to your destination on the surface. You think it's not logically following that when navigating the surface, you're navigating the surface. Because you think the surface is curving. And you've told me not a straight baseline. I've responded, so a curved baseline then? How do my fucking balls taste, globe-believing spastic? How do my fucking balls taste? How do my fucking balls taste? How do my fucking balls taste? How do they taste, bitch? So curved baseline. You just need to say no.
It's not a curved baseline.
So straight, flat baseline along the surface which we are navigating along.
He posted a depiction in chat. I am sending it to Bulb or Master B right now. That is from Hoymar.
Who is Master B?
Don't worry
about it. The Skype chat.
You've sent us a picture.
I see. Yeah, so that's how it works on the globe. At your position, you establish a horizontal plane, and from that plane, you measure your elevation angle
Stop.
to
Hello,
a
everyone,
star
stop
or-
interrupting him. You establish a horizontal plane. How'd you do that?
There's a multitude of ways. One would be to sight the horizon, or you can also just use, a leveling device like the bubble
What
level.
past stop don't you get? Sorry, you think the horizon's a geometric tangent point, do you?
Sorry, a geometric. What do I think? Can you repeat the question?
I asked you how you got the tangent point, as per your diagram I've got presented to my audience.
Oh.
I said, how'd you get that? Do you need the sound of my fucking balls slapping while you interrupt me, you fucking coward bitch interrupting every fucking word? Yeah. Are you under the apprehension that your acquisition of this tangent point is from a geometric horizon? How'd you get it?
The tangent point is our position, or my position.
And how do you acquire it when you're measuring an angle with a sextant? You're pointing the sextant at your position, are you? Where'd you get the tangent point from?
No, that's not what I was saying. It's just there are several ways, right? One would be to sight the horizon.
Stop!
Another would be...
Stop! That's where I stopped you last time, you spastic. Sight the horizon. Yeah, that's what you said last time, you fuckwit. So you think the horizon's a geometric tangent point, then? If you're sighting the horizon to get this
it
tangent
can be
point...
used as that.
Shut up!
Yeah, you have to
Shut your
correct
fucking
for
mouth.
dip angle.
Shut up, coward! So we've got established that you think you get a tangent point from the fucking horizon. Yes. You've repeated it. Yes. I'm clearer. I listened. Shut up!
No, we need to be more precise.
You said you got your fucking tangent point from the horizon. I heard you. Yeah, so we're all clear. I've asked you where you get the tangent point as per the diagram. You've said the horizon. Now I'm going to rip your fucking asshole through your throat, you stupid dumb shit. No, the horizon is not a tangent point. If the Earth was a sphere, as depicted in your diagram with radius 3959 miles, then every distance to the tangent point could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we have imagery that shows that the tangent point isn't at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet before the oil rigs. Sound familiar? It's beyond the geometric tangent point. The horizon's beyond the oil rigs. So no, the horizon isn't a tangent point.
Yeah, it's more complicated as that. As I said, what I said was not precise. Because we need to correct for the dip of the horizon.
Right, what are we looking at to correct? We're looking at the horizon.
No, we just...
You just told me, yes, we're looking at the horizon and now we're going to correct for dip.
Right, a fluid establishes a horizontal plane of
don't
reference.
Get this fucking wanker. I listened to what you said. You've said, we look at the horizon and now we're going to correct for dip. You just need to say yes, as that's what you've just fucking said. Just say yes. What is your malfunction? You've said we're looking at the horizon.
I just said that, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So we're going to correct for the dip to the geometric horizon, correct? According to you. Yes?
The horizon is not geometric by definition, so that...
Welcome to Flat Earth!
Oh, right. So we don't have... So we don't have a geometric tangent point then? So this diagram claiming to show a tangent point, we haven't got that.
No, it's just...
No, it's just a... No. So no. You said we get the tangent point by looking at the horizon. Now you're telling us the horizon's not a tangent point to get this line on your diagram from then. So what should I do? Shall I throw this shit diagram claiming to draw a straight line to a physical tangent point horizon in the bin? Because this is absolutely not where you get a fucking tangent plane from. No, you don't. Black Swan.
There's just this...
stuttering bitch, Merch! Yeah, just a stuttering fucking bitch with a fundy faith in a sphere we've just teabagged. No, you don't have a fucking tangent point as per your diagram, shit for brains. Did you hear me?
Nathan, sorry to interrupt you. He posted another diagram. I put it in Master B.
Okay, so same exact problem. You've got a visible tangent point horizon in this diagram. Hello? Your second diagram's got a tangent point horizon with a straight line to it. What is it, no Atmo Day?
No, it just means we need to adjust for the dip of the horizon. We can't just use the horizon directly if we want to get an accurate measurement.
Hello? I already covered this. You just didn't acknowledge it. You went silent. The dip correction from the geometric horizon, right? So we're looking at the geometric horizon. No, we're not. So we're not looking at it and then correcting from that horizon that's geometric. We're not looking at it to correct from it. What kind of fuckwit are you? I've already explained this to you twice. You think we're looking at a geometric horizon? No, we're not. Black Swan. Cat got your tongue?
What kind of horizon is the horizon mirror pointed at?
Not a geometric horizon as per this diagram. It's labelled as a visible horizon in this diagram. Got a line pointing down to a tangent point. Why is it no Atmo Day? You didn't answer me.
What's these points labeled E and O on your diagram? The O point, the observer. Is that correct? Hello? Did he leave?
No, he's still there.
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
He just
O is the observer's position, and E is the height of the eye. So.
O is the observer's position, and E is the height of the eye?
Correct. I mean, you could be any altitude above the surface if you
so he's
perform the
looking
measurement.
down to the visible horizon.
Correct.
Where's the elevation angle come from?
from taking a sight between a true horizon, measuring the angle between.
Sorry, stop. We've only got one horizon. Taking a sight to the true horizon, so you think that we've got a visible horizon and a second visible true horizon. We've only got one horizon. Are you stupid?
Yeah, no, there's only one horizon. So it's just that we need to correct.
So where'd you get the elevation angle?
For the elevation of the observer, that's what we need to correct for.
There's only one horizon. He's got two horizons here.
Why is the two horizons?
Yeah, well, one is visible and the other is the actual horizon.
The other's invisible horizon, right?
Actual. What do you mean?
Do you want to define horizon,
sorry.
bro?
One is visible. Wouldn't the visible one be the actual one? What do you mean there's a visible one and an actual one? Have you got two horizons still? What do you mean, visible and actual? There's only one horizon. I mean, are you fucking stupid? Answer me. Are you stupid? One horizon, you fucking clown. Repeat after me.
Yeah, of course.
Repeat after me, you fucking time-wasting clown. Repeat. We only. Repeat after me. We only. Go. Dumb fuck. You're not capable of repeating. We only.
Are you capable of having...
Are you a fucking retard? You're claiming two horizons. We only. Repeat.
No.
No. What, you're going to have those two horizons whether I like it or not? Repeat after me, spastic. We only. Go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't play...
Don't play games where we have two horizons when we've only got one. You need both. We've only got one horizon, Globe Believer.
Do you think there's another horizon that we don't see?
Why is the two in this? You've just said actual horizon is true horizon and visible horizon. That's two. Why is the two on this diagram?
Because the visible horizon is not actually horizontal to your position.
And the one we need is the one that's horizontal to the position. So the one we see is horizontal.
The true horizon.
So the true horizon, the one we're using, is horizontal.
No, as soon as we have a dip angle to the visible horizon, then that's not actually horizontal. The tangent would not be horizontal to our position.
This visible horizon isn't visible. The visible horizon you've got labelled as a geometric horizon. We cannot see that. That's not a visible horizon. We've debunked it with the black swan.
Which horizon does the mirror of the sextant point to? The horizon mirror. Which horizon is that pointed at? Oyamar.
The visible horizon. The visible horizon.
Which one's that?
Yeah, so you're correct
Oh my
to
God.
that horizon. You're correct to that horizon then. Isn't that correct?
No. Hold on, Brian. He's saying the one we see in the mirror is the visible, marked in this diagram, horizon. No. Marked in this horizon as visible is the geometric horizon. We don't see that. That's not a visible horizon. You're wrong. Black swan. Do you understand?
I hear what you're saying.
So go through the black swan argument with me. Do you understand that the one horizon you've labelled as visible horizon, it says, it's got a straight line to it. You don't have that. Do you understand?
What do you mean we don't have that?
Black swan. Do you need me to go through that argument with you to explain how this claimed to be visible horizon with a straight line to it isn't the horizon we see by your own side's admission of refraction? Refraction being deviated from straight. We don't have this straight line labelled visible horizon. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So why are you telling Brian that that's what we point the fucking sextant at then?
As far as I know...
No, well then you're a spastic if as far as you know. No. You are wrong then as far as you know, ignorant shit. No, we don't point the fucking sextant at the geometric horizon. Do you understand me?
Yeah, if you can't see it, you wouldn't be pointing your horizon mirror at it. You point your horizon mirror at the horizon you can see.
Yes, that's right, Brian. Do you understand? You said you were pointing the horizon mirror at the sextant at this claim to be in the diagram visible horizon. No.
I mean, we do point it at the horizon, right?
It's just not the geometric Earth curve horizon in this diagram.
It's just the horizon.
Yeah, just not the Earth curve horizon. Geometric.
Doesn't need to be geometric.
Does it not? We don't need a geometric horizon. Why have you given us this diagram with it in then?
Because all we need to do is establish a horizontal plane of reference from it.
From the horizon?
Yeah, correct.
So the horizon is giving us a horizontal plane of reference, not a geometric leading edge to a sphere, not dip correction from a geometric tangent point. The horizon is establishing a horizontal plane. So the horizon we look at is marked in this diagram as true horizon then. That's the one we look at then.
Well, the diagram disagrees with you.
Well, the horizon that's a true horizontal plane would be the one marked as true horizon in your diagram. You've just explained that the horizon we looked at is used to establish a horizontal plane, and I've explained that your labelled visual horizon geometric is debunked. You've explained that we use the horizon to get a horizontal plane. That is marked in your diagram as true horizon. You want to deny your own fucking diagram?
No.
Yes! That is what is labelled in your diagram.
So then you tell me why...
Why? It's your diagram. We just don't have the visual geometric horizon in your diagram. I'm not going to tell you jack. I'll point out where your diagram's wrong. I'll also point out that you're saying we need to establish a horizontal plane. That would be in your diagram, though, also. Not the visual horizon that we don't see, nonsense, on a sphere, but this horizontal line called true horizon. Right?
No, that's not what the diagram says, and that's not what we do in astronavigation.
Well, who cares what the diagram says? Nathan is asking you about reality. Who cares about what your stupid diagram says? We're dealing with reality. Now, do you point
because
the horizon
that's exactly
mirror,
what we need to do in reality.
Do you point the horizon mirror of the sextant at an horizon that you can't see? Or do you point it at the one you can see? What one do you point it at?
At the one, obviously at the visible
that you
horizon.
Can't see.
But that's not all there is to it. We still need to account for the dip angle.
That would be what?
Dip angle to a geometric horizon that we've debunked. You keep saying it, and I keep pointing out that when you say dip correction, you're correcting from a geometric tangent point debunked by the Black Swan. So no, not more to it. We'd be correcting to the diagram version labelled visible horizon. That's what we'd be correcting from if we're doing dip from a geometric horizon. We're not seeing a geometric horizon. We keep fucking telling you.
Yeah, are you pointing your sextant mirror at a geometric horizon? That's the real question that we want to know what your answer is to that. Are you pointing your horizon mirror on the sextant to a geometric horizon?
It's not. It's by definition not geometric. It's always refracted.
Welcome to flat Earth.
You're not pointing your horizon mirror towards it. You can't see it, so you can't make corrections involving it. Why would you be making corrections involving an horizon you can't see and you're pointing your mirror to?
You missed it, Brian.
I didn't miss it. He keeps talking.
He said it was always refracted.
He said it's always refracted, Brian. So if it's always refracted, why have you got straight lines in your diagram then?
Hang on, 1 second. Can I just ask him one question, right? If your horizon mirror is pointing towards the only horizon you can see, right, and that is not a geometric horizon, then why would you be making any corrections involving a claimed geometric horizon that you can't see and you're not pointing your horizon mirror towards?
No, the correction is only needed to correct for the dip angle of the horizon, depending on your elevation
The dip is
above the altitude above the surface.
Your eye line The dip is from your eye line to the horizon that your horizon mirror is pointed at. That's the dip.
Yeah. And
There is no, you can't add a dip that you're not used, that you can't, there's no dip under the water. The dip is from your eye line at the boat to the horizon you can see and that your horizon mirror of the sextant is pointed at. That is the dip. That is what
Are you denying that we? Are you denying that we need to correct for the dip of the horizon in astronavigation?
Again. I'll ask you again. Never mind what I'm supposedly denying. I'll ask you again. If your horizon mirror is pointed at the horizon you can't see, and your eye line is above that horizon, and you're making corrections, then the dip correction is going to be from your eye line to that horizon.
He's asking you, how can you correct? He's asking you, hold on. He's asking you, how are you making corrections to something you don't see?
Correct.
That's not what the dip is for.
Yeah, we need another reference, right? For example, a fluid.
No, we don't.
Sextants. Oh, we do. Do you know what a bubble? Do you know what a bubble sextant
We're not
is?
talking about a bubble sextant. We're on this argument right here. So he asked you a question. How do you make corrections to something you can't see?
Yeah, you don't use a bubble sextant on
We need a second reference for what's actually horizontal.
You need a
as opposed
second
to
reference.
the visible.
What?
Yeah, as opposed to the visible horizon.
We're going to be, okay. What's the second reference to the visible horizon that you can't see?
A fluid, a leveling tool.
A fluid?
That's
really? When you're on a ship and you pull out a sextant, some fluid drops out of the box with you?
No. There are sextants which actually have, a little, little.
Yeah,
we're not talking about bubble sextants. We're on the sea.
Everyone, calm down.
You're going to use
Hold
a
on,
bubble
everyone, calm
on a
down.
rocking boat.
Ah, God, 3 times. So you're saying
Nathan,
the guy's argument is that he's saying we use a bubble sextant. What, to establish level?
He's not, Nathan. He's trying to claim that we can then use a artificial horizon. He doesn't realise that you can't use an artificial horizon or a bubble sextant on a ship. That's why you have to correct to the visible horizon that you can see and point your mirror to. He doesn't understand the difference. He doesn't know why you can't use an artificial horizon or a bubble sextant on a ship because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's fine. Okay, point made. Hello, point made. Okay, but he is still attempting to use a bubble sextant. And what he'll do with that bubble sextant is establish a horizontal baseline, not something that needs correcting. So once you've established horizontal, there is no dip correction.
Right. Well, he's just, don't follow the red herring fallacy. Look at his diagram. Do you have a bubble fucking sextant there?
Can I have a quick explanation?
Shut up! Do you have a bubble sextant in this diagram right here? Essay your diagram with the observed altitude, whatever the fuck you got that from, and your true horizon and your visible horizon, the two horizons, one's refracted. We're going to get back to that here in a second. You have a bubble sextant right here, sir.
The diagram doesn't say that.
So you're not using a bubble sextant in your diagram.
You can use. I mean, it doesn't really pertain to the
can
argument.
use.
How you establish your, your horizontal.
You can use your elevation angle.
You can just use a bubble sextant.
Fuck up. You're using. I asked you where's the elevation angle, and you told me from the true horizon. That's Bob's whore, by the way.
It's not. No. The elevation.
Yeah,
no,
that's Bob's whore. The true horizon.
Do you see observed altitude?
You fucking. Hey, numpty dipshit. There is no bubble sextant here. You have a true horizon and a visible horizon. Of course, there's no two horizons. There's only one horizon. So you don't have a bubble sextant here. And then you said that the horizon's refracted. Why do you have straight lines here to the... Which horizon and why do you have straight lines to a refracted horizon, please?
He said always refracted.
Yes, I heard.
Yeah. Every observation is subject to refraction.
Okay, then why do you have straight lines here?
It's a simplification.
What does refracted mean?
Refracted?
Mean?
It means that the light is it changes its path as it travels through a medium.
No, he's what he's doing
deviated
now.
from straight.
No,
right?
he's after going off in a tangent. He's actually, pardon the pun, he's after going off into a tangent. You do not do any of this when you're using a sextant on a ship. What you do is you point your horizon mirror at the horizon that you can see, then you correct, using the dip angle, you correct the height of eye. And that brings the vertex from your eye line down to the water underneath the boat, and that is your horizontal. You do not use, there's no corrections for refraction unless you're sighting something to a star or the sun or whatever, and it's below 15 degrees. Other than that, you don't do any refraction corrections.
Right.
The correction you do is your your height of eye correction. That's what you do on a ship. And that's based off of the dip correction. And the dip is from your eye line to where your horizon mirror is pointed, which is the visible horizon that's out in front of you, that you can see and photograph. Right? So you're talking a load of rubbish. You don't know what you're talking about when you're bringing bubble sextants and artificial horizons into the thing, into this conversation when you're talking about a ship. You don't use them on a ship. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pretender.
To something you just admitted that's refracted.
As I said, diagram is a simplification. It doesn't. It doesn't involve curved, light paths as they are refracted through the atmosphere.
Right. So your straight lines are horse pucky here.
So this would not be accurate then. Why would you show this?
It's accurate enough.
It's accurate enough.
Yeah, still,
And you're
I
saying
think
that's
you're
gonna
totally
rock. It's
glossing over
accurate
the
enough?
part.
You're telling us you can't have straight lines because it's always refracted, and you give us a diagram with all types of straight lines on it.
Straight line.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
And we're supposed to be cool with that. That checks out for you. When you yourself told us it's always refracted. How is making an always refracted line straight? How does that help your argument? I don't understand. How does that simplify it?
I'm not saying it helps. I'm not saying it helps my argument. It's just
doesn't help your argument at all. It's complete nonsense. You're measuring straight lines and angles, and you're telling us how everything's always refracted. So no straight lines ever then.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Strictly speaking, there aren't any straight lines. That's correct, but
except in your diagram where you're claiming you've got straight lines and tangent points. So straight lines and tangent points when you need to claim a sphere Earth, but then simultaneously no straight lines ever.
As an approximation, they are perfectly fine.
What, the straight lines?
An approximation.
Approximation of what? A tangent plane?
Yeah, there's always a certain degree of inaccuracy in
there
any
is.
measurement you
So
take.
post the definition of an elevation angle and show us how it's approximate. Point that word out right now in main chat.
No, the straight lines. The straight lines are a simplification.
Yeah, you're taking your elevation angle off a fucking straight line. So show where elevation angle pinpoints that it's an approximation off a bent line.
That's not what I'm saying. You don't take the elevation angle off a bent line.
Hello, he's asking you for a citation.
Why are you trying to say that?
Hello, he's asking you for a citation. Where in a citation does it say that? Do you want one?
Why should I search for something that I did?
I'll read one out for you. Measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Correct.
So where have you got refraction in there? Where have you got straight lines not being straight and it's an approximation of the straight line that you haven't got? Where does it say that?
Yeah, all of that comes before you...
Where does it say it?
The horizontal.
Where does it say it? You're just going to insert this into my citation that I've just read out. But why would you bother getting one when you can just make it up and strap it onto mine? So you're going to need a horizontal plane to do this. Elevation angles require a horizontal plane. You need a flat Earth to do this.
Can't be doing without
it. You don't. It's just the elevation angle is just the reciprocal angle of the zenith angle, right?
Reciprocal?
Can you get that angle?
Really?
Yes.
Can you get that angle?
So the elevation angle is the reciprocal of what? Hold on.
He said it's
the elevation angle is the reciprocal of what?
The zenith, he said.
Of your zenith angle.
So is
Oh,
there a
the
zenith?
zenith angle. Where'd you get the zenith angle from?
Zenith mirror, is there? Zenith mirror. Did you hear the
Where do you
question?
get the zenith angle from?
Sorry,
but
zenith.
Where
we would
do
get back.
you
Sorry,
get
hello. Everyone shut
the
up.
zenith
Hello, can everyone shut up?
angle from?
Oh God, QE. So
What?
I'm trying to get you to be quiet. So he's
Why?
Saying,
I got a pit. Oh, Jesus.
So I can clarify his position. He's saying that you get it as a reciprocal angle from your zenith. Okay? So there's a zenith mirror in the sextant then, correct? Just read out the definition of an elevation angle again. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Doesn't mention anything about zenith. When you're measuring it, you look at the horizon. What are you talking about? You seem to have gone quiet. You're not providing us a citation. You've just gone silent. Horizontal plane, that's what you're measuring an elevation angle in. I just read out a citation for it. Hello?
The horizontal plane?
Zenith angle.
Yeah, the
Do you get that from the
horizontal plane.
zenith mirror?
That's
Are you
just-
fucking deaf? Zenith mirror, right? Shit for brains? There is a zenith mirror, right? Fuckhead. No,
Zenith
there
mirror?
isn't.
Yeah, not that I would.
So we're not getting it from our zenith?
That's why he takes.
Oh, God. So we aren't getting it from our zenith, as you just claimed, then?
It establishes the horizontal plane.
So we're getting it from the horizontal, not from our zenith, then? Yes, Nathan, that's right. That is the sound of my fucking balls on your face. No, you're not getting it from the zenith. You're getting it from the horizontal plane.
Which is a flat Earth.
Hello? Are you fucking deaf? We've just annihilated your stupid shithead claim without citation. Are you deaf? You are wrong. Are you deaf? Wrong, globe-believing clown.
Are you?
Are you deaf?
Give me a question.
Are you deaf?
I mean, you just.
No, that is not how we acquire an elevation angle, you stupid spastic.
Your true
No,
horizon
that
and
is
the
not.
visible horizon.
Yet we use the horizontal plane
Are you saying there is no
acquired by the
dip
horizon.
of the horizon?
Yeah, we use the horizon. We're measuring from the horizontal plane. That's how it's defined. What did you say? Zenith what? So we're looking at the zenith mirror in the sextant, are we?
There is no zenith mirror.
No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. So your claim's wrong, then? When you said getting it from a zenith, what did he say, the diverging angle from the
reciprocal.
zenith?
It's the reciprocal from his zenith.
So not the
Elevation
reciprocal
angle.
from the zenith, then, you stupid shithead globe-believing twat?
Yeah,
From the
it's
horizontal plane, then! Hello!
That's what happens when you read messages.
Are you?
From the-
I don't want a colour commentary from G+. Hello? Not from your zenith, not looking at a zenith mirror, not measuring from anything besides what I defined earlier as a measurement from a horizontal plane. That is what you are measuring. You are wrong.
I was
You
just
pulled that
saying,
out of your ass.
You can also just use the vertical direction.
Oh, could you now? Citation, please, fuckhead.
Bubble level.
Citation.
Does. A bubble.
Could you now?
sextant
Citation,
does.
please. Don't just pull shit out of your ass. Citation. Go. Why would I want to go and cite this nonsense I'm making up? Citation, please,
I'm
for the
not
shit
making
you've
it
just
up,
pulled out of your
dude.
ass.
What kind of? What do you want?
A citation!
Sense exists.
Are you deaf or dumb? Do you know what the word citation means? Don't just make shit up. Don't just pull out what you say it can also be out of your ass. No, I can define it. I've got 10 definitions and citations for what an elevation angle is. Now, you're just making stuff up, and it's getting tedious.
Yeah, I can also give you citations for.
Globe-believing, interrupting twat. You are making shit up. We're asking you to cite it. Either you know what a citation is and you can provide one, or you don't and you can't. Now, we know which is true.
I
The
was
latter.
asking you what.
Oh, you're asking me to cite your shit that you made up? What a shock.
He's questioning you, Nathan. He's asking you, do you need a citation that a sextant exists?
Why would they need
Bubble
a citation
sextant,
for that?
which you apparently don't
Not
like at
a
all.
bubble sextant, you bubblehead. Can't you follow the discussion? He's asking you to provide a citation for an elevation angle that shows you get it from the zenith of the reciprocal. That's what he's asking.
I just said you can get it from that. It's not usually.
So citation,
We don't
please.
care what you have to say.
We
Yeah,
don't give a fuck. You are a retard. You saying you can just do something means nothing. Citation, please.
I don't have one at hand right now.
Yeah, that's because you don't measure it that way. We do have citations that very specifically describe how we acquire elevation angles. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. End quote. So what,
Yeah,
you
so
can't cite the shit you
where's
made
the
up off the
problem
top
with
of the...
that?
He's asking you where the problem is at. The problem, it doesn't mention zenith or reciprocal fucking angles from a zenith. That's the problem.
The problem is you haven't backed the shit you made up, you stupid clown.
Yeah, it doesn't back your argument, stupid.
The problem is you're making shit up. That is the problem.
Yep.
But you're aware of what the zenith angle is?
Sorry, I'm aware what a zenith angle is when, quote, elevation angle, in parentheses, the fucking thing we're arguing about, end parentheses, is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight, comma, measured in the vertical plane. Maybe you need to ask me whether I need to know what reciprocal angles are, when that is definitely not what an elevation angle measurement is. You need a flat plane to get that. You just can't, from a sphere. So you're going to start talking about zeniths and the reciprocal to it. That's not an elevation angle, though, you fucking clown.
Because if you have a zenith angle,
it's not an elevation
It's much easier than because
that's not an elevation angle, though. You might want to talk about zenith angles, but that's not an elevation angle, you stupid spastic.
Hi, Mara.
it's not. But it's the reciprocal angle.
Hi, Mara. No, that's incorrect, hi, Mara. It's the depression angle. The distance between is the zenith distance between the co-altitudes of the zeniths. It's the depression angle, which is the external. The roof of the depression angle, which is the external of the elevation.
And that's not what we're asking. We're asking for what an elevation angle is.
I know, but when he started talking about it, that's what he's trying to talk about, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he's making shit up.
Yep. So we're still waiting for that citation of an elevation angle being acquired from the reciprocal of the zenith.
It
Still
isn't.
waiting.
It isn't. He won't get a citation that says that. He's wrong. You're wrong. Do you want one of the other 10 citations I've got that prove you're wrong? You haven't got one. You've just made it up. You are wrong, globe-believing clown.
I'm not sure what's so hard to understand about this because...
Sorry, hard to understand about the shit you made up and didn't cite? Yeah, we don't need to understand it, we need you to cite it. We measure elevation angles from a horizontal plane, not from a reciprocal zenith angle. Do you understand that? You made it up!
There's several ways.
So cite it! Cite it then! Oh, I can't do that right now. I'd much prefer you just brush past that and let me make this shit up and say that's how you could do it, even though we've got 10 citations at hand that say it's done from a horizontal plane. You're just wrong.
Dude, you understand, like, you could stop us from saying you make it up real quick by just providing the citation as to where you got this from, right? Or you could just say, well, no, I didn't get it from anywhere. I just kind of thought about it, made it up. I mean, just be honest, bro. It's not that hard.
I'd like for him to put a diagram.
Yeah, so as I said,
send us a diagram.
I posted a citation. How, for example, on airplanes, where you don't always see the horizon.
We're talking about on
You
a
can
ship.
use an
We're
artificial
talking about on a ship
horizon.
using the horizon. We're not talking about bubble sextant. We're talking about on a ship using the horizon. Your diagram shows horizons. We're talking
You
about
can
on a
use
ship
anything as long as you get an elevation angle. You can use anything. Where do you limit this to?
We're not talking about a bubble sextant. We're talking about a sextant that they use on a ship with an horizon mirror, not a bubble sextant. That's a different thing, different argument. We're talking about an horizon mirror and an index mirror on a sextant that they use on a ship. But you have a diagram that shows horizons. You keep trying to switch because you need to.
Okay, but what I did just say in between what you were saying, Brian, was that you just need to acquire an elevation angle. So can you define that for us?
Yeah. The elevation, I agree with the citation you had before. The elevation angle is the angle between your horizontal plane and a celestial body in this context that you sight in the vertical plane.
Then why did you say it was the reciprocal zenith angle?
Because if you subtract that elevation angle from 90 degrees, then you get the zenith angle.
The problem is.
That's why it's a reciprocal.
Stop. Hello? No. When you measure an elevation angle, you just measure the angle. And what you do afterwards, that's not what we're asking about. We're asking about the measurement, the acquisition of that angle. Not what you do thereafter. Now, when you measure that angle, as you agree, you're measuring it from a horizontal, flat plane.
But you can also just measure it
Why
from
the
the
fuck are you interrupting me, coward? The fuck is your malfunction? Does it not compute? Does it make you need to interrupt when I point out that we're measuring it from a flat plane? You need to interrupt that, do you? You fucking
can measure
bitch?
it.
Yeah, you're fucking right, you do, you bitch. You need to interrupt every word of me proving we're on a flat plane with an elevation angle that's not taken from a reciprocal zenith. It's taken from a horizontal plane.
We are. You retard.
Yeah, he's getting his information via text chat from someone else. That's why he always takes so long.
Oh, that's why he's hesitating. Well,
Yeah,
the
that's why.
person that you're getting it from, the person that you're getting the messages from, are dumber than you are. You just contradicted yourself a number of times, but the most recent was you told us an elevation angle was acquired from a reciprocal zenith angle, and then you also agreed with Nathan's definition that had nothing to do with reciprocal or zenith angles.
You're saying that there's only one way to acquire an elevation angle?
I'm saying that there's only one definition for a fucking elevation angle. Yes.
Even though we end up with the same results, like the exact same thing.
Post the citation.
Are you serious?
That's right. That's what I'm doing.
Sorry,
Post
same
the
result.
citation.
Sorry. You're saying we can get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. So if it was on a sphere, you could do the same. How'd you get an elevation angle?
No, from...
You seem to be interrupting me there, you fucking coward bitch. Fundy sphere interrupter. Yeah, I know, it's terrifying. You've said it works the same and gives you the same result on both. No, you can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. You are wrong. It doesn't work the same on both. You can't measure the angle if the surface is curving. You're wrong. How would you infer that it works the same on both when you can't get an elevation angle from anything other than a flat plane? You said it works the same on both. You are wrong.
A horizontal plane. That's what you need to...
Yeah, you haven't got that on a sphere, have you, you stupid shit? It's all curving. So you need a horizontal plane then?
There are multiple ways to establish that.
What, horizontal plane? So we are indeed navigating and measuring on a flat Earth then? Yeah, multiple ways to measure a flat Earth. Yeah, that's right. We know. It's not curving though. It doesn't work the same on both because you can't get an elevation angle unless you're using a plane. And you're saying, well, I can get a plane from a sphere. No, you can't. It defies what a sphere is.
Are you not capable of making the abstraction that you established?
Abstraction? The fuck? No, I'm making measurements on the plane. I'm not extracting shit. No.
Yeah, I see you don't.
Sorry, why have I got to abstract shit when I'm holding a fucking measuring tool? Why have I got to do abstractions about fantasy sphere Earth when I'm holding a tool that measures a plane? Why have I got to do abstractions? So why have I got to take this to the fantasy world of abstract?
No, the tool actually.
Stutter for me, you fucking bitch. No, I work in the real world. We're not going to take this to the not really is abstract world. No. We work at the really is level on a plane. You work at the abstract, not really is, can't get a straight line, always refracted, non-physical, sphere Earth world. Am I incapable of abstraction into your fundy sphere belief? No, I'm definitely capable of it. I just don't need to, because that's not physical reality. And you're damn sure going to chant through me telling you that, aren't you?
Stop.
You fucking coward chanting bitch. You're going to chant through me telling you that I'm not taking it to the abstract, as you demand, and ask if I'm capable? No, I don't need to take it to the abstract. You do. Asking whether I'm capable of taking this physical measurement to the abstract world while you constantly interrupt me. No, I'm not taking it to an abstract world of maths. Physical measurements, that's what we do.
You don't need to. The sextant does it for you.
Well, it measures reality. It measures angles. It doesn't measure the abstract maths of sphere worlds.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, so we haven't got a sphere world that only exists in the abstract. We've only got the flat plane it measures.
You sight the horizon. You already established that line.
Do you know why that doesn't work on a ship? Do you understand why that doesn't work on a ship? Because from a ship, you're not going to have your 90 degrees by doing that. That's why you do your dip and height of Y corrections, to get a 90 degrees, to get a horizontal baseline on the water underneath the ship. That's why you do that. That's why you don't do what you're talking about. That's why nobody ever done that and ever will do that. Because it's
can you tell me how you correct for the dip angle on a ship?
Your height of Y is the correction. The dip is the angle down to the horizon that you pointed your horizon mirror at. Your height of Y then corrects the vertex from the eye line down to the water underneath the boat, creating a 90 degree at your location and a 90 degree at the GP. And the horizontal baseline will be your nautical mile distance between the observer and GP.
Alrighty then. Seems like that's the end.
I'm still not sure why you would assume that that only works on a flat plane.
Because it's working on a flat plane. That's how it's working.
Okay, that's
you can't work on
Hang on. Down. We don't assume it. We have umpteen citations from celestial navigation stating that's what they do. We don't assume any of this stuff. We are showing ye official documentation from celestial navigation. We are not assuming anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. Seems like your argument is with celestial navigators. Your argument's with celestial navigators.
Your claim is that the sextant proves that we live on a flat plane, and disproves that this could ever be done on a spherical Earth.
It's not being done on a spherical Earth. Do you not get it? It isn't being done with a curved baseline.
Yeah, but what's your reasoning for saying that?
Again, you're straight into interrupting me, aren't you, you fucking clown? What's your malfunction? You having a stroke while I start a sentence? Shut your fucking mouth.
For saying
and you, Neil, fuck's sake. No, it is being done on a flat surface. It's being done with a horizontal baseline. Not that it is being claimed to not work on a sphere. It isn't working on a sphere. It is working with a flat baseline. Now, if you say, no, it isn't, then your argument's with celestial navigation, not with us. Because it is working on a flat plane. Fact. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. Fact. You make it flat if you're going to do this regardless of your fundy belief.
That's what I was going to say. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. That's it.
No, but nobody gets the angle from
we
the
don't
curved
make that
surface.
claim.
Nobody
We
gets
don't
the
make that
angle.
claim. That's a
Brian,
fact.
shut up. Can you repeat that, please?
That's not what we're doing in celestial navigation. You don't
said
use
nobody
the
gets-
curved surface
Nobody gets the
to
angle
get
from a curved surface.
to measure an angle from. You
So-
always need to establish a straight baseline from the curved surface.
Sorry, you can't get a straight line from a curved line.
But that's what tangents are all about.
Sorry, do you want to show me a citation that includes the word tangent when referring to an elevation angle measurement, please?
In this context, the tangent will be your...
Citation, you deaf shit! Show me a fucking citation that says that an elevation angle measurement is an angle measurement from a tangent.
It's geometrically equivalent. You don't...
Sorry, don't tell me what it's equivalent. Get me a citation.
The horizon.
Are you deaf? Are you
Here
deaf?
goes assuming.
Are you deaf? It's a question. Are you deaf? Don't tell me what's equivalent. Get me a citation. Better have bent lines. Better have 7/6 standard refraction. Where's your citation? Are you deaf? Getting help?
No, it's,
Getting help?
It's,
What's going on?
what you're asking me doesn't make any sense.
I'm asking you for a citation for the shit you just claimed.
Do you understand?
So you're not going to give me a citation then?
I have a citation.
Then your horizontal line will be a tangent to...
Yeah, can you get me a citation that says an acquisition of an elevation angle? Who is off mute in G+? You are really getting irritating. Can you get me a citation to back that, please?
Yeah, you can't just throw out rhetoric, man, and act as if it's understood in common sense. Like, you're literally taking reification, abstract fallacies.
I don't know what is so hard to understand Discord and G+. Nathan said for everyone else to shut the fuck up. You got it.
Citation,
continue,
please.
Nathan.
Where is your citation? Hello? You've said acquisition of an elevation angle involves a tangent. You waiting for the help around you to get it for you? You're being fed by someone else? You've gone silent. Total silence. Probably got five or six helpers
I was
with you.
muted. So
No,
I
you
was
were,
saying...
no, you fucking
No,
weren't
you
muted.
weren't
Tangent.
No, he was
No,
not.
you were not
Lying
muted.
bastard.
I muted myself.
No, you were not muted. No, you were not muted, sir. You are muted on your own. You are not muted. Do not appeal to that. You fucking clown. You pathetic clown. So now you're not muted. Please continue.
All I was saying is that a tangent to a sphere
Citation.
will
You deaf?
be
Are you deaf?
equivalent
Are you deaf?
to your horizontal
Are
line.
you deaf? Are you deaf?
You don't even
Are you
listen.
deaf?
You don't even
Are
listen.
you deaf?
just ramble.
Are
wherever
you
are.
deaf? Are you stupid? We have asked you not to spout more shit you pull out of your own arse. Go and get a citation that says acquisition of elevation angle requires a tangent. Go. It doesn't.
Because it's implicit.
So it's not. Implicit according to you with no citation.
It's taken a high school...
According to you with zero citation, still yet to provide a citation for the shit that you need a tangent to acquire an elevation angle. You don't. Now you're saying it's implicit. No, it is not. It's not in the definition. You won't find your own citation to back your crap. I've cited it 2 or 3 times from different references. No, it doesn't. You don't need a tangent point. If you claimed you did, we'd debunk the one you were claiming with the black swan. What you need is a flat plane to do celestial navigation. That is a fact. It's how it's defined. You can't do it without. And you don't need to chant through me when I start making the conclusion. Why are you chanting through me at the point of conclusion? You require a flat plane. You're saying you can acquire it with a tangent. Now, I'm saying the acquisition of this angle measurement, that's an elevation angle measurement, you will not find citation that describes it as utilising a tangent point, and it's not inferred or implied, just because you say so. Furthermore, as you have conceded, we will be acquiring a plane. Not a tangent plane, because you haven't got a tangent, but definitely a plane. And that plane is what will give you your flat Earth angle measurement. It can't be done any other way. Flat Earth
it just gives a plane angle measurement, but fine.
So planar, trig. Yes, not spherical trig, planar.
Okay, so...
Okay! Welcome to flat Earth, then! Not spherical trig, planar, flat Earth trig!
Do you understand how...
Slap it up, fundy fuckwit, out of my fucking balls taste! They salty balls. Planar trig, that's right, not spherical trig. Not triangles more than 180. No. Planar, flat Earth, that's right. Laugh it up.
That's not what I was talking about.
So you're telling me it's spherical trig when we acquire this flat baseline? No, my friend, planar.
Geometry, no. Do you guys see the Discord chat, the image I just posted? Zenith angle and how it's related to elevation angle.
Do you want to define the zenith angle? Zenith angle, because we've got a zenith mirror. Back to just ignoring our demolition.
No, we don't. No.
And now chanting through me, repeating the point that we've annihilated. You've completely ignored and are now appealing to again by chanting through me, pointing out that we've already annihilated this. Zenith mirror in the sextant. No, you didn't cite it, you didn't back it, you lost. But now you're going to appeal to it again with a new attempt.
Okay.
It's not okay, you fucking loser bitch. We already ripped your asshole through your mouth with this shit. You didn't cite it, you didn't back it, you caused a load of distraction, and now we're back with you claiming that we're going to acquire zenith angles. No, we're not.
If you need to claim victory, then it's not...
I have lost, have I? This is my loss. When you didn't cite that we're going to get zenith angles when acquiring elevation angles. You didn't back that or cite it in any way. Yes, you definitely lost. Yes, I am definitely claiming victory.
That Eli posted. When he's speaking about the reciprocal zenith angles, he's not speaking about the depression angle. He's not speaking about that. He's talking about diverging zeniths.
Can't do it.
Sorry, what is this citation? Is this citation from MC Toon?
McToon.
I asked the question.
I didn't.
I've got confirming the Earth is spherical using reciprocal zenith angles. Who posted this?
Eli.
Yeah, this is what this guy Hoymar is claiming. He's claiming divergent zeniths. So there can't be a co-altitude distance that matches a surface distance.
Oh yeah, divergent verticals, that's correct.
Sorry.
We could even measure...
Sorry,
measure
you're just going to carry on forward with this because Brian's decided to latch onto it. Did you cite this? This is how you measure an elevation angle, is it? No, you did not! You were, loser! Raped, completely annihilated. You had your ass ripped through your mouth. You didn't fucking back it, you didn't cite it, but you think you're going to argue about it like this is what we're using now? What the fuck are you doing? You're just going to ignore our annihilation of your argument. Is that how this works, shit for brains? Is that what you're going to do? You're just going to ignore us when we refute what you say?
You didn't even listen to what I was saying.
I asked you to cite it, you stupid bastard. And you didn't!
Wait.
Are you deaf? I asked you to cite it! And you didn't! So you're not going to carry on with your shite you pulled out your ass without any citation to back it? No. You'd need a citation to back that's how you acquire elevation angles. From your zenith mirror in the sextant. That's not what you do.
That there's a zenith mirror. It's
no, there isn't.
Instead of acquiring
no, there isn't. No, there's a horizon mirror. No, there isn't. That shit you've made up isn't what we do. You didn't back it. You didn't cite it. It isn't what you measure with a sextant. You measure from the horizontal. I cited what an elevation angle was. You went silent and then started talking about getting muted without providing any citation for this crap you now want to argue the premise of. This premise doesn't stand. You haven't backed it. Are you dense? Are you dense? You want to move forward with this shit that you haven't backed? That's not how you acquire an elevation angle, you stupid muppet. Are you deaf? You don't seem to be responding to me. Are you deaf?
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't understand that when I cite how you acquire an elevation angle from a horizontal, I don't understand that that's actually a reciprocal zenith angle. I'd need a citation. Have you got one? No, you haven't, but you do want to argue this point anyway, without any backup for your crap you pulled out your ass, in spite of me citing something that defies it.
Did you see the picture?
Did you stutter? You haven't cited it. You're not going to move forward claiming reciprocal zenith angles. Are we clear? Are we clear? Or are you deaf?
I just said it's one method.
One method that you haven't cited in the face of multiple citations that show you are wrong.
There is no right and wrong.
Yeah, there is. There's a citation that I provided for how an elevation angle is acquired. It is definitely not by way of reciprocal zenith angles, as this fucktard, globe-believing idiot has claimed, been refuted, and I am now going to cite again. The angle of elevation is an angle that is formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight. That's a new citation. Exactly the same as the other 10 that I've got that don't mention reciprocal zeniths.
Can you read what I just, the link I just posted? That's a citation.
Is it a citation? Is it a citation for how to acquire an elevation angle by way of reciprocal zenith angle?
It shows the relationship, yes.
The relationship or the acquisition, the measurement? Are you deaf? Does it show the measurement? He is deaf. Clearly, the elevation angle measurement that it's going to be using will be taken from a flat plane but ignored. Am I right? Got £10, anybody who wants to claim I'm wrong.
100%.
You're laughing up. That laugh tells me I'm not going to lose a tenner. Maybe if it was 10 million, that would make it more dramatic, as we've got MC Toonshite on screen.
You can acquire your elevation angle.
I'll claim you're wrong.
If you subtract your zenith angle from 90 degrees.
How do you use the height of eye correction then?
Zenith angle measurement isn't an elevation angle measurement.
But
how many
it's
times?
90 degrees.
Sorry, have you got a citation?
Added together,
again,
forming
we're back to
90
this.
degree
so
angle.
no matter what I
between your
say,
zenith.
no matter how little evidence he provides to back his claim, no matter how many times I cite something to the contrary, he's going to move forward with his reciprocal zenith angles. So it doesn't matter that you've not backed it. It doesn't matter that I've refuted it. It doesn't matter that I've pointed that out 5 times. You are going to carry on moving forward with this reciprocal zenith angle. Correct? Fucking chanting fundy bitch. Doesn't matter what anybody says to you. Doesn't matter if we contradict you. It doesn't matter if we demonstrate you wrong. It doesn't matter if you can't back a single word you say. You will believe it anyway.
I backed it.
Because you're a chanting fundy. Middle of my statement about how much of a fundamentalist religious zealot you are, you're going to start talking right through the middle of that, aren't you? Long pauses when you're asked for citation. Chant through the middle of me when I point out what a zealot you are.
You refuse to acknowledge that there are multiple methods of acquiring an elevation angle.
Cite one. Cite one.
Yeah, cite different from what Nathan has cited.
Cite one right now.
Yeah, fucking.
A method of acquiring elevation angle? Well,
citation.
One would be
no,
what
no.
you cited, right?
Citation. These are
That would
words.
be-
These are words. So citation, please.
Yeah, the first would be what you were citing.
That isn't an acquisition from a reciprocal zenith. It was an acquisition from a horizontal plane. So you're saying your citation is my citation that in no way backs what you've said. You fucking loser twat. You are thick beyond question. Globe believers, this is your representative. Someone who tells me that elevation angles are actually reciprocal zenith angles, and when I ask him to cite it, he tells me that my citation that details how it's acquired from a horizontal plane is an adequate citation for him. What an idiot. You think?
Okay, let me cite.
Let me stutter. That's what you can do.
Okay.
Not okay. Not reciprocal zenith angles, measurements from a flat plane. You can only acquire an elevation angle if the Earth is flat. Not reciprocal zenith angles. You're still going to be acquiring a flat Earth 90-degree angle to the GP, even if you do use reciprocal zenith angles. Because we're not measuring a curved baseline. You can't get an elevation angle off a curved surface. Earth must be flat.
How do you know where the other zenith is if you don't measure along the baseline?
You don't. Another one of those long protracted silences. What is it? You only talk when I'm talking? Clearly. Well, with that long, stony, protracted silence, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting the PayPal link and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.